Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter splited by Grim, became Wizard, Warrior, Elemental Mage and Spy. Part 2. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the descriptee, on to support the original author for this beautiful creation. That, Harry grinned over at her, and then the little things. Like pride, adrenaline, conviction, fight or flight, vindication, release, stress, and even a bit of that whole, talk with your fists, not with your words, mentality that a lot of fighters talk about. If I could have, I would have found some way to go back in time and start every single one of us on martial arts before we even went to Hogwarts. Now, ready or not Ron, we're done talking, and it's time to fight. Harry stalked forward, leading with his fist. Ron, not wanting to get knocked on his ass all over again, sidestepped and then threw his first punch at his best friend. Harry's leading fist angled back into a simple wave, blocking the punch and throwing Ron off balance a bit. A simple shove from Harry's other hand put the redhead back on his now very sore butt in short order. Harry paused as Ron slowly got back to his feet. There's a reason that you hear in movies, TV shows, books, and other fiction, where a fighter is telling the guy he's fighting to stop holding back and fight him for real. The way you're moving now, you couldn't hit a fly. I understand that you don't want to hurt me, Ron, but all the same, you need to move and act and react the same way you would in a real fight. You don't have to kill me, in fact I'd rather you didn't. But we all know healing spells. And for those of us who don't, we'll teach you. So no permanent harm done, all right. Now, seriously this time, again. Ron hesitated one last time, thinking over Harry's words, and realizing the truth behind them. He wouldn't go up against Malfoy like he just had been. He'd strike hard, fast, and without mercy. He was just finding it a bit hard to think of Harry as Malfoy, until he remembered the mock dueling that was done in the DA during 5th year. Some of those spells could have been used maliciously, and he even had used the same spells he used against Hermione and Neville against Crabbe and Goyle. So why not the same thing, but with fists instead of wands? Ron nodded once, to signal to his friend that he now understood, and as a result he shifted his footing, so he was no longer standing, but coiled and tensed to spring at any moment. He did a moment later, lashing out with wild and uncoordinated fists at Harry. No more words were spoken as the fight finally started. Not that it was really a fight, but that's how Hermione saw it, and she was doing all she could not to chew her lip bloody and pull out all her frizzing hair. Moving much more surely, Ron advanced this time and threw a basic straight punch at Harry's head, only to have the shorter youth duck under the punch, sidestep to the left and shove with his right hand against Ron's shoulder. The redhead stumbled a bit, but managed to keep his footing so he didn't fall on his ass all over again. Frowning, he thought over his actions and Harry's reactions. Adjusting his footing to either stance and stepping on the balls of his feet for further balance, he struck out again, moving a bit faster this time. Harry ducked again, but this time it was Ron who sidestepped and jumped back a little. He wasn't about to get caught by the same move 3 times in a row. Smiling that his friend was adapting and learning quickly, Harry nodded back at him, then moved in on the offensive. Unlike Ron however, he did not attack with a straight punch, but a roundhouse 2-fist combo. The first punch, Ron tried to mimic Harry by ducking underneath it, only to be slammed to the ground by the second that caught him full out. Shoulda seen that coming, Ron mumbled, slowly getting back to his feet, his face throbbing in sheer agony. He shook his head to clear any cobwebs and raised his fists in the classic boxer pose, choosing to stay on the offensive for as long as Harry would let him. He kept mostly to straight punches, but he also kept in mind to not let Harry catch him in the side anymore, and to not retreat more than a single step, as that seemed to indicate to his opponent that they were switching positions in the fight, and every single time that Harry went on the offensive, Ron wound up on the ground with a new sore. Off to the side, watching this with both interest and mounting dread, Hermione and Ginny stared at the fighting boys, although both of them were slowly beginning to realize that this was not, in truth, a fight of any sort. Hermione, while not extremely interested in the martial arts, was familiar enough to know some terms associated with it. One of those terms that came to mind at the moment was the word spar. When sparring, two martial artists would sort of play act a fight. Usually this was done with padding, but the hits were real and injuries as bruises and scrapes were bound to happen. After Harry knocked Ron to the ground for the 12th time in a row, their bushy-haired bossy friend slowly began to relax her tension. They weren't fighting, not really. Not at all in fact. She finally realized. They were just sparring. Harry was teaching Ron how to fight, and while that was abhorrent to Hermione's sensibilities, it dawned on her it was a necessity in the war they were now involved in. Then she remembered that Harry would be teaching her how to fight as well, and her tension mounted. Harry and Ron's sparring match went on for the better part of the next hour. And by the end of it, Ron had almost as many bruises as freckles on his body, not to mention all the dust from getting knocked to the ground all the time. "First thing, Ron," Harry announced after he'd called an end to the bout, "is I teach you how to fall right. Most of what hurt you there was when you hit the ground. In fact, here, all of you pay attention." He gathered them all around him. "This will only take a few minutes to show you, and while I'm sparring with Ginny, Ron, you and Hermione can be practicing this." He then proceeded to show them how to fall to the ground without injuring themselves further during a fight, or even just when tripped or falling over by other means. After explaining and then a few rounds of demonstrations from him, he had them all practice it at least twice before he turned to Ginny and offered her the opportunity to quit early for the day. "So, Ginny, after seeing how bad I beat your brother black, blue, and red all over, you still want to do this? If you want, we can move on to the next phase of magical training." "Are you kidding?" Ginny gushed, excited. "I'm so going to kick your ass, Potter." She then jumped up and proceeded with a high jump kick, which Harry knocked to the side, throwing Ginny to the ground, where she immediately demonstrated how well she had learned how to fall. Lesson number 2, Harry commented with a grin. Accepting Ginny's willingness to spar, don't try anything that you aren't ready for. Pushing yourself is good, but only after you're firmly grounded in what you already know. Stick to punching, like Ron. Or if you want to use kicks, try not to jump too often. You leave lots of holes in your defense when you do that, and that is not a good thing. Nodding, the red girl accepted the criticism and assumed a similar boxing stance to what Ron had displayed earlier. Raising an eyebrow at the familiar form, he turned briefly to Hermione and commented, "Street fighting. Or as the rest of us learned it, school brawling." He caught Ginny's fist that had been coming in at his face while he was looking at the other girl. "Good Ginny, you were paying attention earlier," he said, looking back at her. Lesson number 3, don't attack unless your defenses will stop the counterattack. Or, if it's worth it, make sure that your attack does more damage than the one. He then twisted her arm and backhanded her with his other fist. Crying out at the impact, and then at the pain of having her arm twisted in a way it was not meant to go, Ginny struggled for a moment before finally wrenching her caught arm out of Harry's grasp and spinning away from him. As she did so, she cocked and fired a roundhouse kick into his gut that actually made the more experienced fighter retreat a step or two while she recovered. Growling, more to herself than him, she grimaced and faced him once more, this time with a scowl that would intimidate Snape into backing off. Harry merely grinned back at her and waited, his stance casual and his arms by his sides, the sign of a very experienced fighter in Ginny's experience. They may not talk about it, but the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin went a lot further than Quidditch and Malfoy and Harry. Catfights in bathrooms were not all that uncommon, and the uglier and bulkier girls of Slytherin tended to gang up on younger or smaller girls more often than not. After her second year, without her brothers ever having suspected a thing, Ginny had very quickly become proficient in melee fighting. At first she was limited to the whole catfight cliché: pulling hair, gouging pressure points, ripping clothes, scratching, biting, that kind of thing. When the opponents became too numerous, or too skilled for that to work any longer, Ginny had turned to other means. So she now turned her considerable skills, which she'd acquired over the years, against her boyfriend to demonstrate. Moving in low and fast, she tried some basic sweeps. which Harry casually stepped over. When he tried to take advantage of her dropped guard, her hand snapped up and grabbed his wrist. Digging in with her nails, she pulled down on him, while likewise pulling herself up to drive her knee home to the sweet spot. Doesn't matter if it's male or female, though males have a bigger target, a shot to the legs always near paralyzes the victim with pain. Surprisingly, Harry didn't seem affected by her nails digging into his flesh, and he almost casually used his other arm to block her knee, while he brought his right leg up, cocked and kicked her right in the gut, flinging her back off of him and rolling along the ground, painfully trying not to puke up her last 3 or 4 meals. Coughing and gasping, she rolled onto her knees and checked what damage, if any, she had done. Staring in wide-eyed amazement, they all saw blood dripping from Harry's right hand, where she had gouged her fingernails as a handhold, and apparently had gone deeper than she'd thought. Yet, still, he just stood there impassively, in the same pose he'd been in when they started. "Harry!" Hermione screamed. "You're bleeding!" Frowning, Harry glanced down, then over at his friend before sighing and holding up the bleeding appendage as though showing her something. They couldn't stop staring when they saw the long scratches heal up before their very eyes. It wasn't instantaneous. It took a full minute before the progress was even noticed, and he did keep bleeding, but it was clearly healing a lot faster than it should have. Like I said earlier, those of us that know healing spells will be teaching those that don't, was all he said to their stunned expressions. "Come on, Ginny, we're not through yet. But nice job. You've already done more than Ron could after his turn." "Oi," the mentioned Weasley exclaimed, even as he continued to practice his falling. Shrugging and sighing about self-conscious siblings, Ginny got back to her feet and ran back for more punishment. She didn't let Harry quit until they'd actually gone over an hour, even after he kept telling her that they should stop before she got hurt even worse than a few bruises. "What's the matter, Potter?" she gasped, breathing heavily, sweating, and wavering on her feet a little. "'Fraid to get beat by a girl, huh?" Harry just sighed and shrugged, not even sweating anymore. She'd gotten hits off of him, but nothing she could do would send him tumbling to the ground, while just about every hit he threw had that result against her. "Stop holding back," she finally screamed, running in as fast as she could with a punch-kick-punch combo. He sighed again, as though she were moving in slow motion it seemed. He replied back to her, "You want me to stop holding back? Okay, I'll stop holding back." Then he drew back his left fist and moving faster than she'd ever seen anything move before, he blurred forward and she felt like she'd just been hit with the bludgeoning hex at point-blank range. Right before she found herself flying through the air. From Ron and Hermione's point of view, Ginny screamed some nonsense, then started staggering forward, right before Harry moved so fast that there were after images of him against their retinas, and the next thing they knew, Ginny was shooting back almost all the way to the hills like somebody had shot her out of a cannon. She ragdolled against the ground for a few meters before coming to a skidding halt. They all stared, too stunned to do anything at first, but finally, Ron snapped out of it, getting to his feet and screaming, "Ginny!" only to be stopped by Harry, putting his arm out to stop them from moving. "Wait," was all he said. "What are you talking about? Are you daft? How could you do something like that? That's my little sister. You can't do something like that, mate. I don't care who you think you are." "I said, wait," repeated Harry with a hard look. While they were arguing, which was less than a few seconds really, Ginny had regained sense of herself and was already pulling herself back to her feet and walking back towards them. "Ginny!" exclaimed Ron, as he tried to race forward again, but Harry still held him back. When she was within speaking range, Harry asked her, "You all right, Ginny?" "Yeah," she called, grumbling about her sores. "You still held back, didn't you?" "I'm not going to kill you guys while I'm training you to survive," he shot back with a grin. "Still, you were begging for me to show you just how much stronger I am now. How much further do you think you could have thrown me?" she asked him. "I didn't throw you, I pushed you, same as I was doing with Ron earlier," he answered. "And actually I could have pushed you all the way to the village without seriously injuring you. But I figured that probably would have been a bit much, huh?" "Yeah, probably," she giggled a bit. "Are you too mental or something?" Ron asked, staring incredulously at his friend and sister. Hermione Harry asked rather than answer Ron's rhetorical question. I promise not to push you," he offered. "I'll wait, but I will keep practicing how to fall and all that," she promised. "Fair enough," he said with a shrug. "Now hold still, Ginny, while I heal you up, all right?" "Fine," she grumbled again, although the smile she gave him sort of ruined it. Half an hour later, they all went in for lunch, and everyone revealed their presents for Harry's birthday to him, many having used the training that had occupied his time to finish preparing them and putting them all in place. It also gave time for Hagrid, Remus and Tonks, Lupin, and a few other guests to finally arrive, including the second oldest Weasley son, Charlie, who'd flew in from Romania for the occasion. Rather than sneaking them off for even more training, they all used the rest of the afternoon to prepare for the birthday party that would soon be starting. Pulling out his firebolt, with Charlie, Bill, Ginny, Ron, and Fred and George. They all played an impromptu game of Quidditch that lasted much of the day. After the game, they had just enough time for everybody to grab a shower and then get dressed, set and ready, and then out to the garden for the party. Oh, the new dining hall would have been more than sufficient, but as large as it was also a bit Spartan, and the garden had a far more pleasant atmosphere. With the setting sun, the fresh breezes, and the pleasant aromas spreading from all the plant life around them. The sun was low on the Horries, going splendidly, with Harry thanking everyone for their gifts. The first gift happened to be from Mrs. Weasley. She handed it to him and explained, beaming at him all the while, "Arthur told me to wish you a happy 17th, Harry. He had to leave early for work, but he'll be back for dinner soon, I hope." Harry sat down, took the square parcel she had given him, and unwrapped it. Inside was a watch very like the one Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had given Ron for his 17th. It was gold, with stars circling around the face instead of hands. "It's traditional to give a wizard a watch when he comes of age," said Mrs. Weasley, watching him anxiously from the side. "I'm afraid that one isn't new like Ron's. It was actually my brother Fabian's, and he wasn't terribly careful with his possessions. It's a bit dented on the back, but..." The rest of her speech was lost. Harry had got up and hugged her. He tried to put a lot of unsaid things into the hug, and perhaps she understood them, because she patted his cheek clumsily when he released her. Almost on the verge of tears all over again. 17, said Hagrid as he accepted a bucket-sized glass of wine from Fred. 6 years tear the day since we met, Harry, d'ye remember it? Vaguely, said Harry, grinning up at the half-giant. Didn't you smash down the front door, give Dudley a pig's tail, and tell me I was a wizard? I forged the details, Hagrid chortled. All right, Ron, Hermione. We're fine, said Hermione. How are you? Not bad. Been busy. We got some newborn unicorns. I'll show ye when ye get back. Harry shared a knowing grin with his friends, while Hagrid rummaged in his pockets. Here, Harry couldn't think what tear get ye, but then I remembered this. He pulled out a small, slightly furry drawstring pouch with a long string, evidently intended to be worn around the neck. Mokeskin. Hide anything in there and no one but the owner can get it out. They're rare, them. Thanks, Hagrid. He knew a few items already that would be going into this little present. Nothin', said Hagrid with a wave of a dustbin lid-sized hand. And there's Charlie. Always liked him. Hey, Charlie. Rather than listen to that rather interesting conversation, Harry merely turned back to and opened the remainder of his presents. Happy birthday, Harry, wished Hermione for what felt like the dozenth time that day. Come on, then, open Hermione's, said Ron, practically shoving the gift into his hands. Boy really needed to learn tact, although it was clear he was just trying to get on Hermione's good side. She had bought him a new sneakoscope. The other packages contained an enchanted razor from Bill and Fleur that he was very reluctant to ever use. Some rare European chocolates from the Delacours, and an enormous box of the latest Weasleys. Wizard Wheezes merchandise from Fred and George. Surprisingly, it was Ginny's gift that Harry appreciated the most, but it wasn't something one opened in the middle of the backyard garden, let alone during his birthday party. Cough snog festca. It was getting a bit late, and Mrs. Weasley was starting to get noticeably edgy. She was trying to talk to Madame Delacour while glancing repeatedly at the gate. I think we'd better start without Arthur, she finally called out to them after a moment or two. He must have been held up at O. They all saw it at the same time, a streak of light that ca. Me flying across the yard and onto the table, where it resolved itself into a bright silver weasel, which stood on its hind legs and spoke with Mr. Weasley's voice. Minister of Magic coming with me. The Patronus then dissolved into thin air, leaving everyone peering in astonishment at the place where it had vanished. We shouldn't be here, said Lupin at once. Harry, I'm sorry, I'll explain another time, but... He seized Tonks' wrist and pulled her away, but Harry reached them first. He whispered hurried instructions, the gist of which was, you don't have to leave just yet, Moony. Hurry inside the house. You can hid out in one of the sitting rooms. You just go. He then proceeded to give them detailed instructions on where to hide in the renovated house and what signal he would use to tell them the coast was clear. Lupin was clearly reluctant, but they were short on time as it was, and this time it was Tonks grabbing his wrist and dragging him off towards the spot Harry told them to go to. Hagrid, you'd better join them. Just in case, Harry reluctantly suggested as well. The half-giant nodded, equally reluctant, but followed after the last marauder and his wife. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley was halfway to a meltdown. The minister, but why? I don't understand. Unfortunately, there was no time to discuss the matter further, as a second later, Mr. Weasley had appeared out of thin air at the gate, accompanied by Rufus Scrimgeour, instantly recognizable by his mane of grizzled hair. The two newcomers marched across the yard toward the garden and the lantern-lit table, where everybody sat in silence, watching them draw closer. As Scrimgeour came within range of the lantern light, Harry saw that he looked much older than the last time they had met, even more scraggy and grim too. Sorry to intrude, said Scrimgeour, as he limped to a halt before the table. Especially as I can see that I am gate-crashing a party. Many happy returns, he added with a look in Harry's direction. Harry was instantly suspicious, enough so that he threw away common politeness and reached out with his mind magic to determine the duly appointed Minister of Magic's true motives for his sudden arrival. Harry had his answers forthwith. Smiling pleasantly at the battle-scarred old wizard, he greeted him warmly, "Thank you very much, Minister, and you're not intruding at all. In fact, if your invitation was lost at some point, I would like to offer my most humblest apologies on the error." Scrimgeour stared at the 17-year-old for a few moments, before twisting his smirk up at one edge. "Sarcasm does not become you, Mr. Potter," he commented. "I require a private word with you," Scrimgeour went on. "Also with Mr. Ronald Weasley and Miss Hermione Granger." "Us," said Ron, sounding surprised. "Why us? I shall tell you that when we are somewhere more private," said Scrimgeour. "Is there such a place?" he demanded of Mr. Weasley. "Yes, of course," replied Mr. Weasley, who looked rather nervous. "The, sitting room, why don't you use that?" "Nah," interrupted Harry before any more could be said. "I know the perfect place. Meeting room number 12. Come on, follow me, I'll show you where it is." He then led his two friends and the Minister of Magic into the transformed burrow, bypassing the remodeled kitchen and dining hall, and taking them up a few flights of chairs before down multiple intersecting halls and through 3 separate rooms before finally stopping in what appeared, for all appearance to be a corporate meeting room, complete with long table and comfortable chairs. If they all didn't know better, they'd swear they could have been in some muggle high-rise building and never would have known the difference. "Sorry about the long walk, magical elevators haven't been put in yet." He apologized to the wheezing Scrimgeour and his 2 out-of-breath friends. "How? No, never mind, not my department." Scrimgeour just shook his head at the clearly impossible changes that had been performed on the burrow, and took a seat at the head of the table. Ron and Hermione, at Harry's insistence, sat down at the table as well, but Harry chose to remain standing. "I have some questions for the 3 of you, and I think it will be best if we do it individually if you two," he pointed at Harry and Hermione, "can wait outside. I will start with Ronald." "I'm very sorry, Minister Scrimgeour, but I'm afraid that simply won't do." "We're not going anywhere," said Harry, while Hermione nodded vigorously, and Ron looked like he'd swallowed a frog. "You can speak to us together, or not at all. And seeing as it is my birthday, And you did come up to us out of the blue with this, to ask your questions, or give us our property and leave. He then gave the minister a rather cheeky grin with twinkling eyes. Scrimgeour gave Harry a cold, appraising look. Harry had the brief impression that the minister was wondering whether it was worthwhile opening hostilities this early. But he knew outright the man was too much of a politician to do that, and they only opened outright hostilities either when they were attacked first, or had their opponent outflanked at every turn. Which he did not in this case. Very well then, together, he said, shrugging. He cleared his throat. I am here, as I'm sure you know, because of Albus Dumbledore's will. Ron and Hermione both looked at Harry, whom did not take his gaze off the minister for a second. He was standing across from the older lion-maned man with his arms crossed and a slight smile on his face. Scree. Mgeour grunted and just jerkily nodded his head, accepting that, Harry at least, did know about the will. All of us, said Ron after several moments' silence. Me and Hermione too. Yes, all of you, answered Scrimgeour. Before he could continue, however, Harry spoke up. Tell me, Minister, he said, Dumbledore died over a month ago. Why has it taken this long to give us what he left us? Isn't it obvious? Said Hermione with a tone of accusation, staring right at Scrimgeour, getting angrier with every word she spoke. They wanted to examine whatever he's left us. You had no right to do that. I had every right, said Scrimgeour dismissively. The decree for justifiable confiscation gives the ministry the power to confiscate the contents of a will, Hermione interrupted him out of the blue, nearly shouting the poor man down. That law was created to stop wizards passing on dark artifacts, she yelled at him, and the ministry is supposed to have powerful evidence that the deceased's possessions are illegal before seizing them. Are you honestly telling me that you really thought Dumbledore was trying to pass as something cursed? Are you planning to follow a career in magical law, Miss Granger? Asked Scrimgeour with a scowl. Before Hermione could answer, Harry laughed and leaned forward on the table, resting his arms on his fists. She's going to have your job before too long here, Minister. After all, somebody's got to reverse all those laws and start doing what the job was created for, taking a stand and protecting the citizens of the magical community. You know, do some good in the world, for a change. Ron laughed. Scrimgeour's eyes flickered toward him and away again as Harry spoke. So why have you decided to let us have out things now? Can't think of a pretext to keep them. No, it'll be because the 31 days are up, said Hermione at once. They can't keep the objects longer than that unless they can prove they're dangerous. Right, Scrimgeour squirmed in his seat a little. He was not expecting to be one-upped like this. Would you say you were close to Dumbledore, Ronald? Asked Scrimgeour, ignoring Hermione and Harry. Ron looked startled, panicked for a moment. He glanced over at Harry, who just winked and smirked at him, reminding the youngest Weasley son of a few of his older brothers. The twins in particular. Me, he flustered for a moment. Well, not really, as well as some other students, but he was a nice old coot. Always offered me a lemon sherbet whenever I came to his office. He also made me a prefect my 5th year, so he must have liked something about me. I suppose. Besides, it was always Harry who. Ron glanced around at his friends, to see Hermione giving him a stop talking now sort of look, but the damage had been done. Scrimgeour looked as though he had finally heard exactly what he had wanted to hear. He swooped like a bird of prey upon Ron's answer. So you say you were not as close to Dumbledore as some other students? How do you account for the fact that he remembered you in his will? He made exceptionally few personal bequests. The vast majority of his possessions, his private library, his magical instruments, and other personal effects, were left to Hogwarts. Why do you think you were singled out? I dunno, said Ron after a healthy pause. How the hell am I supposed to know what was going through the crazy coot's old mind? He was brilliant, but a weird sort of brilliant, you know. For all I know, he might have thought I would find a bit of fun with whatever he left for me, whether it be one of his old socks, or that really cool pensieve he left behind. Hermione was stunned at Ron's reaction, which was actually close to how his reaction might be if one of his brothers might have asked the same question. As it was, she didn't stop him when she should have, her mouth hanging open at his brash and unbiased response. However, Scrimgeour did not seem to see it as such, instead a look of mild disappointment flitted across his face. As he put his hand inside his cloak and drew out a drawstring pouch much larger than the one Hagrid had given Harry. From it, he removed a scroll of parchment which he unrolled and read aloud. The last will and testament of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Yes, here we are. To Ronald Bilious Weasley, I leave my deluminator, in the hope that he will remember me when he uses it. Scrimgeour took from the bag an object that Harry had seen before. It looked something like a silver cigarette lighter, but it had, he knew, the power to suck all light from a place, and restore it. With a simple click, Scrimgeour leaned forward and passed the deluminator to Ron, who took it and turned it over in his fingers, looking stunned. Harry was trying to hold in his laughter at first, but when his aura sight took note of exactly what the deluminator had been charmed to do, he quickly schooled his features. That is a valuable object, said Scrimgeour, watching Ron. It may even be unique. Certainly it is of Dumbledore's own design. Why would he have left you an item so rare? Ron shook his head, looking bewildered. Dumbledore must have taught thousands of students. Scrimgeour persevered. Yet the only ones he remembered in his will are you three. Why is that? To what use did he think you would put his deluminator, Mr. Weasley? Dunno, Ron admitted. Like I said, probably thought I might have a bit of fun with it. As for what I'd do with it, put out lights, I suppose. What else could I do with it? Evidently Scrimgeour had no suggestions. After squinting at Ron for a moment or two, he turned back to Dumbledore's will. To Miss Hermione Jean Granger, I leave my copy of The Tales of Beedle the Bard, in the hope that she will find it entertaining and instructive. Scrimgeour now pulled out of the bag a small book that looked as ancient as the copy of Secrets of the Darkest Art that she had in her expanded bag, which she'd taken to learn of Horcruxes and how to destroy them. Its binding was stained as peeling in places. Hermione took it from Scrimgeour without a word. She held the book in her lap and gazed at it. Harry saw that the title was in runes, saying simply, The Tales of Beedle the Bard, First Edition, and a faded-out space for the author. As they all stared, a tear splashed onto the embossed symbols. "Oh, you think Dumbledore left you that book, Miss Granger?" asked Scrimgeour. He knew I liked books," said Hermione in a thick voice, mopping her eyes with her sleeve. "But why that particular book? I don't know. He must have thought I'd enjoy it." That, Harry suddenly interrupted the minister, or that she needed to learn a few lessons that are printed out on it. Hermione's always been somewhat of a head case, always believing what books tell her. He ignored the glare she sent him then, and not letting herself absorb the lessons of life. "Any other questions, Minister?" Trying not to growl, Scrimgeour just turned back to Hermione and asked, "Did you ever discuss codes, or any means of passing secret messages, with Dumbledore?" "No, I didn't," said Hermione, still wiping her eyes on her sleeve. "And if the Ministry hasn't found any hidden codes in this book in UBT that I will." She suppressed a sob. Ron reached across the table and took Hermione's hand in his and squeezed, offering his support. Harry came up behind her and rubbed her shoulders for a bit as a means of showing the same support, but he moved back to his position on the other side of the table, facing the minister afterwards. Scrimgeour turned back to the will. To Harry James Potter, he read, and Harry's insides contracted with a sudden excitement, though he was careful that outwardly he looked rather bored. "I leave the snitch he caught in his first Quidditch match at Hogwarts, as a reminder of the rewards of perseverance and skill." As Scrimgeour pulled out the tiny, walnut-sized golden ball, its silver wings fluttered feebly. And Harry could not help the smirk that crossed his features when he saw it. For several reasons, but the one he wanted to convey to Scrimgeour was of fond remembrance and the weird gifts of an old grandfather. "Why did Dumbledore leave you this snitch?" asked Scrimgeour. "No idea," said Harry. "For the reasons you just read out, I suppose, to remind me what you can get if you persevere in whatever it was. And there's the fact that it was the first ever snitch that I ever caught, and it would help me remember better times at Hogwarts, to offset any adult memories that might depress me. Actually, I should be thanking you for coming here, Minister, as this so far has been the best birthday present I've gotten yet." "You think this a mere symbolic keepsake, then?" "Sure," said Harry. "What else could it be?" "I'm asking the questions," growled Scrimgeour, shifting his chair a little. I noticed that your birthday cake is in the shape of a snitch, he said to Harry. Why is that? Hermione and Harry both laughed, rather derisively. I like Quidditch, was all Harry said, while Hermione added, oh, it can be a reference to the fact Harry's a great seeker. That's way too obvious. There must be a secret message from Dumbledore hidden in the icing. She laughed some more. I don't think there's anything hidden in the icing, exclaimed Scrimgeour. But a snitch would be a very good hiding place for a small object. You know why, I'm sure. Harry just shrugged. Hermione, however, no longer laughing, answered. Privately, Harry thought that answering questions correctly was such a deeply ingrained habit that she could not suppress the urge. Because snitches have flesh memories, she said. What? Said Harry and Ron together. Neither haven't. G considered Hermione to know that much about Quidditch, let alone be able to answer a question they couldn't. Correct, said Scrimgeour. A snitch is not touched by bare skin before it is released, not even by the maker. Who wears gloves? It carries an enchantment by which it can identify the first human to lay hands upon it, in case of a disputed capture. This snitch, he held up the tiny golden ball, will remember your touch. Potter, it occurs to me that Dumbledore, who had prodigious magical skill, whatever his other faults, might have enchanted this snitch so that it will open only for you. Harry just stared at Scrimgeour, not reacting, though internally his heart was racing a bit. You don't say anything, said Scrimgeour. Perhaps you already know what the snitch contains. He did, but he wasn't about to give any hints to the suspicious old man. No, he said finally. Take it, said Scrimgeour quietly. Harry met the minister's yellow eyes and knew he had no option but to obey. He walked around the table, on Ron's side, held out his hand, and Scrimgeour leaned forward again and placed the snitch, slowly and deliberately, into Harry's palm. Nothing happened. As Harry's fingers closed around the snitch, its tired wings fluttered and were still. Scrimgeour, Ron, and Hermione continued to gaze avidly at the now partially concealed ball, as if still hoping it might transform in some way. That was dramatic, said Harry coolly. Both Ron and Hermione laughed. That's all, then, is it? Asked Hermione, making to get up from her office chair. Not quite, said Scrimgeour, who looked bad-tempered now. Dumbledore left you a second bequest, Potter. Oh, what is it? He asked, still sounding outwardly bored. Scrimgeour did not bother to read from the will this time. The sword of Godric Gryffindor, he said. Hermione and Ron both stiffened. Harry looked around for a sign of the ruby-encrusted hilt, but Scrimgeour did not pull the sword from the leather pouch, which, in any case, looked much too small to contain it. That was okay though, as Harry knew exactly where he could get it from any time he really needed it. The same place he got it from in the first place. So where is it? Harry asked to fulfill Scrimgeour's suspicions. Unfortunately, said Scrimgeour, that sword was not Dumbledore's to give away. The sword of Godric Gryffindor is an important historical artifact, and as such belongs. It belongs to Hermione began to say, but Harry interrupted her. It actually belongs to Hogwarts, as part of its history, but as I understand a few lessons from history class. The sword of Godric Gryffindor was forged and given to him by the goblins, correct? According to their laws, anything they make for us, we're renting until we die, and seeing how Gryffindor is very much dead, the sword should be returned to them. And even if you had brought it here for me, I would probably go ahead and give it to them as a personal favor. It's always nice to have a goblin indebted to you for something like that. This is not a joke, Potter, growled Scrimgeour, rising to his feet. Was it because Dumbledore believed that only the sword of Godric Gryffindor could defeat the heir of Slytherin? Did he wish to give you that sword, Potter, because he believed, as do many, that you are the one destined to destroy he who must not be named? Interesting theory, said Harry. Has anyone ever tried sticking a sword in Voldemort? Maybe the Ministry should put some people onto that. Just like they always do. Just like they put some people into looking for Sirius Black when he escaped. Or when they put some people on locating Voldemort's current whereabouts. Maybe like the time they put some people on a case of underage magic use and controlling Hogwarts. People are dying, Minister. Muggles, purebloods, and other magicals alike. Voldemort and a score of Death Eaters attacked over Surrey, England, and not a single Auror showed up, not even for the fact tea. Had I was forced to use magic on the premises, let alone the real reason they should have been there. You're not doing a damn thing in this war, you and the Ministry. And you still expect us to cooperate with you. You go too far, shouted Scrimgeour, and jabbed Harry hard in the chest with the point of his wand. It singed a hole in Harry's t-shirt like a lit cigarette, but the real surprise came in that the tip of the wand, not Harry's chest, but just the wand, began to smoke like somebody had lit it on fire. Oi! Ron jumped up, raising his own wand, but Harry waved him off, not moving. No, don't give him an excuse to arrest us, or misuse any of his power any more than he already has. Remembered you're not at school, have you? Said Scrimgeour, breathing hard into Harry's face. Remembered that I am not Dumbledore, who forgave your insolence and insubordination. You may wear that scare like a crown, Potter, but it is not up to a 17-year-old boy to tell me how to do my job. It's time you learned some respect. It's time you earned it, said Harry with a dead voice and a cold look in his eyes. Scrimgeour glared back hard, but then happened to glance down and saw that it was not Harry's skin that was smoking, but his very own wand, the tip now charred and turning to ash at every contact with the youth's skin. He took a couple steps back from Harry, glancing back at the hole he had made in Harry's t-shirt. He almost seemed to regret his loss of temper, but was also confused over what he'd just seen. After a lengthy moment, he looked Harry full in the face once more, saying, I regret your attitude. You see, Ministry does not desire what Dumbledore desired. We ought to be working together to defeat our common enemy. I happen to agree with you there, Harry admitted. But your ways of going about this war leave much to be desired. I don't like your methods, Minister, he said point blank. Remember, Harry raised his right fist and displayed to Scrimgeour the scars that still showed white on the back of it, spelling I must not tell lies. Scrimgeour's expression hardened. He turned away without another word and limped from the room. Minister, he called Scrimgeour back. I'll walk you out, but first, I have something to offer you. Oh, the lion-maned man growled back. I'll kill Voldemort, that's not a problem. What I want from you is the right to prosecute, judge, and execute any and all suspected or proven Death Eaters, as well as immunity from likewise prosecution by the Wizengamot. Meaning that from now until long after I'm dead, you cannot imprison, hold, or make accusations that me, or my friends here, are guilty of any crime, no matter how small or how large. In exchange, you get to still be Minister of Magic after this war is over with. Scrimgeour just snarled and left the room, not coming back. Harry sighed, and turned to his friends. Well, I had to try. Come on, let's go get him before he accidentally stumbles across Remus and Tonks. I'll explain everything else later on tonight, all right. Hermione and Ron both nodded, grabbed their gifts, and followed Harry out. Shortly after they'd escorted the Minister out of the burrow, and he hurriedly went beyond the wards and immediately dissipated away. After that, Harry's birthday party was much more pleasant. Later that night, the burrow Harry's room. Harry's party had been a success. Everybody had fun, even Lupin and Tonks, who they had found snogging in a broom closet instead of in the room Harry had directed them to. Everybody had had a grand time and when they finally left at around 11:30, they'd all but forgotten the Minister's unannounced visit and the whole war with Voldemort. In fact, the cleanup had gone faster than expected, especially Harry employed about a dozen copies to help Mrs. Weasley and Madame Delacour, so everyone was in bed by around midnight. Except for, of course, himself, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Harry had changed shirts much earlier, but he was now in a loose shirt and sweatpants for sleeping in, while the girls had put on nightgowns and Ron was in shorts and t-shirt. They were there in his room to talk about the Minister's visit, as well as the items left by Dumbledore to them. Once they were all inside, Hermione waved her wand in the direction of the door, whispering, Muffaliato. Quote, thought you didn't approve of that spell, said Ron. Times change, was all she said. Now, show us that deluminator. Harry tuned them out for a time, as he already had a strong suspicion on what the deluminator really was for, but now was not the time. And he had more plans to be making. What kept the focus of his thoughts, however, was his own gift from Dumbledore. The snitch from his very first Quidditch game at school. He was suddenly brought out of his musings when Hermione responded to Ron's comment about Dumbledore leaving it to him. "I've no idea," said Hermione. "When Scrimgeour made you take it, Harry, I was so sure that something was going to happen." "Yeah, well," said Harry, his pulse quickening as he raised the snitch in his fingers. "I wasn't going to try too hard in front of the minister, now was I?" "What do you mean?" asked Hermione. "The snitch I caught in my first ever Quidditch match," he said. "Don't you remember?" Hermione looked simply bemused. Ron, however, gasped, pointing frantically from Harry to the snitch and back again until he found his voice. "That was the one you nearly swallowed." "Exactly," said Harry, and with his heart beating fast, he pressed his mouth to the snitch. It did not open. He allowed himself a moment of frustrated disappointment, but then Hermione cried out, "Writing! There's writing on it, quick, look." Turning it around quickly, he looked and saw that she was quite right. Engraved upon the smooth golden surface, where seconds before there had been nothing, were 5 words written in the thin, slanting handwriting that Harry recognized as Dumbledore's, "I open at the close." He had barely read them when the words vanished again. "I open at the close, what's that supposed to mean?" Ginny asked for all of them. Hermione and Ron shook their heads, looking blank. Harry repeated the words a few times to himself. "I open at the close, at the close, I open at the close." His head was racing with the minds of 4 intellects racing the words back and forth. Until finally it was his spy part that realized that Dumbledore had already mapped everything out, long before his death atop the astronomy tower, perhaps even before his duel with Voldemort in the Ministry itself. The man was meticulous if not well-intentioned. The close, in this singular case, would be the close of the chapter, close of the book, close of the adventure. Putting the snitch back to his lips, he whispered so only those closest could hear, "I am about to die." The metal shell broke open. The black stone with its jagged crack running down the center sat in the 2 halves of the snitch. Nobody else knew exactly what it was, but Harry somehow already knew that this was a one-of-a-kind magical object that had no equal and no copy throughout the entire world. What is that, Harry?" Hermione asked. Frowning with thought, Harry just shrugged and pulled out the moleskin pouch Hagrid had given him and put the cracked stone into it and sealed it tight. "Don't know. Figure it out later." "Hermione, you put the book with all the others, right?" Yes, although I was tempted to bring it here, but..." "That's fine," he said. "I'll be wanting a look at it after we're off, but for now keep it safe." "Now, about tomorrow, or I guess today," he glanced at the clock. "We'll go to the wedding, participate and have fun and celebrate Bill and Fleur's nuptials, all right?" Then, he took a deep breath and let out a slow sigh. "Then we're off. As soon as the reception is over with, we're gone. Hermione, keep that pouch of yours with you at all times, understand? Ron, Ginny, keep your wands handy. And just to be on the safe side, Ginny, keep a change of clothes on hand, maybe even wear something under the dress. Hermione, same goes for you. And what are you going to be doing?" Hermione questioned. "Well, no offense to your cousin, Ron, but I'm not going to be using any Polyjuice potion, and while I noticed you sneaking all of Mad Eye's supply out from under his nose earlier, Hermione, I'll be teaching you lot a much easier way of hiding your appearance. And like I said, we'll all be going to the wedding and doing our part. It's afterwards where things get tricky." "Tricky how?" Ron asked. Harry sighed again. He could tell them his suspicions, but that might just make them worry for nothing. Still, it might be nice to have a sounding board. Tom is just one man. And while he's a bully, he cares more about learning more magic and averting death for as long as possible, than personal power or even approval from the masses. Tom doesn't give one shite about becoming Minister of Magic, nor about taking control of the Ministry. Maybe once upon a time, he did, but that was before he got wasted by a 1-year-old. Unfortunately, Tom is just one man in control of an army. And to maintain that control he has to give them things that they want, said Harry. For the dark creatures, a little bit of mayhem, a spot of violence, maybe a few dozen human souls for the Dementors. Easy enough when you're after social upheaval. But for the Death Eaters themselves. For the wizards that care about blood purity, money, and power. They'll want him to take over the Ministry. Ginny gasped. More like he'll allow them to execute plans to take over the ministry, under the illusion that he's telling them to do so. And he might be, but he'll input so that they see him at the reins, while they'll all be doing the hard work and taking care of the details. So long as he can still control the beast, the Death Eater horse will march wherever it damn well pleases. Killing VVV, you know who won't be enough, will it? Asked Ron, after some hesitation. Not anymore, Harry answered. Just look at what happened the last time he was defeated, Hermione pointed out. Most of them just managed to go into hiding or bought their way out of Azkaban. It would just be a repeat of 15 years ago. Is that why you offered that deal to Scrimgeour? Harry shrugged. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Besides, if he'd have gone for it, I could have just created a massive copy army and tracked down every marked Death Eater and tortured them or information on everybody that was under their control, or otherwise allied with the Dark Lord before tracking down the Dork of Darkness himself and ending this once and for all. Course we don't to be dodging the ministry along with Death Eaters this soon, so I made it seem more like a joke than really try to convince him. But Harry, said Ginny, if you're right, and the Death Eaters are planning to take over the ministry, with his support or not, we might end up having to anyway. Harry frowned, but had to concede the point. I'm working on some ideas, plans for what we'll be doing once we're off. But it's all still in the preliminary stages, and nothing much than concepts. If only we had more time to figure everything out. Tom is the central mass, but he's not the bulk of the problem. And we need to focus on how to flesh out every Death Eater, either all at once, or in a way where we can handle and contain them. I'd prefer killing them outright, but I'm not going to win war just to wind up in prison for murder. Well, what are some of your ideas? Maybe I can help. Hermione offered. Harry just shook his head. Still too early for that. Once I have something plausible, then I'll explain it. Right now my ideas are along the lines of individual memories, passages I read from books, maps, locations, addresses, nothing that actually puts it to any use, just the information. Oh, well, if you need any help, just ask. I'm here, Harry, she said. Thanks, Hermione. Anything us Weasleys can do, offered Ginny. Harry smirked, but nodded. Yeah, tomorrow, during the reception. And I'm probably making something out of nothing here, but Ginny, you stay next to Hermione, no matter what. Ron, you stick next to me. Don't get separated, and Ron, if I run off, join up with Hermione and Ginny. You're not having one of those bad feelings, are ya, Harry? Asked Ron with a grimace. I hope not, was the only reply his friend could offer. I hope not. After a little bit more small talk, they finally all went to bed, all of them going back to their rooms and going straight to sleep. Harry stayed up for another 2 hours, meditating and trying to organize his thoughts. Parties. Wedding Day. Title: Harry Potter. 4-in-1 Author: Joshua. Disclaimer. J.K. Rowling created Harry James Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Hogwarts, the whole gosh darn HP universe. Ian wrote the 7 inches Harry Potter, books that we all love and enjoy. Spoilers for Book 1, and Book 7. In fact, there may even be some direct quotes from Book 7, so be warned. I'm not writing this for profit, so thankfully this won't get me sued or anything. Everything after Chapter 9 in Book 7 is going to be changed anyway, and even those chapters that I do quote, they won't be quoted very well or for very long, as I'm changing everything after those points. Assume, for Wizard Harry, that everything between the stated timelines in Book 1 and Book 7 is identical to what happened in the rest of the books in the HP universe. Tamora Pierce is the awesome author of the Circle of Magic books that Mage Harry is taken from, and of course I don't own Winding Circle nor the concepts of academic and ambient magic. Any future spy magic you might see is going to be exactly like the battle magic so far, an amalgamation of numerous sources that might not even be magic on their own, but have been twisted in such a way by me. You have been warned. Summary. A mysterious stranger interferes in the timeline and in Harry's life, splitting the young wizard into 4 and giving each a different magical education. Wizard, warrior, mage, and spy. Story. 3 o'clock on the following afternoon found Harry, Ron, Fred, and George standing outside the great white marquee in the garden, awaiting the arrival of the wedding guests. Harry had been offered a large dose of Polyjuice potion, but waved it off before ultimately demonstrating his ability to self-transfigure, or disguise himself into any shape or form he could imagine. The plan was to introduce Harry as Cousin Barney, and trust to the great number of Weasley relatives to camouflage him. The potion had included a hair of one of the local village boys. But Harry had chosen for his appearance from one of the few Muggle celebrities that he even knew the name of, let alone the face. Thankfully, Bill and Fleur had not invited many, if any, guests that were sufficiently familiar with the Muggle world for them to ask why Tom Cruise was one of the ushers, or why he was wearing thick-rimmed glasses. All four of them were clutching seating plans, so that they could help show people to the right seats. A host of white-robed waiters had arrived an hour earlier, along with a golden-jacketed band, and all of these wizards were currently sitting a short distance away under a tree. Harry could see a blue haze of pipe smoke issuing from the spot to attest to their activities. Behind them, the entrance to the marquee revealed rows and rows of fragile golden chairs set on either side of a long purple carpet. The supporting poles were entwined with white and gold flowers. At the end of the path, an enormous bunch of golden balloons had been fastened over the exact point where Bill and Fleur would shortly become husband and wife. Outside, butterflies and bees were hovering lazily over the grass and hedgerow, a few lone eagles and hawks soared lazily high in the sky. And it was a mercifully cloudless day. In short, it was the perfect day for a wedding. Harry had complimented the large number of Weasleys and friends and hired caterers by conjuring a whole boatload of shadow copies, then transfigured each into a different face, some of students from school, some of people that weren't even on the planet, and others a mishmash of people he did know. Such as his own disguise, that had his own height and build, but Ron's red hair, Ginny's brown eyes, Hermione's cheeks, the twins' ears, Mr. Weasley's nose, Charlie's mouth, and Bill's jawline with Fleur's flawless skin. For some reason though, Luna Lovegood still identified him immediately. Nevertheless, for those that didn't want to do the more menial, boring, or uncomfortable jobs, a copy was available to do it, leaving everyone enough free time to actually have some enjoyment, along with getting twice as much done even faster. The twins almost begged off the entire chore list, until Harry threatened that he'd let them babysit Gabrielle if they didn't do something, so they still wound up greeting guests and guiding them to their seats alongside his, Tom Cruise, copy. The one bit of trouble, if it could be called trouble, was when Ron's Aunt Muriel showed up. If he ever meets such a disagreeable person ever again in his entire life, it would be too soon. Although, he did allow himself a brief fantasy over exactly how Voldemort and his Death Eaters would react to having to deal with the old bat. It would truly be a punishment worse than death, worse the Azkaban. And probably even worse than anything old Moldy Shorts himself could come up with, at his most devious and sadistic. Finally, the guests had all arrived, and it was announced that the ceremony would be starting soon. And wouldn't you know it, that's exactly when Harry's beeper went off. How did Harry get a beeper? How could a Muggle device like a be all these witches and wizards? Who, or what, would be calling Harry Potter of all people at a time like this? In answer to the first, it wasn't an actual beeper, but the pocket watch he'd gotten for his birthday from Mrs. Weasley. And while it was beeping at him, it was the way that it was beeping that got his attention. Because it did not represent somebody trying to send him a message, or anything like that. No, it was beeping because shortly after he'd received the watch, he replaced all the components inside of it, fixed the dent, and cast a multitude of charms, spells, and numerous other magical properties into it. One of which was the ability to detect any form of dark magic, and to sound an alarm upon detecting specific types of dark magic. Such as a dark mark. Not today, you buggers, he muttered after looking down at his watch. Harry, Ron asked, having stood next to his friend even as the watch went off. I'll explain later, said Harry as he moved towards the edge of the festivities. Stay close to Hermione and Ginny. Unfortunately, I just got that bad feeling. Don't panic anyone, let Bill and Fleur have their day. They deserve it, and I'm going to make sure that it stays theirs. What are you going to do? Ron hissed urgently. There's somebody with a dark mark looming around here, explained Harry. I'm going to find them, make them disappear in the crowd, interrogate them, and then probably kill them. Unless they beg to be taken to Azkaban first. Then I'll kill them. Nobody messes with my family, even if it's extended family. Stay with Hermione and Ginny. One of my copies will also be hanging around. Pretend he's me. Go. After Ron left, reluctantly, Harry opened his aura sight, and within moments had tracked down the lone Death Eater. A spy, no doubt. Came in amongst the guests. Double-checking the list real quick, he realized that the Weasleys aren't ones to idly invite people they aren't sure about. Looking back at the marked guest, he recognized the trace of Polyjuice potion wearing off. After all the guests were already present, it would be almost inhuman to be able to keep track of every face and make sure it didn't suddenly change into an unknown. Plus, the Weasleys are known for having a big family, so an extra face at a wedding is nothing to be suspicious about, unfortunately. In short order, Harry had cornered the Death Eater, and with the help of a few catering copies, he and the Death Eater vanished over the hills into a secluded little valley that was really a ditch, where nobody would see them, and any screams that came from there wouldn't be heard at all. Who are you? What do you want? What are you doing here? Harry interrogated the adult wizard, who he pressed down into the mud, half standing on the man's chest. Those are the questions I want answered. And why thing that is not an answer to either one of those questions will result in a lot of discomfort for you. We'll eventually work our way up to Cruciatus, but for now we'll start with actual physical torture. Do we understand each other now? Good. 5 minutes later, there was a new bone buried for some dog to find later in life. Say what you will about Crouch Jr., he was still the best and most effective teacher Harriet had since Remus taught in his 3rd year. Plus, the crazy lunatic had some interesting ideas on how to get rid of evidence. He came back just in time for the ceremony to start, and quickly used a simple replacement spell to switch out with his copy next to his friends sitting near the front. The ceremony was standard, yet still very beautiful. Bill was a damn lucky man, and even with his new scars, it merely made him appear more manly and roguish. Fleur, of course, was a goddess and very beautiful in her wedding dress. As soon as the ceremony completed with the flare of binding magic, which was just as beautiful and amazing as everything else so far, the marquee exploded with a flourish into the outdoor reception setting and everybody mingled and dove for the food. Well, Ron did at least. After they'd settled themselves at a table, as far away from Muriel as possible. Soon, the music started up, and a few dancers went out onto the floor in couples. Luna, who was at their table, simply said, "I like this song," before getting up to spin alone on the dance floor, looking quite content to while away the time. Ron, who would have said something, wisely kept his mouth shut, and just grinned over at the blonde Ravenclaw. Ginny, who was sitting between Ron and Harry at their table, suddenly spoke up, "I just realized, Luna's still going back to Hogwarts. And Neville and the others too. While we're all going off on some grand adventure." Harry remained quiet for a moment, continuing to watch the bright yellow form of Luna Lovegood dancing alone. "I'd hardle. Why call going into hiding a grand adventure, Gin?" he said to her. "If Victor shows up, try to keep Ron from acting too much like a prat, all right?" Then he stood up and easily and quickly slipped into step alongside Luna, so that 1 second she was twirling about like a ballerina, the next they were dancing together with bright smiles on their faces. "Hello Harry," Luna grinned at him. "Hello Luna," he grinned right back. "Enjoying the party?" he asked as he twirled her around before pulling her back to the beat of the music. "Immensely," she replied. "And you?" "Had a bit of trouble earlier, but I handled it rather nicely. And permanently. Do you hear barking?" His grin widened. "Probably just a wild Toynbee roaming the countryside. I'm sure they're trying to find a rather tasty bone that's buried somewhere in these hills." "You know those Toynbee?" "Yes, I'm sure that's all it is." Luna's own grin deepened. Before too long, they came to the edge of the dance floor and stopped when EY felt somebody tapping their shoulders. Ginny was standing there with a mildly annoyed look on her face. "Mind if I cut in?" she asked pointedly. Luna and Harry shared a look, then shrugged, and Harry replied, "Not at all, Ginny. Enjoy yourselves ladies, I'm on Prat Patrol." Then he left, leaving a confused Ginny, who was quickly swept up into dancing with Luna without any warning. It caused some stares, and Ginny was still wondering exactly what had happened, but Luna was her friend, and they were having fun, so pretty soon it didn't matter. Ron and Hermione, thankfully, were also on the dance floor, and for once Ron was controlling his more pratfall tendencies, such as his raging jealous streak. Although Victor Crumb stalking around trying to chat up the more attractive, and less obsessive females of the wedding party didn't help in this. It was a good test for his hot-tempered friend. The reception and party was going just fine, with everybody having a good time, getting to know one another, catch up with old friends, and even meeting new people and starting new relationships. As with many weddings, you had your usual cliques. Old people remarking on the newlyweds, parents of both wishing their children luck in the future, siblings ribbing their now married brother or sister, bachelors looking to snog one of the bridesmaids, women looking to find their own future husbands, and kids just trying to play around while the grown-ups did grown-up things. Just as the sun was setting, Harry, who'd been speaking with an old associate of Professor Dumbledore's, suddenly stopped and turned his head to the horizon. Harry, are you all right? Alpheus Doge asked when he noticed the younger man's distraction. Excuse me, Alpheus, there's something I need to check on, Harry spoke urgently, already getting up from his chair and walking to the edge of the wards. As he approached, his pocket watch beeped at him, but in a different tone and form than when it had detected the dark mark earlier. Still, he knew what it meant, and it was merely further evidence towards what he was sensing at that moment. Voldemort's forces were on the move, moving quickly through the crowds. He found his friends and spoke quickly and quietly with them. Ginny was still next to Luna, who had returned to her fat-smattering sunflower yellow robes, much more pleasant to bear in the twilight than it had been earlier in the afternoon. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, remember that bad feeling I told you I'd been hoping I wouldn't get? Another one. Ron whined, uncomfortable with his best friend Ma King comments about killing Death Eaters, but overall he didn't really mind that much. They were Death Eaters after all. No, but remember what we were talking about last night, he reminded them. Predictably, all three of them went very pale, very quickly, which drew the attention of the Lovegoods. Thankfully, they hadn't been close enough to truly listen in before now. Is everything all right here? Xenophilius Lovegood asked them, sounding genuinely concerned. Actually, Mr. Lovegood, Harry spoke directly to the man. You and your daughter need to leave. Right now. Go home, lock the doors, bank your fire, and if you have them, raise your wards. The Dark Lord had started his campaign against the Ministry. Preparations need to be made, and I suggest you go take care of them immediately. The Lovegoods both looked at him as most people looked at them a good percentage of the time, until they both began to realize he was quite serious about his warning, and his three friends' reaction merely confirmed their own trust in him. Finally, Xenophilius nodded and quickly led Luna off the property without another word, except for a small nod of understanding from the man, and a look of longing worry from Luna. Don't worry, Harry communicated with his mental magic, we'll be okay. Have a good year at Hogwarts. I'll do my best to make sure it's not too unpleasant. We'll always be your friends, Luna. With that final message, he turned to his friends, whispering urgently, get everyone into the house. Remus, Tonks, Hagrid, Bill, Fleur and her entire family, and the entire Weasley land that can't be trusted to look after themselves. In fact, Ginny, have Fred and George escort Muriel home themselves, and tell them to do whatever it takes, just get her home safely. Even if they have to use knockout gas. Go, quickly. Quote. Harry watched with mounting worry as his friends raced to complete his instructions. They weren't ready for this. He wasn't ready for this. His demonstration facing off against Voldemort was supposed to delay this. He needed more time. Alas, it seems that time is the one thing he was in short supply of. He needed to. Oh no. At that moment, something large and silver came falling through the canopy over the dance floor. Graceful and gleaming, the lynx landed lightly in the middle of the astonished dancers. Heads turned, as those nearest it froze absurdly in mid-dance. Then the Patronus's mouth opened wide and it spoke in the loud, deep, slow voice of Kingsley Shacklebolt. The Ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour is dead. They are coming. You know who is on the move. Quote, shit. The Patronus had vanished, dissolving into silvery mist, quiet seeming to spread from the spot as everybody slowly turned to where it had arrived at and realized what it meant. The dam was about to burst. It was only a few seconds away from that as it is. Harry quickly moved through the crowd, making his way to the dance floor where the Lynx had stood only moments before. Then somebody screamed, quiet. Harry had absently cast the sonorous spell on himself just before shouting, which seemed to have negated the panic the scream had almost started. You will listen to me. Quote, consciously undoing the spell, he still shouted, but this time without the echoing boom. I am Harry Potter. I know that you all want to panic and run right now, but that is the last thing we need. As long as I am here, your protection at this event is guaranteed. Nevertheless, please, everyone, gather all of those in your party, make sure you have everyone. And then quickly make your way to beyond the wards and go immediately home. If you used Portkey, my advice is that those of you that can, not are allowed, but can, use side-along apparition and go straight home. Once you have everyone in your party, you may leave. Around him, the crowd was still pushing and much louder, but it wasn't the panicked stampede it could have become, instead it was everybody trying to leave the party all at once. And as quickly as possible. Within 5 minutes, the place was practically deserted, only family members left, and a returning Fred and George, who were grinning far too much for T.H.M. to have simply escorted their difficult aunt home for the evening. Harry felt the assault the minute before the Lynx Patronus had arrived, and it was for the simple matter that the wards were his that he could feel it at all. It was very subtle, and stunk of ministry magic. It was also because the wards were his that when the orders, the ministries, and even a few of the older family protectio NS surrounding the burrow had broken and dropped, that those he'd put in himself since his arrival a week ago, expanded and filled in the space, so to speak. Unfortunately, that expansion cost, and there were gaps. The anti-apparition, anti-portkey, and blocks on flow access were still up and in full coverage and effect. But those that he'd put there that would keep an army out and from causing harm to those inside the ward were severely compromised. Walking around to the front yard, Harry stopped the last guests from crossing the ward barrier, telling them to go out through the back orchard instead. When they saw what he did, they didn't argue, instead running full out for the back orchard. Hello Tommy boy, Harry called out across the darkness, standing at the edge of the ward, only a few meters from Voldemort, who stood at the head of a small army of Death Eaters and wizards and witches wearing aura robes and a few others bearing official ministry symbols here and there. Hello Potter, the Dark Lord hissed back. Come to crash the party. Harry teased back. Well, I simply couldn't help myself, when I heard you were in attendance. After all, I could not let your challenge to me go unanswered. The snake-faced wizard sarcastically remarked. And here I was thinking you were smarter than that, Harry chuckled. Now that you are the ministry, Tommy boy, I have no choice. Instead of just going abroad for a year, or going into hiding, now you're forcing my hand. I have to become a rebel against the state. I can't even risk coming out in daylight without a disguise. And any time that I do show my face in public, it will have to be in an aggressive capacity. My friends were rather reluctant about going into hiding at all, but seeing as we're now wanted by the government, we really won't have any choice. If you'd left things the way there were, chances were that at least one of your Death Eaters might have caught me unaware. Now I have to disappear. Oh, but you won't do that, will you Potter? You're too much the hero to just run and hide and care only for yourself, Voldemort taunted his foe. You won't be able to just stand by and let countless lives be ruled by me and my Death Eaters. Will you? Any reason you're here, Tom? I am Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord screamed. Yeah, whatever you say moldy wart, Harry yawned. I noticed that, despite apparently coming here in an officiating ministry capacity, the wards are still up, otherwise you would have come in already. Now, be honest, what are you here for? As you say, Voldemort composed himself quickly. Going back to his smiling and taunting, you have been declared an enemy of the state. When we received word that you were here at this gathering, I made it a point to take charge of your capture, personally. All 'cause I whipped your butt a week ago. By the way, nice scar. Your wards have been weakened, boy. Do not think yourself invincible. The Dark Lord warned. Harry frowned, but finally he just turned around and walked away from the wards and the gathered army. While we've been talking, Tommy boy, I've been silently restructuring and rebuilding the wards. Unfortunately, you're right, I can't stop all of your forces. But I can stop you. In our pleasant little conversation here, in addition to the fractured, non-violence, protection, I've managed to complete 2 additional matrices. One removes the presence of any and all traces of the Imperious curse upon those that pass through it. And need I remind you, Tommy boy, I've found a way of stopping the Avada Kedavra. What makes you think I don't have similar ways of stopping the other unforgivables? The second barrier that is now in place is an either-or type of protection. You can send in your minions that aren't under the Imperious, and I'll fight all of them, or you come in and we have ourselves a little rematch. Again, the choice is yours. By this point, Harry had made it back to the marquee. And everybody else was inside the burrow, or gone and back to their homes. He stood in the middle of the dance floor, clearly visible to all, and waited. You're bluffing, Voldemort shouted over the distance. Try me, Harry shouted back. Of course he was bluffing. It had been barely 2 days since his last merger, and while his magic was 4 times as powerful and 4 times as potent, he had not completed his battle magic pathways, so his spellcraft was not yet up to handling the small army Voldemort had gathered to face him. He could still use magic, and he could force the spells. But it would cost him a lot of concentration, as what the pathways did was allow him to use battle magic spells easily and fluidly, like reflexive actions more than anything else. Without those pathways built up in his body, he'd basically be reacting the same way that a beginning student would. And while both types of wards that he'd described did exist, because his magical reaction time was off, just the slightest bit, he had only enough time to put one of them in place, and he wasn't betting on having the time to put the other down in time. Still, at least Voldemort couldn't use their link anymore, let alone leg him and see. Thankfully, Snake had only decided to call half of Harry's bluff, as he ordered his Death Eaters, keep the oars back. He's bluffing, but a few of them might be faking anyway. Follow me. He then calmly stepped over the ward and through the barrier it presented. He passed through without any difficulty at all, and, smirking, the Death Eaters likewise had no problems in closing in on the boy who lived. You were saying, Potter? Voldemort taunted. In response, Harry just reached up to behind his ear and pulled out a green toothpick, that instantly expanded into his 7-foot-length compliant rod. Twirled it around once to get it into the ready position, and glared at his opponents. For further motivation, he started channeling his magic through the staff and extended his magical senses, so as to detect anybody trying to get past him and into the burrow. Let's do this, he growled. So eager to die, Potter. It was Malfoy's voice speaking from behind the Death Eater mask. Found Crabbe Sr. Yet, have you, Malfoy? Harry teased right back, not changing his stance one bit. Avada Kedavra. 10 wizards that were on the front lines shouted, sickly gree. Lights headed right for Harry at the center spot. He made his first move. Twirling so fast, other people could only see a blur of motion. Harry raised a solid wall of elemental magic, using his battle staff to lay down the boundaries. And then he pumped the astral barrier spell matrix into it to double the chances. 10 spells hit. 10 spells broke like water on the shore against the shield Harry had constructed in a moment's time. And the shield held without any sign of wear. Nobody was stupid enough to think that it would continue to do so, but there was nothing stopping him from taking it own and creating a fresh new one at the moment. That is getting really old, guys, Harry commented in a bored tone of voice. Suddenly, he snapped his staff out and a trio of fireballs exploded out of the end, flying towards one of the masked figures that was on the edge of the front, and was trying to sneak around to attack Potter in the back. All 3 hit, one to the head, one to the chest, and one to the hips, exploding and then covering the Death Eater with flames. He tried rolling around in the dirt to smother the fire, but that just seemed to make it spread faster. Finally, a few of his fellow Death Eaters cast Aguamentia on him to help douse the flames. Only the moment the magically created water touched him, they hissed angrily before flaring up 10 times brighter than before, consuming the Death Eater in moments as he screamed out in wretched pain. only for it to be suddenly cut off and for the body to stop moving, and only then did the flames die out, when there was nothing but ash left. Fiendfire. Harry answered to the unasked question and looks Voldemort and the remaining Death Eaters were giving him. Not really worth casting a fireball spell if it's just going to be put back out with an even simpler spell. Is it? Tell me, Potter, Voldemort asked this a calculating look, when did you get so ruthless? I like it, if you might be willing to consider joining me, despite just being a mere half-blood. With your impressive skills, there is not much that could possibly stand in our way. Harry frowned for a moment, before pointing his staff at Voldemort and said, Kettle, meet pot. He pointed the staff back at himself before dropping back into his ready stance. Voldemort snarled, understanding the simplified phrase, and then gave the order, kill him. Then he stepped back to watch the fireworks. Harry adjusted his stance into a more defensive one, keeping both hands on the dark green metal of his compliant rod, and kept his senses wide open. The first attack, as always, came from the front. But mere seconds after it, came two others, angling in from 30 and 120 degrees off-center. Extending his staff just enough, he manipulated the elements in the SP. and grasped the magic of its core and then spun around, the spell bolt not quite touching the gold-tipped end of the staff, until he brought it in contact with the spell coming in on his right. And then the two collided and seemed to fuse somehow as he kept up the spinning and brought the newly fused spell all the way around to collide with the spell coming in on his left, where the same fusion happened. And he threw the newly fused spell right at Voldemort, who barely reacted in time to raise his own protections. The explosion still knocked him back and decimated the ranks of anyone in the vicinity of the Dark Lord. All that completed in one smooth, unending motion that was completed in less time than it took for the Death Eaters to cast all three curses at him. This time, everybody on the front lines, not in unison, but still all together, cast the worst curse they knew. A lot were the Death Curse, but there were a few other more impressive and imaginative curses thrown in too. Harry didn't trust that he could manipulate the Death Curse yet, and to be quite honest there were just plain too many for him to try without more time to hone his reflexes. So, he made a real quick copy, kept the elemental magic wall up, and then hypersped it out of there. When the shield finally crashed, the first spell that hit the copy, Avada Kedavra or not, caused an explosion that tore down the entire marquee and put the entire grounds around the burrow in shadowy darkness, the only light coming from the moon and stars in the sky and the burrow itself in the background. A few Death Eaters started to cheer, but a voice in that darkness suddenly silenced them in the aftermath of the explosion. You missed me. And then out of the smoke, Harry Potter was seen, the ethereal flames of his battle magic shield spell highlighting his body and presence. A few foolish and hot-headed Death Eaters raced forward, intent on killing their enemy, whether through curses or just through strangling the life out of him with their bare hands. After they passed a certain point, Harry just raised the compliant rod above his head and screamed the spell, Lightning Bolt, come forth. Instantly, the sky over the burrow, which had beers, was covered in a single storm cloud, and while a spark left the gold-capped tip of the staff, multiple lightning bolts crashed down onto each of the advancing Death Eaters, leaving nothing but cooked meat behind. The sound alone from that many close-range bolts was enough to stagger a lesser man, possibly even enough to make his ears bleed and to send I.M. to the hospital after making him permanently deaf. Harry just stood there, glaring at the army before him. Interesting, Voldemort commented. Send in the werewolves, he ordered, and instantly another group of robed and masked Death Eaters surged forward. Nevertheless, there was no doubt, these were the werewolves in service to the Dark Lord. Harry frowned as he detected this through his own senses, and adjusted his tactics accordingly, meaning he let them get a single step closer before felling them with a single spell from the tip of his staff, this one a bit of a fusion of all his magical training, from wizard, warrior, mage, and spy. He took the Silver Sparkle spell that any second year at Hogwarts knows, boosted it with the training and forms of battle magic, used his ability as a mage to change the elements of the spells so that instead of just being silver-colored, it was real silver that was being shot out, and it was his training as a magic spy that he was able to create the new spell in the first place. Silently casting the spell, Harry waved his staff in a warding arc that covered everything in front of him, and from that arc, a wave of silver energy swept out and covered and knocked back the advancing werewolves. Those that were closer died instantly. A few, maybe one or two, in the back just fell back and were severely poisoned, and without treatment, perhaps even with it, they would be dead within days. And still, Harry hadn't even moved from his spot between the Death Eaters and the burrow. Very interesting, Voldemort commented. Then he called out, "Tell me, Potter, why the change in form? A week ago, you were hunting down my Death Eaters and seeking to cause as much damage to our ranks as possible. Now you stay in one place, do not move, and do not attack except to defend yourself. Why is that, I wonder? Is it possible your power comes at a greater cost than even you realize?" Harry frowned, but decided to humor the old man for once, and answered back, "Different strategy. Different tactics." Seeing that none of them, not even old Snakeface, knew what he meant, he elaborated. "A week ago, my only goal was sending a message. I'm more powerful than you. So don't fuck with me." In a calmer tone, he continued, "Right now, my objective is to ensure the safety of everyone in the home behind me, no matter what. To clarify that, if you attack the burrow, or if you try to sneak past me, whether to get to the burrow or to do a sneak attack on me, you die instantly. If you just attack me and completely ignore the burrow, you get a FA.W free shots before I counter-attack and kill you then. You don't advance, I keep up a shield and we do this long range. You advance, everybody that crosses my line, dies. That's simple. Everybody that doesn't, I won't attack you until you become an annoyance. Rather confident, aren't we, Potter?" Malfoy taunted, a bit of laughter going up amidst the Death Eaters. Harry tilted his head as he looked over the masked figure that was Lucius Malfoy. "I could ask the same of you, Malfoy," he replied. "But then, we have different forms of confidence. I know exactly what I can do, and I know, pretty much, what all of you can do. And thus I have a spell prepared for most contingencies and any attacks you'll make. You are only confident because there are more of you than there is of me. Or so you think." Snarling beneath his mask, Malfoy rose to the bait and shouted back, "You are outnumbered, quite literally, at 100 to 1, Potter. What hope, what chance do you even have of prevailing against the might of the Dark Lord?" Arching an eyebrow at the challenge, Harry just smirked and stuck his staff into the ground, letting it stand on its own for a few moments. Then he started to form seals with his hands, and focusing his magic. "That's right, I never got to showcase this type of spell in our last encounter, did I?" Harry beamed as the spell completed, and he called out in a forbidding voice. "Darkness Copy Revolution." Quote, back in the burrow, everybody that was watching from the windows shared a look as most of them had seen Harry's demonstration with the Shadow Copy Kaleidoscope spell. But this sounded like a completely different spell. A soft moan rose up from the environment around the burrow, the Death Eaters looking around, trying to see the effect of whatever spell Potter had case. But they could see nothing but the darkness and the shadows in the low lighting. And then the darkness and shadows moved. Nobody was sure who saw it first, but it didn't matter as TTY soon it was happening all over the place. Wherever there was a shadow, a place of pure darkness in the deepening night, a figure was slowly emerging. Some came from the ground, some came from the sides of the home. Some came from beneath tables and others from the trunks and roots of trees and bushes. But they all came in the same way, crawling from the darkness like the living undead, until here were enough dark bodies standing there to rival the combined force of Death Eater and Auror that had been arrayed against Harry Potter. For a few breaths, the forms of pure darkness just stood there, and then a heartbeat later, they changed into the appearance of Harry Potter. They didn't look exactly like Harry though. The shadow copies, they were made and designed to be picture-perfect copies of Harry in every way. Right down to the spells he could cast. The dark copies, however, their skin tone was much darker for one, and not enough to confuse them with a different race, but more like. If Harry spent all his time during the day in the sun, it is what his skin would eventually look like. Their clothing and eyes were also much darker, and both were solid black, like obsidian. Also, the dark copies could not perform magic. Well, they could, but Harry would rather he not have to resort to that, as the only magic they could perform would be like a combination of elven vampiric and dementor abilities. A dark copy's only power is to drain the magic of their victim and enemy, thereby transferring that magic back to the original once they're dispelled. Still feeling confident, Harry asked, taunting, "What is this?" Voldemort hissed, outraged. "A copy spell. Every single one of them is a solid magical construct, capable of hurting you just as easily as I am, and furthermore, they don't have souls. So Avada Kedavra will only piss them off, not even doing physical damage as they're based off a human form, namely mine. Furthermore, copy spells can be associated with various elements. Until now, I've largely been using shadow copies, which require my shadow to be present. Since it's not daylight and I, technically, don't have a shadow right now, I switched elements to darkness. Which is not good for you lot at all," Harry explained. Stupefy, Voldemort cast a red streamer at the nearest copy. The moment the spell hit, the copy took a step back in surprise, then looked down at where it had hit. And took a deep breath, as though refreshed or invigorated by it, and then looked up and grinned darkly at the caster. "Oh, did I forget to mention," Harry added casually, "they eat magic." "This isn't over yet, Potter," Voldemort screamed amidst the suddenly retreating Death Eaters. Still, he did walk back to the edge of the ward himself, and disappeared with a silent pop the moment his foot crossed the threshold of the anti-apparition ward. Harry breathed a heavy sigh of relief, but rather than dismissing them, he sent all of his dark copies out to guard the surrounding area and make sure there weren't any nasty surprises left behind. He also vanished all the bodies that had been left behind. After taking a few more measures to ensure the burrow's safety, he took a deep breath, marshaled his courage, and went inside to face the music. Thankfully, the first thing that happened upon his arrival, where everyone was waiting and had been anxiously watching the confrontation, was that everybody wanted to hug him and tell him how glad they were he was still alive. Then the yelling and screaming started. For the most part, it was all exactly what you'd expect. Mrs. Weasley screaming about how worried she'd been, fussing over how he could have been hurt and all that. Hermione doing the same, only exclaiming how she was still glad he was okay and warning him had if he ever worried her like that again, she'd kill him herself. Moody, Remus, Tonks, and a few other Order members who had stayed behind gave their own reactions, but soon Moody grew restless and all of the Order of the Phoenix that had been at the wedding quickly left, either through flow or apparating. Mr. Weasley went with them, but Bill was, quite firmly, told to remain with his wife. And all the other Weasley children told, in a variety of ways, to stay home and to keep their mother from worrying, and to likewise keep her controlled, if not calm. After the Order of the Phoenix had left, and it was just the children, Harry and Hermione and Mrs. Weasley, Harry dropped the other shoe. "It's time," was all he said in the quiet of the sitting room, which had been kept the same through all the remodeling, only with a bit more space and some extra furniture thrown in. "I'm sorry, dear, time for what?" Mrs. Weasley naively asked. Harry just gave a meaningful look at his friends, then nodded at them as they got up to leave. He turned back to address the others, and Ron's mother specifically. "It's time for us to leave." A heavy pause, like the weight of silence before a thunderclap. "What? Sit down, Mrs. Weasley," Harry spoke in a soft, calm voice. She sat down, but still furious. "You knew this was coming, and we could have slipped away in the confusion of earlier, I knew he would be coming directly here, and I couldn't let your family suffer just for putting me up for a week." Harry sighed and sat down so he was facing everyone still in the room. "The Death Eaters are the Ministry now. We can't afford to hide in places that are obvious anymore. We need to go underground. And yes, Ron and Hermione's names are synonymous with my own, and this last year at Hogwarts, Ginny and I were openly dating each other. If I disappear on my own and leave them behind, they'll be targeted and will disappear behind Ministry bureaucracy and into a Death Eater's dungeon somewhere. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to stop him. But before I can do that, I need to free the Ministry, and I can't do that legitimately anymore. The coming months are going to be hard on everybody." He gave a meaningful look at the newlyweds. "Most likely, Gringotts, being under Goblin control, won't be too adversely affected. The Ministry still needs its gold, and the Goblins all control that, so they won't risk too much in angering them. Still, it's not guaranteed protection. Mr. Weasley, Fred and George have come up with a way of clearing Ron for the year. And I've left their plan intact. Ministry officials, truant officers for lack of a better term, will be showing up before too long. Before they do, I'll have a plan in place for Ginny as well, so she won't be missed. And hopefully even explain away her absence in some other capacity. Fred, George, I think it's time you two took your trip abroad, like all wizards are supposed to do after they leave Hogwarts. Where you go, or what you do, I don't have any control over, but being in a place where you can be found would not be a good idea for you two right now, Harry told the twins in no-nonsense terms. But Harry, Mrs. Weasley tried again. Mrs. Weasley, Molly, Harry's voice grew thick with emotion. The only thing you can do for us is help us to remain hidden. We're in more danger if we stay. And as fearful as you can be riled up, I think even you would quail at facing an army of Death Eaters and Aurors that were dead set on capturing and torturing your children. No matter what you had to say or did, we'll contact you, if we can, but don't expect anything. At that moment, Ginny and Hermione both came back in, dressed in normal Muggle clothing, jeans and sweatshirts. Ron just pulled off his dress robes to reveal a yellow t-shirt and blue jeans, before accepting a jacket from Hermione. Harry stood, gave them all one last look, before turning in a tight circle. His clothing changing around him as he did so into a red blouse, navy blue blazer, tight black jeans and black sneakers. Well, bye, was all he said before all four disappeared in a near-blinding flash of emerald green light. Grim Old Place. Title: Harry Potter. 4-in-1 Author: Joshua. Disclaimer. J.K. Rowling created Harry James Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Hogwarts, the whole gosh darn HP universe and wrote the 7 inches Harry Potter, books that we all love and enjoy. Spoilers for Book 1, and Book 7. In fact there may even be some direct quotes from Book 7, so be warned. I'm not writing this for profit. I may not even let anybody but my dearest and closest friends even read this and they'll get it for free, so thankfully this won't get me sued or anything. Everything after Chapter 9 in Book 7 is going to be changed anyway, and even those chapters that I do quote, they won't be quoted very well or for very long as I'm changing everything after those points. Assume, for Wizard Harry, that everything between the stated timelines in Book 1 and Book 7 is identical to what happened in the rest of the books in the HP universe. Also, for this one chapter here, there are a lot of direct quotes from the book. Specifically the chapter, Kreacher's Tale, just so you know. Tamora Pierce is the awesome author of the Circle of Magic books that Mage Harry is taken from. And of course I don't own Winding Circle nor the concepts of academic and ambient magic. Any future spy magic you might see is going to be exactly like the battle magic so far, an amalgamation of Numi ruse sources that might not even be magic on their own, but have been twisted in such a way by me. You have been warned. Summary. A mysterious stranger interferes in the timeline and in Harry's life, splitting the young wizard into 4 and giving each a different magical education. Wizard, warrior, mage, and spy. Story. What the bloody hell was that? Hermione screeched once they had reappeared at their destination, the foyer of 12 Grimald Place, which of course snapped open those tattered curtains at the end of the hall, and just as the old painting was taking a metaphorical breath to start its usual diatribe, Harry was suddenly right in front of it, and punched a hole through it in the wall behind it, just missing Mrs. Black's feet. Shut up. Harry growled at the painting, who was deathly pale, and did not make a sound as Harry closed the curtains back over it. That, Hermione, Harry spoke with sudden exhaustion and annoyance at the painting, was true teleportation. Not apparition, not a portkey. Nothing from the wizarding world, and therefore nothing that the wards put in place by wizards can account for. Take a look around, get comfortable, he told them grandly, recognize the place. I need some place private too. He was momentarily interrupted by a ghost of Albus Dumbledore bearing down on them, screaming in Moody's voice, Snape. Severus Snape. Good God, Mad Eye. Is that the best you could come up with? Harry snarled in disgust. With a snap of his fingers, the ghost froze and then sort of flickered, before disappearing entirely, and the sound effects from the ceiling faded with a crackling pop. Harry, I think it's time we sat down and had a long talk, Hermione snapped at him. I agree, which is why I brought us here to do just that, he said. First things first, let's everybody go grab a room. The Order, for very well-known reasons, are no longer using this place, so there should be plenty of, and since it really is only the four of us, we don't have to bunk up like the last time. Quote, but, Hermione tried to protest. Settle in first, talk later, all right. She finally acquiesced and led the way upstairs, handing the others their trunks and other things before leaving. And while you're doing that, Harry said to himself after they'd left, I'm going to see about restructuring Dumbledore's little hiding spell here. 15 minutes later, they all settled down in the kitchen. After the others had gotten settled in, and Harry had gone all over the old home and methodically removed the current Fidelius charm and replacing it with an equivalent, but significantly altered spell that produced the same effect. Catch was, instead of having a secret keeper that could then tell others, this spell took out the human factor and was based solely on recognizing a set and specific criteria, namely the magic core of those that Harry authorized to know of 12 Grimald Place. It was one of the spells he'd had to master shortly after leaving Winding Circle to gain specialized training in intelligence counterintelligence sorcery, also called spy magic for short. All right Harry, it's time for some answers, Hermione demanded. She's right mate, Ron added. We've let it go for now, and we're grateful that you told us as much as you have, especially about that whole being split into four thing. But you've been going around like you've got some master plan here. And it's time to let us in on it. Unfortunately, Harry said after a healthy pause, what happened tonight pretty much destroyed whatever plans I had been making. If we go after the Horcruxes too soon, Tommy Boy is going to figure out that we've got his number, and he'll start guarding the ones that we can't get to easily enough, or he'll do the stupid thing and start making more and hiding them in places we'll never get to. Furthermore, the whole point of me fighting and wiping out all those Death Eaters the day you came to retrieve me from Privet Drive was to discourage them from trying anything like this. Maybe I should have joined up with the Ministry, at least publicly. It might have actually kept this from happening. Still, I thought that being a almost 17-year-old doing things that were impossible and taking it to their boss like that, it would have woken them up and had them do the smart thing and hold back from doing something stupid, like taking over the Ministry in a coup. Now, things are too volatile, too unstable for us to do anything. We have to stay here for a few days, maybe even a few weeks. Let things settle down a bit before trying something, he told them. What? Ron screamed. No way. Ginny was just as incensed. We still need to complete Dumbledore's mission, Harry. Hermione added her 2 cents. We have find and retrieve the Horcruxes and destroy them. The cup is in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, the diadem of Ravenclaw is in the room of requirement at Hogwarts, Mundungus Fletcher pawned the locket away. And Nagini does not leave her master's side for even a moment. We can't just go out the door and pick them up from a couple of vendors here. I know where they are, I just need time to figure out how to get them. All right Hermione. She flinched from his tone, but nodded her understanding all the same. Harry sighed, letting the silence fill the room. Something that I didn't remember until I was going over the house myself. Rab, the initials left in the fake Horcrux. Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius's Death Eater brother that was killed by the Dark Lord himself. Saw his room during my wanderings. He added at their looks of confusion. One thing that I never figured out though, he said, was how he got it in the first place. I mean even Dumbledore needed one other person, with him. Harry trailed off, his mind working at 4,000 times its normal speed as he came to a startling revelation. Regulus had not been alone in getting the locket Horcrux. Kreacher, Harry called out suddenly, startling his friends. There was a loud crack and the house elf that Harry had so reluctantly inherited from Sirius appeared out of nowhere in front of the cold and empty fireplace, tiny, half-human sized. His pale skin hanging off him in folds, white hair sprouting copiously from his bat-like ears. He was still wearing the filthy rag in which they had first met him, and the Conte impetuous look he bent upon Harry showed that his attitude to his change of ownership had altered no more than his outfit. Master, croaked Kreacher in his bullfrog's voice, and he bowed low, muttering to his knees. Back in my mistress's old house with the blood traitor Weasley and the mudblood. I forbid you to call anyone blood traitor, or mudblood, growled Harry. He would have found Kreacher. With his snout-like nose and bloodshot eyes, a distinctively pitiful creature if not for the fact that the elf had betrayed Sirius to Voldemort. I've got a question for you, said Harry, his heart beating rather fast as he looked down at the elf, and I order you to answer it truthfully. Understand? Yes, master, said Kreacher, bowing low again. Harry saw his lips moving soundlessly, deadly framing the insults he was now forbidden to utter. 2 years ago, said Harry, his heart now hammering against his ribs, there was a big gold locket in the drawing room upstairs. We threw it out. Did you steal it back? There was a moment's silence, during which Kreacher straightened up to look Harry full in the face. Then he said, yes. Where is it now? Asked Harry patiently as Ron and Hermione looked gleeful. Ginny looked confused. Kreacher closed his eyes as though he could not bear to see their reactions to his next word. Gone, gone, echoed Harry. What do you mean, it's gone? The elf shivered. He swayed. Kreacher, said Harry warningly. Mundungus Fletcher, croaked the elf, his eyes still tight shut. Mundungus Fletcher stole it all. Miss Bella's and Miss Sissy's pictures, my mistress's gloves. The Order of Merlin, first class, the goblets with the family crest, and. Kreacher was gulping for air. His hollow chest was rising and falling rapidly, then his yes flew open and he uttered a blood-curdling scream. And the locket, Master Regulus's locket. Kreacher did wrong. Kreacher failed in his orders. Harry reacted instinctively. As Kreacher lunged for the poker standing in the grate, he launched himself upon the elf, flattening him. Hermione's scream mingled with Kreacher's, but Harry bellowed louder than both of them. Kreacher, I order you to stay still. He felt the elf freeze and released him. Kreacher lay flat on the cold stone floor, tears gushing from his sagging eyes. Harry, let him up. Hermione whispered, so he can beat himself up with the poker. Snorted Harry, kneeling beside the elf. I don't think so. Right, Kreacher, I want the truth. How do you know Mundungus Fletcher stole the locket? Kreacher saw him. Gasped the elf. Tears poured over his snout and into his mouth full of graying teeth. Kreacher saw him coming out of Kreacher's cupboard with his hands full of Kreacher's treasures. Kreacher told the sneak thief to stop. But Mundungus Fletcher laughed and ran. You called the locket Master Regulus's, said Harry. Why, where did it come from? What did Regulus have to do with it? Kreacher, sit up and tell me everything you know about that locket, and everything Regulus had to do with it. The elf sat up, curled into a ball, placed his wet face between his knees, and began to rock backward and forward. When he spoke, his voice was muffled but quite distinct in the silent, echoing kitchen. Master Sirius ran away. Good riddance, for he was a bad boy and broke my mistress's heart with his lawless ways. But Master Regulus had proper order. He knew what was due to the name of Black and the dignity of his pure blood. For years he talked of the Dark Lord, who was going to bring the wizards out of hid. To rule the Muggles and the Muggle-borns, and when he was 16 years old, Master Regulus grew proud, so happy to serve. And one day, a year after he joined, Master Regulus came down to the kitchen to see Kreacher. Master Regulus always liked Kreacher. And Master Regulus said, the old elf rocked faster than ever, he said that the Dark Lord required an elf. He needed an elf, Harry repeated, looking around at the others, who looked just as puzzled as he did. Oh yes, moaned Kreacher. And Master Regulus had volunteered Kreacher. It was an honor, said Master Regulus, an honor for him and for Kreacher, who must be sure to do whatever the Dark Lord ordered him to do, and then to see come home. Kreacher rocked still faster, his breath coming in sobs. So Kreacher went to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord did not tell Kreacher what they were to do, but took Kreacher with him to a cave beside the sea. And beyond the cave was a cavern, and in the cavern was a great black lake. The hairs on the back of Harry's neck stood up. Kreacher's croaking voice seemed to come to him from across the dark water. He saw what had happened as clearly as though he had been present. There was a boat. Of course there had been a boat. Harry knew the boat, ghostly green and tiny, bewitched so as to carry one wizard and one victim toward the island in the center. This, then, As how Voldemort had tested the defenses surrounding the Horcrux, by borrowing a disposable creature, a house elf. There was a basin full of potion on the island. The Dark Lord made Kreacher drink it. The elf quaked from head to foot. Kreacher drank, and as he drank he saw terrible things. Kreacher's insides burned. Kreacher cried for Master Regulus to save him. He cried for his mistress Black. But the Dark Lord only laughed. He made Kreacher drink all the potion. He dropped a locket into the empty basin. He filled it with more potion. And then the Dark Lord sailed away, leaving Kreacher on the island. Harry could see it happening. He watched Voldemort's white, snake-like face vanishing into darkness, those red eyes fixed pitilessly on the thrashing elf whose death would occur within minutes. Whenever he succumbed to the desperate thirst that the burning poison caused its victim, but here, Harry's imagination could go no further, for he could not see how Kreacher had escaped. Kreacher needed water. He crawled to the island's edge and he drank from the black lake, and hands, dead hands, came out of the water and dragged Kreacher under the surface. "How did you get away?" Harry asked, and he was not surprised to hear himself whispering. Kreacher raised his ugly head and looked Harry with his great, bloodshot eyes. Master Regulus told Kreacher to come back. Master Regulus told Kreacher to come back. The house elf's highest law is his master's bidding, intoned Kreacher. Kreacher was told to come home, so Kreacher came home. "Well, then, you did what you were told, didn't you?" said Hermione kindly. "You didn't disobey orders at all." Kreacher shook his head, rocking as fast as ever. "So what happened when you got back?" Harry asked. "What did Regulus say when you told him what happened?" "Master Regulus was very worried, croaked Kreacher. Master Regulus told Kreacher to stay hidden and not to leave the house. And then, it was a little while later, Master Regulus came to find Kreacher in his cupboard one night, and Master Regulus was strange, not as he usually was, disturbed in his mind, Kreacher could tell, and he asked Kreacher to take him to the cave. The cave where Kreacher had gone with the Dark Lord. And so they had set off. Harry could visualize them quite clearly, the frightened old elf and the thin, dark seeker who had assembled Sirius. Kreacher knew how to open the concealed entrance to the underground cavern, knew how to raise the tiny boat. This time it was his beloved Regulus who sailed with him to the island with its basin of poison. "And he made you drink the poison," said Harry, disgusted. But Kreacher shook his head and wept. Hermione's hands leapt to her mouth. She seemed to have understood something. Master Regulus took from his pocket a locket like the one the Dark Lord had, said Kreacher, tears pouring down either side of his snout-like nose. And he told Kreacher to take it and, when the basin was empty, to switch the lockets. Kreacher's sobs came in great rasps now. Harry had to concentrate hard to understand him. And he ordered Kreacher to leave, without him. And he told Kreacher to go home, and never to tell my mistress what he had done, but to destroy the first locket. And he drank all the potion, and Kreacher swapped the lockets, and watched as Master Regulus was dragged beneath the water, and "Oh, Kreacher," wailed Hermione, who was crying. She dropped to her knees beside the elf and tried to hug him. At once he was on his feet, cringing away from her, quite obviously repulsed. The mudblood touched Kreacher. He will not allow it. What would his mistress say? "I told you not to call her mudblood," snapped Harry, but the elf was already punishing himself. He fell to the ground and banged his forehead on the floor. Stop him, Hermione cried. "Oh, don't you see now how sick it is, the way they've got to obey?" "Kreacher, stop," shouted Harry. The elf lay on the floor, panting and shivering, green mucus glistening around his snot, a bruise already blooming on his pallid forehead where he had struck himself, his eyes swollen and bloodshot and swimming in tears. Harry had never seen anything so pitiful. "So you brought the locket home," he said relentlessly, for he was determined to know the full story. "And you tried to destroy it." "Nothing Kreacher did made any mark upon it," moaned the elf. "Kreacher tried everything he knew, but nothing would work. So many powerful spells upon the casing, Kreacher was sure the way to destroy it was to get inside it, but it would not open. Kreacher punished himself, he tried again, he punished himself, he tried again. Kreacher failed to obey orders, Kreacher could not destroy the locket. And his mistress was mad with grief. Because Master Regulus had disappeared and Kreacher could not tell her what had happened. No, because Master Regulus had forbid it in him to tell any of the FF family what happened in the sea cave. Kreacher began to sob so hard that there were no more coherent words. Tears flowed down Hermione's cheeks as she watched Kreacher, but she did not dare touch him again. Even Ron, who was no fan of Kreacher's, looked troubled. Ginny looked like she was about to be sick really. Harry sat back on his heels and shook his head, trying to clear it. I don't understand you, Kreacher, he said finally. Voldemort tried to kill you. Regulus died to bring Voldemort down, but you were still happy to betray Sirius to Voldemort. You were happy to go to Narcissa and Bellatrix and pass information to Voldemort through them. Harry, Kreacher doesn't think like that, said Hermione, wiping her eyes on the back of her hand. He's a slave. House elves are used to bad, even brutal treatment. What Voldemort did to Kreacher wasn't that far out of the common way. What do wizard wars mean to an elf like Kreacher? He's loyal to people who are kind to him, and Mrs. Black must have been, and Regulus certainly was, so he served them willingly and parroted their beliefs. I know what you're going to say, she went on as Harry began to protest. That Regulus changed his mind, but he doesn't seem to have explained that to Kreacher, does he? And I think I know why. Kreacher and Regulus's family were all safest if they kept to the old pure blood line. Regulus was just trying to protect them all. Sirius, Harry tried to say, but she interrupted him. Sirius was horrible to Kreacher. Harry, you know it's true. Kreacher had been alone for such a long time when Sirius came to live here, and he was probably starving for a bit of affection. I'm sure Miss Sissy and Miss Bella were perfectly lovely to Kreacher when he turned up, and told them everything they wanted to know. I've said all along that wizards would pay for how they treat house elves. Well, Voldemort did, and so did Sirius. Harry had no retort. As he watched Kreacher sobbing on the floor, he remembered what Dumbledore had said to him, mere hours after Sirius's death. I do not think Sirius ever saw Kreacher as a being with feelings as acute as a human's. Kreacher, said Harry after a while, when you feel up to it, please sit up. It was several minutes before Kreacher hiccuped himself into silence. Then he pushed himself into a sitting position again, rubbing his knuckles into his eyes like a small child. As Kreacher nodded and got to his feet, Harry had a sudden inspiration. He pulled out Hagrid's purse and took out the fake Horcrux, the substitute locket in which Regulus had placed the note to Voldemort. Kreacher, I'd like you to have this, he said, pressing the locket into the elf's hand. This belonged to Regulus and I'm sure he'd want you to have it as a token of gratitude for what you overkill, mate, said Ron as the elf took one look at the locket, let out a howl of shock and misery, and threw himself back onto the ground. Kreacher was still sobbing his tiny old heart out after his tale of woe, and Harry just didn't have it in him to really do anything else. They put him back into his nest for the night, and then lead the way up to the bedrooms so they could all get some rest. You're not getting out of our talk that easily, Mr. Potter, Hermione warned him. I know that, but it's late, we've all had a long day. And on top of the story we just had to sit through, do you think any of us are capable of handling more? We'll talk in the morning, Hermione, I promise, he told her. But for right now, we need sleep. Now nothing much was changed after the Order abandoned this place, so the beds should all still be in the same place. Until we figure out more later on, let's just all go back to the beds we had the last time and get some sleep. We'll worry the details in the morning, all right. Looking reluctant, but just as tired as the rest of them, Hermione finally agreed and they all went to bed. 12 Grimald Place next morning. Thank you, Kreacher. Harry gratefully accepted the surprisingly pleasing breakfast from the ancient house elf. He was the first one served, seeing as he was the heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black, but he wasn't the only one at the table. Ron had nearly double his own portion placed in front of him, Ginny was to his right and served right after himself. And Hermione next to Ron and served last. Not that she either noticed or cared since she was, even now, poring over her inheritance from Dumbledore. Found anything yet, Hermione? He asked as he tore into breakfast. Nothing that makes much sense. Beyond the obvious that is, she replied, before putting the book away and focusing on her own meal. Now are you going to tell us what your master plan is, Harry? Or are you going to go all mysterious on us like Dumbledore did? Heaven forbid, Harry chuckled. Right now, he admitted, the plan is to give us a few days rest. Also to flesh out your training. We can't do a lot of running in here, so we'll have to supplement. Don't give me those looks. I honestly expected Voldemort to hold his forces off from any type of coup. The fact that he didn't just allow it, but took the initiative to be the figurehead at the center of it threw off whatever plans I had made. Plus, Ron and Ginny's home was just attacked, Bill and Fleur's wedding was almost ruined, and you haven't spoken to your parents in how long now? We need to take a few days and regroup. That doesn't mean we can't be making plans for the future. Hermione snapped. Of course not, Harry agreed casually. Hence why your training will continue. We aren't taking a vacation here, we're just not doing anything to actively antagonize our current position. We're fugitives now. The Ministry was just overthrown last night. Volume. Harry stopped talking. He frowned and looked around, like he'd heard some kind of noise. Volume. Duh. What the hell? Harry, everything all right? Ron asked, concerned. Harry just held up his hand for silence. Vold, son of a bitch. He suddenly screamed. Harry. Hermione gasped, shocked at his language. Sorry, it's just, Harry start. To apologize before losing his temper all over again, damn buggering arsehole. Harry. Ginny shouted to get his attention. What is it? They've set up a taboo. He snarled. On Tommy Boy's chosen name. Let's try this. Moldy Shorts. Moldy Wart. Tom Riddle. Tommy Boy. Riddle. Okay. Nothing. New house rule. None of that you know who crap, all right. Instead, if we're talking about him, come up with something creative. Or just call him Riddle, or Tom, or Tommy Boy. But, unfortunately, we can no longer use the V word itself. Why not? Hermione asked, still very confused. They set up a taboo. Ron was aghast. Damn blighters. Quote, a taboo, Hermione, is basically when the Ministry casts a large-scale spell on a specific word or phrase. Whenever somebody says the specified word, doesn't matter who, Muggle, witch or wizard. The Ministry is alerted and any and all wards protecting or around that person are dissolved the moment the word or phrase is uttered. Ginny explained for her friend's benefit. But Harry, how could you possibly know that? Hermione wanted to know. Harry shrugged. One of the many things I'll be teaching you is how to sense the ebb and flow of magic. When I started to say volume, well, I could feel a buildup of magic, homing in on me like sharks in bloody water. When I stopped just short of saying it, it lingered but disappeared after a second or two. Hank. I had to keep trying until I finally figured out what it was. And for the record, Hermione, it's a Ministry spell. The Death Eaters couldn't even maintain it without the Ministry resources to keep it up. What are we going to do? She practically wailed. Harry just shrugged again. Exactly what I told you. Don't say the V word. Come up with more imaginative word combinations to identify him, or just call him Riddle or Tommy Boy. Quote, I meant about freeing the Ministry. She screamed at him. Nothing, he answered honestly. What? There's nothing we can do, Hermione, he explained. And even if there was, we're not ready to try it yet. It could be advantageous in a way, if you think about it. Riddle and his forces now have to divide their attention. Instead of just having a grand old time, they have to keep things running, take the time to enforce whatever new laws they'll be coming up with, and expend further resources in hunting down anyone that they can't keep under the leash. Not to mention trying to find us. Despite the fact that they are a major power in the wizarding world, there really aren't that many Death Eaters out there, guys. So, what are we supposed to do? About the Ministry, I mean. She asked one final time. We let the Death Eaters have it for the time being. It's just temporary, and it'll wake up all those, on the fence, wizards and witches that have once been halfway swayed by the Death Eaters' propaganda. With every day that they don't bring us in, or that somebody else goes fugitive, Riddle and his echelon will be forced to keep Titan. ing the noose tighter and tighter until finally even those that might once have been loyal supporters will turn on them and practically beg for somebody to give them back the old ministry. Besides, there's nothing we can do. And until there is, let the Death Eaters be responsible for the entire magical world for a change. Might make a few of them commit suicide after the stress builds up. What about the Horcruxes? Ginny asked. I'll take care of them personally. In a day or two. Do I have to recite the list to you, again Hermione? He pointedly stared at the brunette, who had her mouth open to say something, only to shove a piece of fruit into it instead and continued eating her breakfast. That's what I thought. Now about training her that day. You never said anything about cleaning. Ron whined. It's not cleaning, it's training. Harry grunted back at him. Easy for you to say, you can move at super speed. Not to mention, you've probably got some super secret spell that gives you super strength too. Ron continued to whine. Look, Kreacher isn't as young as he used to be, and that stupid portrait was telling him to let things rot where they stood instead of keeping up with things. Harry lectured his friend for what felt like the fourth time in a row. The girls are meditating. You didn't want to meditate. We can't go outside to jog, which leaves running up and down the stairs, carrying heavy weights. We need the attic, both for the access to the roof, as well as it's the largest floor space in the whole building. There's too much junk in the attic for us to move freely. 3 birds, 1 stone. And if you keep whining like this, Ron, I'm going to give you an up-close and personal demonstration of a very unique battle spell. The 1,000 Years of Pain. Ron grumbled, but he quit his whining and continued to help carry the old junk stored in the attic space down to the ground floor, and all of it that wasn't going to be thrown out as trash, then went on to the basement after a very brief stopover. Harry was the deciding factor of what stayed and what went. Some of it was old furniture, some of it was a painting or two, but every painting that actually LKED was instantly considered garbage and put out in the hall to be thrown away. They also discovered, to their amazement, a complete Muggle-style weight set and weight bench for exercising. They brought it downstairs and then took it down to the basement, although Harry promised they would be taking it right back up to the attic once everything was cleared away. Once most of the junk had been moved away, leaving only an unhealthy amount of dust and dead rats amongst other disgusting remains of the Black family legacy. Of course this wasn't done easily or instantly, so by the time that both boys had cleared it just this much, it was already well past lunchtime. Both boys were grimy, covered in dust, soot, and other things they really didn't want to contemplate, and it was settling in to their clothes just as badly as their skin and hair. Coming back downstairs one final time, they went to the kitchen for food, cause they were hungry, but the girls took one look at the pair of them and immediately pointed them back upstairs for showers and a good scrubbing. Rather than argue about it, Harry just sighed and dragged a protesting Ron after him back upstairs and to the showers. As incentive to make sure the eternally hungry boy actually washed, he pointed out that unless Ron wanted to eat the crud he was currently wearing, then he might as well just lick himself clean, instead of infesting the rest of their food. Half an hour of solid scrubbing later, both, now clean, boys were back down in the kitchen inhaling the meal Kreacher had prepared for them. So, what have you been doing while we've been in the study? Hermione asked as she and Ginny watched the boys eat, having had their own lunch a couple hours ago. Cleaning, Ron grumbled. Exercising, Harry countered. Cleaning, Ron insisted. Harry shrugged and said back, getting some physical training in while preparing the attic to be our exercise floor. Still not done yet, but both of us were getting hungry. Come to think of it, why don't you two join us in the attic after we're done here? I think it's time for another lesson. Oh good, no more cleaning, Ron continued to eat. Harry chuckled. No more cleaning for you, Ron. Besides, there's so much dust and waste left upstairs that it is completely unhealthy for anybody to try and clean it. Not even a house elf with all their magic could do so without killing themselves from toxic inhalation. Not a nice way to go, either way. Oh, Hermione, he said suddenly, care to teach everyone here the bubblehead charm, real quick? We'll need it when we go upstairs, believe me. Oh sure, it's actually quite simple really. She proceeded to lecture them and give a few quick demonstrations. Ginny did it flawlessly on her first try, and even went so far to place a silencing charm on top of it to finally block out Hermione's lecturing. Ron didn't want to give up filling the void called his stomach, so he had to continue to suffer through the GIRL's lecture until she was finally satisfied. When everyone had done the charm to her satisfaction, Hermione turned expectantly towards Harry, who smirked before pursing his lips like he was about to whistle or blow. Right before a bubble began to form from his mouth and before everyone's eyes, quickly became a perfect copy of the bubblehead charm, only it was a perfect sphere of crystal clear magical energy rather than a fluid bubble like theirs. He just shrugged and then popped his own bubble, and soon after he and Ron were finished with their meal and they lead the way back up to the attic. "Wow, you weren't kidding," Ginny commented, her voice somewhat distorted through her bubble. I think a combination of Scrimgeour, vanishing spells, and Avancico should work. To start with, Hermie. One started to list the spells she thought they'd need, but Harry interrupted her. "No, this is also part of your training. Specifically, I'm going to show you elemental magic, which is part of battle magic. But it also incorporates a great deal more, and could even be called its own type of magic without anybody noticing or caring about the difference. First lesson, there are no set elements. There could be 4, there could be 5, there could be 7, 13, 100 or 1,000, doesn't matter. Second lesson, the essence of the universe is not made up of the elements, nor is it controlled by the same forces. No matter the scale, at the same time, the universe is so dependent upon the elements and their forces that it might as well be nothing but a combination of all the elements to various degrees. Third lesson, there is no contradiction, there is only perspective. What does that mean? Ron blurted out. Nothing at all, and everything you'll need to know about what I'm about to show you. Harry cryptically replied. Then he formed a specific seal with his hands, putting both hands together, the last 2 fingers of each hand straight with the tips touching, the pointer and middle fingers curled together around their knuckles, and the thumbs pointed back towards his chest, also with their tips touching. When the same bluish flames appeared in a circle around his feet, the others knew he was starting whatever spell he was demonstrating for them. Then he shouted, his voice filled with magical power, "Element of the wind, cleansing twister." Quote, amazingly, before their very eyes, a tornado, in miniature, formed right in front of Harry. Then it went around the room, picking up the dust and other grime from the floor, sucking it into itself. Once it reached an obstacle it couldn't immediately suck up. It paused for only a moment before splitting in 2, and then both went off in separate directions, continuing to scour the floor and pick up all the built-up dust and grime of the ages. Before too long, there were almost a dozen dust-filled tornadoes racing around the attic, trying to get every last speck of dust it seemed, until Harry decided it was enough and they all raced back, along with all the dust and other crap they carried, and fused back into one giant dust-filled tornado. Here's the best part, Harry shouted over the noise of the twister he'd created. He formed a new seal with his hands, still both together. Instead of the last 2 fingers touching tips and the first 2 curled down, it was reversed, with his pinky and ring fingers folded together, and his pointer fingers flush with each other, the thumbs tucked in and pointing up with them rather than back at him as before. Then he shouted out the spell, same as before, element of fire, fire spin. Quote, instead of coming from him, as they'd expected given his penchant for shooting out fireballs, TK started at the base of the dust tornado, and slowly began to grow, and grow, and grow, and grow. Until before they'd even fully registered the fact, they were staring at a flaming twister that was steadily consuming all of the dust, and increasing the temperature of the attic considerably. Harry, Hermione shouted, the noise level having risen with the sound of flames with the wind. You're going to burn the whole house down. And us with it. Rather than answer, he just looked over his shoulder and smirked at her. Then he formed a new seal, this time his palms were flush with each other and all of his fingers were interlaced. Element of the earth. Decomposition. And just like that, the flame disappeared. The wind stopped, and every single trace of the dust that had covered everything in the attic was just gone. Wah, WH, what did you do? Hermione was stunned. He just smirked at her one more time before waving them back. This time, the seal was somewhat different from the others. For one, he flipped his wrists so that his hands were palm up, then he formed tight fists with each. And placed them knuckle to knuckle, his thumbs facing outward and down. He cast the spell, Element of Water, Cleansing Rain. Quote, they expected small storm clouds to form and for it to start raining on everything with big fat drops of water. Instead, around Harry a haze formed that looked like it could become a cloud, but wasn't quite there, right before a mini vortex about the size of a dinner plate formed within the haze and a jet of water that looked just as powerful as the kind fire trucks used in their fire hoses. It shot out and sprayed against the wall, moving in a steady pattern, leaving clean, wet, and fresh scrubbed-looking wood panels and walls. Soon, the jets were shooting out all over the place and it was all they could do to keep from getting blasted themselves. Funnily enough, all the water that should have been soaking into the floor, maybe even falling to gravity and creating water stains in the ceilings below, instead gravitated towards Harry's feet, where it all evaporated on contact and became part of the mist that was fueling those water vortexes. Before too long, the attic was looking a lot like what it probably once appeared as when the building was first built. What's more, the floor was looking freshly scrubbed, like it had been gone over with a toothbrush by a whole squad of Marines and SBS. Finally, Harry stopped the spell and the mist and water all vanished as if they'd never been there. He then signaled for them to remove the bubblehead charms and he began to explain. In order, the element of air, or in casting, element of the wind, has many different properties associated with it, from biological, physical, mental, psychologically, magically, and many more. We'll get to that when we have more time. For the most part, you simply need to understand the nature of the wind and air, and what you can use it for. Invisibility, movement, shields, displacement, vanishing, knocking somebody back, cutting something. Things like that are good to start with. What I just showed you is a high-end low-class spell. What that means is, the spell is not complicated, hence it's low class, but it requires a bit more energy to successfully cast than the simplest spells, hence why it's a high-end low-class spell. The element of fire is not easy to control in the slightest, but, as has been proven on countless occasions, that it can be done. What I showed you is actually the second lowest and simplest fire element spell that I honestly know. Seriously, Ron was impressed. Harry nodded and explained, the reason it got to be so big and impressive is due to the fact that I combined it with two other spells, the first of which was an air element spell. Unless they're directly opposing one another, fire and air work extremely well together. When they do work against one another, more often than not, unless one is abnormally stronger than the other, they tend to cancel each other out, doing nothing at all. It brings us to the earth element spell I used. You called it decomposition, said Hermione. He nodded again, saying, that is a high-end mid-class element spell. It is very similar to the vanishing spells Professor McGonagall taught us at school. That particular spell breaks down matter to its subatomic particles, we're talking atoms and molecules, just to clarify. Vanishing simply makes it so matter no longer exists. At least not here in our plane of existence. Decomposition makes it so it no longer exists at all. Wicked. Ron grinned. Harry shrugged. Well, that's the thing, decomposition takes a long time normally. And the spell really only speeds it up by about a year per second. So don't think you can go around casting this on Death Eaters and watch them waste away before your eyes. No, that's why I combined the three spells instead of casting just the earth element spell by itself. The air element to gather everything together, the fire element to turn it all to ash basically. And finally the earth element to turn it all into individual molecules floating through the air, which is close to what it all was becoming anyway. And then the water element spell, to finish the cleaning, said Hermione. Something important also happened with that spell, he told them. Care to guess what it was? They were silent for a minute, until Ginny answered, the water used by the spell wasn't just conjured. Like the Aguamenti spells, the initial blasts came from the surrounding air, and as you added more jets, the water pooled around you and was basically recycled to be used by the spell all over again. Very good, Ginny, Harry smiled at her. That's it exactly. Every single spell that draws directly from the elements, or every single spell of elemental magic does not and cannot create something from nothing. You want to use air, you have to have air. You want to use water, you have to have a water source nearby. Fire and earth are a bit of either or, as so long as you are on the earth itself. You will have access to earth and dirt and so forth. Fire, well, anybody with a match can create fire, so rather than simply drawing from a source of fire, like a candle or torch, you need to make sure you have that which fire requires to exist at all, namely fuel. You'd be surprised just how much and what all will burn if you put enough energy into it, and all that dust was easy kindling. Also, you, of course, need oxygen and air and something to keep the fire burning. You can use your own magic, namely the magic of the spell, to support and fuel the fire. But that is temporary at best and not able to be supported for long endeavors. Still, that's why there can be fireballs and even jets of flame. There, Harry stated, clapping his hands together as though getting rid of remaining dust. That's the theory portion of today's training out of the way. You two have meditated, Ron and I worked up a nice manly sweat, time to resume your martial arts training. What? But, I thought, Hermione stuttered, while the Weasleys grinned enthusiastically. Come on, Hermione, Ron dragged her forward a few steps, it'll be fine. We went over this. When we spar, we're not actually trying to hurt one another, we're not actually fighting, we're just practicing how to fight when we go up against the Death Eaters, who want to kill all of us, or worse. Plan on worse, Harry commented as he began to stretch his muscles, directing them to mimic him. So, Harry, Ron started to say. None of you learn lightning until you've mastered all of the other styles, he said, resolute. Ah, man, so what do we start with, Harry? Ginny asked. What I started with, he answered. Water. Initial defensive form. Good for equally strong defense and attack, while allowing you to be maneuverable enough to dodge and avoid when necessary. Then we'll start on air and earth simultaneously. Once you've gotten proficient at all of those, I'll start you on fire. Then I might teach you a few battle spells. Yes, he said he might, wrote her friend, and even so, we have to learn all 4 individual forms first. It's easier than I make it look, Harry told her. Here, just follow my lead and do what I do. They spent the rest of the day, until dinner time, up in the attic, Harry showing them every part and individual move to the form of his fighting style that he called water. By the time he finally allowed them to go to bed, their muscles were aching sore and they felt their bodies trying to make the same moves they'd been learning constantly almost. Just before bed, he also had them all meditate one more time, placing them in a circle to prevent any further magic leakage than necessary. They were still erratic in their control, but he felt by the next day he could start them on the next phase of meditation. In the meantime, however, the combination of magical and physical exercise had exhausted his friends, so he escorted them all up to their beds. Before heading back downstairs himself to confer with Phineas Black, Mrs. Black, and Kreacher, he needed to start his plans, and putting at least a few into action. After getting as much information as was possible out of the Black portraits and from Kreacher that he could on the whole pureblood mentality, from at least 3 different angles even, he went about the first of his plans. Which actually needed some testing first of all before he could use it large scale, so he stepped out the front door and walked to the middle of the park that was right in front of Grimald Place. The fact that it was midnight helped, as nobody was there to see the house appear out of nowhere, nor the boy that stepped down a few steps that hadn't been there a minute prior. However, very soon, there were several people in that courtyard after the young man whispered a single word. Voldemort. It was short work. The law enforcement arrived in near silent, but not totally, hops around the position Harry had been standing in when he'd whispered the taboo word. The instant it took them to appear, he'd already moved into super speed and was invisible to the naked eye. Sensing that they were both marked, and their auras reeked of dark magic, indicating to him they were true Death Eaters and not Imperious auras, Harry took little time in disabling and then dispatching the 4-man team. In the morning, if you were to look closely, you might be able to detect some trace of the 4 men standing there and then being dragged off, but there was no blood, there were no bodies, and thus no reason to bother looking in the first place. A week later, a few dogs uncovered a few new bones to chew on, but nobody would see reason for suspicion, as dogs are known for digging up bones all over the place. After calling another 2 strike teams to other various locations around London, Harry finally called it a night, as his whole objective was to bring out an Imperious order to him, but apparently there were still a few more Death Eaters than he'd been aware of, as none came. It didn't bode well for the Ministry, or the magical community as a whole, but it was late, and silent kills were more difficult and far more stressful than the loud and noisy ones he was used to, and he was tired. So, calling it a night, he went back, teleporting directly into his bedroom at 12 Grimald Place and stripping naked before falling into bed. At least 3 of his personalities had, at some point during their lives and training, gotten into the habit of sleeping without clothes, and just because one was raised in the closed-minded, antiquated, inhibited, Victorian-era wizarding world, he wasn't about to bother correcting that habit. And, sorry about all the filler stuff, but it really can't be helped. Hoping that by the next chapter a lot more original stuff can happen, but this story is more or less writing itself at this point, so we'll just have to see, I guess. By this point, I honestly wanted Harry going out, destroying all of the Horcruxes, threatening Snape, killing all of the Death Eaters, so it was only Voldemort and the more annoying of his inner circle, Reed, Malfoy, Bellatrix, Grey. Why back and then going off to find some place where he could both train his friends and have cool and wacky adventures. Instead, they're still at Grimald Place and he still hasn't gone after even one of the Horcruxes. Any suggestions on things you might like to see Harry do different, please email me. I'm always open to criticism. Intelligence gathering. Title: Harry Potter. 4-in-1 author, Joshua. Disclaimer. J.K. Rowling created Harry James Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Hogwarts, the whole gosh darn HP universe, and wrote the 7 inches Harry Potter, books that we all love and enjoy. Spoilers for Book 1, and Book 7. In fact, there may even be some direct quotes from Book 7, so be warned. I'm not writing this for profit. I may not even let anybody but my dearest and closest friends even read this and they'll get it for free. So thankfully this won't get me sued or anything. Everything after Chapter 9 in Book 7 is going to be changed anyway, and even those chapters that I do quote, they won't be quoted very well or for very long, as I'm changing everything after those points. Assume, for Wizard Harry, that everything between the stated timelines in Book 1 and Book 7 is identical to what happened in the rest of the books in the HP universe. Tamora Pierce is the awesome author of the Circle of Magic books that Mage Harry is taken from, and of course I don't own Winding Circle nor the concepts of academic and ambient magic. Any future spy magic you might see is going to be exactly like the battle magic so far, an amalgamation of numerous sources that might not even be magic on their own, but have been twisted in such a way by me. You have been warned. Summary. A mysterious stranger interferes in the timeline and in Harry's life, splitting the young wizard into 4 and giving each a different magical education: wizard, warrior, mage, and spy. Story. Next morning, the Burrow. Molly Weasley was working the day away in her new modernized everything a witch could ever desire kitchen. Mostly just trying not to linger on the fact that all of her children were in mortal danger every single second of the day. And what made it worse, all of them had left the nest, so to speak. It had been a week since the wedding, since Harry faced off against you-know-who and his army, since he'd turned them away and defended their home, and it had been a week since he'd taken Ron, Ginny, and Hermione with him on some fool's errand, and saying something about having to go into hiding. If she weren't so scared for them, she'd almost be proud of the boy she thought of as another son. And if she weren't so proud of him, she'd probably wring his neck from being so angry at him. It had also been a week of hell for those in the Order of the Phoenix. The leaders, Mad Eye especially, had likewise gone into hiding, but everybody else had to start watching their toes in almost everything they did. A day after the wedding, the wards around the Burrow were reinforced back to what they should be. And the wards Harry had left in place had expanded so they could take the place of all that reinforcement if ever needed. That was the good news. The worst of it wasn't that they were in hiding, or even the constant fear and uncertainty about the future. The worst of it were all the new laws being passed and what they meant. Arthur and the children were safe. Well, as safe as they could be. But at least they were last one of them a registered pureblood by the new ministry. Even she herself was safe by that law. And thankfully they couldn't go around and start gathering all of the blood traitors, the same way they were even now gathering the impure from the magical population. That was just the first and worst of it all. Oh, if only Harry hadn't run off with Ginny. Then they might have a chance at saving her at least. "Hi, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said from behind her. "Hello, Harry." She spun on the spot, her eyes wide with panic, until she saw that it was just his head sticking EAD of him standing right behind her, but it was almost the same in many ways. "What are you doing? We're being watched, and that most certainly means that our flow connection is being monitored as well. Are you trying to get caught?" Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley," he chuckled. "I wouldn't have even tried this if I didn't have protections in place. Provided neither of us says the V word. Still working on protecting against a taboo. Anyway, how are you? How are things?" "Well, how do you think things are?" She only just prevented herself from bursting out into tears. "All my children are gone. There's a chance any of them could be killed any day now. We've lost the war." "We haven't lost the war," Harry sharply corrected. "The other side simply won a battle. The war isn't over by a long shot. As for your children, Hermione and I included, we're as safe as we can be, I promise you that. Which also brings up the primary issue I'm calling about. Has something happened too?" She gasped. "Nothing has happened," he assured her. "But Ron has a very good excuse for not going to Hogwarts, and in fact not being seen anywhere by anyone. The excuse that Ginny is being shipped back and forth between her brothers will only fly for so long, however. So, we've worked out something that should take care of that." As soon as he said this, the door to the yard opened, and before the Weasley matriarch's eyes in walked her only daughter. "Oh, Ginny," she squealed and raced forward to embrace the young girl. Harry winced as he watched his transfigured copy get squeezed by one of Molly Weasley's infamous hugs of death, and tried to interrupt long enough to say, "Mrs. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, Molly, that's not Ginny. That's one of my, that's a copy of Ginny." "What?" But the overwrought woman looked back and forth between the Flo and her daughter. "Let me explain," Harry said to her. "What is the meaning of this?" Mrs. Weasley finally shouted. "It's our plan, Ginny. Or rather, this Ginny will stay with you until September 1st, when you and Arthur will take this Ginny to the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station. She'll get on board the Express and everybody will see her. A few people will even speak with her. Sometime between the food cart distributing snacks and the arrival at Hogsmeade Station, this Ginny will dispel herself, and that begins the real plan." "What plan?" "This. You aren't really Ginny." Mrs. Weasley was still looking back and forth between the Ginny copy, shrugged sheepishly and grinned in more embarrass. Said Harry, manner than anything like how Ginny would act, and said, "Sorry about this, Mrs. Weasley. Oops. I mean, well, I guess I'd better start calling you Mom, until it's time." "Time? Time for what? What is this plan?" Mrs. Weasley demanded to know. "Until it's time for me to disappear," the Ginny copy answered. "And the plan is for the Death Eaters to blame each other for kidnapping her," Harry also answered. "What? Ginny's been kidnapped?" Harry sighed. The Ginny copy sympathetically shrugged at the wizard in the fire, then went about calming Mrs. Weasley down and then sitting her in front of the fire so Harry could properly explain. "No, Ginny has not been kidnapped, and she actually won't be kidnapped either. But when everyone sees Ginny board the train and then not get off the train, the logical conclusion is that somebody got her off the train in between. That's only possible for fully trained or specially trained wizards, such as Aurors, Death Eaters, or somebody in the magical transportation department." "I don't understand." Molly was shaking her head. "Ginny is my girlfriend, Mrs. Weasley. At the end of school last year, or rather a few months ago, we started openly dating. And while it was only for a month and a half, pretty much all of Hogwarts knows that we were dating. And it wasn't a single, first and last date either. Even when I broke up with Ginny after Dumbledore's funeral, she wasn't as still a target because of association with me. Just as much as Ron and Hermione are. That's why Ginny came with us instead of staying behind." Oh, she was clearly overwhelmed, but Harry didn't have the time to call back later to finish this. If Ginny disappears in a way that the only explanation is that somebody took her from the Hogwarts Express with advanced magic. There are only 3 suspects. The Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix, or me. I'm in hiding, and when you take Ginny here shopping for her school supplies in a couple days, everyone will know that I left her behind. Like they know Ron is sick with an incurable disease. With me, he asked. She nodded her head, her eyes focusing just a bit, but still a bit in shock. Good. In me leaving her behind. It will momentarily reinforce that we broke up and she's going back to Hogwarts while I'm still in hiding. Then, everybody sees her board the Hogwarts Express. They'll see it with their own eyes. She'll speak to several people on the train, remaining in public sight at all times, and will not drink anything so that nobody can blame it on Polyjuice potion or anything like that. Then, maybe an hour, maybe a few minutes out from Hogsmeade, she disappears. With the only possible explanation being that she was magicked away by somebody else. Mrs. Weasley repeated his earlier words, receiving a nod from Harry. Right. Here's the thing though, who would want to kidnap Ginny Weasley? While they can't make it as illegal as being a Death Eater used to be, it is known that Th. E. Weasley family were all members of the Order of the Phoenix. If the Order did not want Ginny to go to Hogwarts this year, they wouldn't have let her get on the train in the first place. So the Order has no logical reason to kidnap her from the train, even if they have the means. As for me, well, I'm in hiding and I broke up with her. I know she's going to Hogwarts, but if I broke up with her, why would I kidnap her from the train? Also, there's the question if I, while in hiding, even have the means of doing it in the first place. Then, we have the Death Eaters, aka the new Ministry of Magic. Every single last one of them has both the motive, the means, and the reason to kidnap Ginny Weasley. Because every single last one of them is hunting me down, and the best way to catch anything is with bait. Part of the Death Eater mindset is even if we did break up, I'm a goody-goody, and will want to save her. Another thing about Death Eaters, they really don't trust each other. When they realize that a girl that could be used as collateral for capturing Harry Potter has been kidnapped, they'll wonder why it was done. Then they'll start to wonder who could have done it, followed very shortly by who did it. And when each single Death Eater realizes that he, or she, did not kidnap her, it must have been one of their fellow Death Eaters. Mrs. Weasley's eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. Then they'll start to ask around, then argue, and it may even lead to outright accusations, furthering the divide between them. Oh, that's brilliant, Harry. Except about the part where it involves my daughter. She growled at his head in the flow. She's safer with me than at Hogwarts, as while it might not be done on the train, it might eventually be done that some Death Eater really does kidnap her to draw, if not me. Then somebody from the Order out. Hence, the copy. He gestured for the Ginny copy still sitting next to her. I could have explained all this in a letter sent with Hedwig. Like those notes from last night were, he pointed out. Still, I felt it was better to do this face to face. So you understand. Ideally, I'd rather be off on my own, but your children, and Hermione, have made the choice to join me, and I'm not about to imbue my will over theirs. Neither should you, unfortunately. Yes, she asked, getting nervous rather suddenly. Unfortunately, the atmosphere is getting rather heated. And I'm not talking about the fireplace. The political climate and general attitude in the wizarding world at the moment is like a wand charged to fire. Can't maintain regular communications. But Ron and Ginny promise to write when they can, and when it's possible, I'll try and set up face-to-face meetings, but that's going to be rare. I'm taking a rather large risk using the flow as it is. As it's still a ministry-controlled service, even if I managed to hijack a single connection, it took a lot of power. Well, put my babies on the flow right now then, I want to talk to them. She demanded. Harry sighed again. Unfortunately, that's not how this works, and you know it, Mrs. Weasley. To do that, I'd have to sever this connection and then set up a full body flow transfer. Or another 2 head transfers. Any one of which would require more resources than you are aware of. I'm sorry, I'll have Hedwig deliver some letters tonight. Suddenly, he jerked his head as though hearing a sound that no one else could. Damn, that was fast. Sorry, Mrs. Weasley. Gotta go. And with that, and a swirl of green flame, he was gone. She couldn't believe it. Just like that, they were so close to her. She could have spoken with them, and then they were just gone. Again, she broke down crying right there in her kitchen. She pulled the false daughter close to her, not caring that it wasn't her real flesh and blood, instead a bit of magically empowered shadow, but still, like a toddler holding a teddy bear close, Molly Weasley openly cried to the Ginny copy. 12 Grimald Place 1 minute later. I am never doing that again, no matter how much, or who, begs me. Harry thought to himself as he pulled his head out of the fireplace and turned back to the kitchen to face his friends. Next time, I am not doing that, understood? He growled. Thanks mate. Ron sincerely spoke. I don't think any of us could have actually pulled it off there. Yeah. I should make it a requirement of your training, he complained. No cool spells until each one of you faces down and upset Molly Weasley. All three teens' eyes went wide with open terror. Ron said, cold. That's cold, man. Live with it, he snapped back. Well, at least that's over with. Ginny quickly tried to change the subject. Now we just have to deal with where we're going to find out what's going on. And how we're doing it. And while it's great learning a useful spell, none of us are good enough to keep it going for long. Certainly not to the degree where we could be seen in public without worrying about somebody seeing and recognizing us. Which is exactly why Hermione stole Moody's supply of Polyjuice potion, which all of you will be using in turn. And it just so happens. He brought up his hand and held between his fingers were 3 individual hairs. One brunette, one blonde, and one black. Don't ask me how, but these are hairs from Andromeda Tonks, Luna Lovegood, and Victor Crumb. Hermione got the flasks. She nodded and held them up, each holding 10 ounces of untouched Polyjuice potion. One by one, Harry dropped each hair into each flask, saying, now, a single swallow of the potion keeps you changed for 1 hour. So, no matter how bad it tastes, so long as you keep this flask with you, and take another sip just before your hour is up, you won't change back and the clock starts anew. Everybody has a watch with them. Good. We'll walk out the front door and disapparate to different locations and meet back here around lunchtime. Maybe a little later, if, and I stress if one of you gets found out, captured, or winds up in a sticky situation, I'll take care of it, and everybody else just comes straight back here, all right? Are you sure, Harry? Hermione hesitated to ask. I mean, surely there's greater strength in numbers. In battle, yes, undoubtedly. When you're trying to remain hidden and you don't want anybody to know who you are, what you're doing, or where you're going, it's best to remain alone, and the fewer involved, the easier it is to handle. Harry explained. Now, he handed a specific flask to each of them. Ron, you'll be Crumb, ca. Use. There is no way in hell I'm letting you be a girl for any reason whatsoever. Therefore, you're going to Diagon Alley and just hang out and see what it's like to be a celebrity for once. I give you 2 hours tops. How come I have to come back so soon? Ron whined. No, you can stay in the alley as long as you want, and for however long you have potion. I give you 2 hours before your crawling back, thanking Merlin that you're not a celebrity yourself, he answered with a laugh. Trust me mate, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Yeah right, Ron scoffed, but still looked a bit less eager than before. Hermione, while I would love to give you a lesson in why Luna is the way that she is, now is neither the time nor the place for such. Mrs. Tonks is known to visit Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron, and ironically enough, Tonks once told me that she sometimes visits the Ministry just to see her daughter. It's up to you where you go, but if you're going into the Ministry, please tell me ahead of time so I can go with you as either Tonks or some other Ministry employee. How am I supposed to do that? She asked. We're going to be in disguise, and knowing you, you're going to be changing your disguise every few minutes. Simple. Harry shrugged, then brought out a device that had never before been seen in the wizarding world. Ever. Just call me before you head there. I'll meet up with you, then we'll go, okay? Hermione reached out, unable to believe it, even as she took the device from Harry's hand. Harry, she whispered, where did you get a cell phone? And how is it even working? Doesn't magic make electrical things go haywire? Harry rolled his eyes. To answer your first question, I actually conjured the physical cell phone. But the calling plan that allows it to work cost a nasty canute or two. Suffice it to say, just hit send, and it will auto-dial my own calling device, and it works as good as advertised, I can promise you that. As for the latter, we're in downtown London, Hermione. Not at Hogwarts anymore. While there's more ambient magic indoors than out at the moment, it's not nearly enough to truly bother electricity on the scale that Hogwarts does. Oh, was all she could say to that. Aren't cell phones extremely expensive, though? Harry shrugged. Not really. Just have to know who to talk to. The American companies have really started to mass-produce them in recent years. Not to mention miniaturizing them with each new generation. But I found one or two British companies that were willing to help me out with that. Look, don't worry, it's not like the Ministry is going to finally catch a clue and start tracing my money through Muggle companies and such. Finally, Hermione relaxed and accepted the gift for what it was and pocketed the phone. What's a cell phone? Ron asked, him and Ginny with looks of utter perplexity on their faces. Harry chuckled and briefly explained as they finished getting ready for their day out. After he explained cell phones, in very general terms using lots of wizard and magic-based comparisons, he snapped his fingers and then held out the last flask of Polyjuice potion. Almost forgot there, Ginny, you'll of course be going as Luna. I would suggest not going back to Ottery Street. Catchpole, even if people wouldn't really notice a Luna that doesn't behave as she usually does, he said. Actually, it would probably be a good idea for me to go to Diagon Alley and the Leaky Cauldron instead of Ron. Ron can go to Hogsmeade or Nocturne Alley and still get his lesson, I'm sure, she teased her brother. He glared at her, but she just stuck her tongue out at him. No, actually, I'm the one that'll be going just about everywhere else. Just everyone try and go only places where these people themselves would go on a normal day. Well, a normal day considering the political climate that we're facing right now, he trailed off. Anyway, I'm pretty much going to be teleporting all over the country, but like I explained to Hermione. Just keep your eyes open and keep your wits about you, and this will be like any other day going out. Don't faux bit of news you can. Hermione, get as many newspapers and books and other tidbits as you can. Ginny, be sure to pick up every issue of the Quibbler that you can. And Ron, don't get caught, and remember to take your potion every hour, on the hour. All right, you don't have to keep reminding me, Ron exclaimed. I'm not stupid, you know. Then he looked around at their things and stared for a minute or two. Which one is mine, and where am I going again? It was all the rest of them could do to keep from laughing. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Professor Severus Snape sat back in the big chair. It had been a long time coming, and he regretted the means with which it had been obtained. It was extremely satisfying to finally be on the other side of the headmaster's desk. He'd taken out most of the old man's trinkets, keeping only a few things. Fox, the phoenix, had disappeared the day of the funeral, taking its perch with it. There were also the portraits. That was the real kicker, however. The man was dead. He was in he Dark Lord's good graces and given actual responsibility, actual power. He had effectively gotten away with murder and even been rewarded for it, and was now the headmaster of Hogwarts, and he was still taking orders from Dumbledore. Not that he really had to complain about much, the man was bloody mad brilliant, and at least the portrait didn't go on and on about lemon drops every 5 seconds. Still got a bit pushy when it came to completing the man's final plans though. Is something troubling you, Severus? Not at all, Headmaster. What gives you the idea that something would be troubling me? He sneered. Well, much as I appreciate the compliment, aren't you supposed to be the headmaster now? A voice he thought would be long behind him by now said in place of Dumbledore's elder drawl. Spinning around abruptly, he raised his wand and aimed it at the one person that he didn't expect to see back at Hogwarts. Ever again, Potter. Snape snarled at the tall, dark-haired, green-eyed wizard. What are you doing here? The youth actually had the gall to shrug and smile at him. Could ask you the same question, but I already know the answer to mine. The answer to yours, unfortunately, is that I need to talk to you. And get some answers. Dumbledore was good, I'll give him that. He had something over you that kept you loyal to him despite absolutely everything. I also was with him, in private, in public, and in passing. And I was there when he died. I would say, when you killed him, but that's not entirely correct, is it? What are you blathering on about now, Potter? Said Snape, while privately very glad that he managed to keep up his sneering disposition. It was something he had perfected over the years, being able to hide his thoughts and emotions from both magic and his face. Walking forward until he was in front of the desk, despite Snape still standing behind it pointing his wand at him, Harry stared at the new headmaster for a minute, then he smiled again, and sat down in one of the chairs in front of the desk, of course, but it was the fact that he was still smiling even as he had a wand pointed in his face that put Snape even more on edge. You know, I could capture you. Or even just report your whereabouts and put myself in even more favor with the Dark Lord, Snape threatened, hoping to get a better reaction out of the boy. Please do, I'm really looking forward to our next rematch. Harry grinned. Also, there are no students here yet, so the only thing I really have to protect is the castle from damage, and that's easy enough to do. Besides, I've got a bet going on with myself about just how much of a coward Moldy Shorts really is. And who do you think you're kidding anyway? If you were going to turn me in, at all, you would have done it 10 times over by now. Since you haven't, I now know you're just as much Dumbledore's man as I was. Scoffing, Snape lowered and put away his wand, and sat back down in his chair. The big chair, the headmaster's seat. That's right, he had the power here, he just needed the reminder. What are you doing here, Potter? Do you realize the risk you're taking, just by being in my presence? After everything, yeah, I hadn't expected Big V to actually allow the Death Eaters to go on with their plan to take over the Ministry. Harry frowned, although it was more of embarrassment than anything else. Why, do you think it was that I made such a show when I fought him? If I could have done all that, single-handedly, don't you think I also could have gotten myself, and all of my guard away, completely undid? CTED by the Dork Lord or any of the other poofters on broomsticks out there that day. I wanted to get him obsessed with me. So obsessed that he would spend every single waking hour having his death chores hunt me down and not getting a wink of sleep. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but the plans of children are hardly foolproof. The Dark Lord saw through such a petty means of challenging him and decided to up the schedule, so to speak. He lead the raid on the Ministry himself, and the first task, after ensuring control, was to gather a fighting force strong enough to hunt you down no matter where you go. Oh, Harry grimaced at that, should have seen that one coming. Where have you been hiding yourself, by the way? Snape asked. Tore down the Fidelius and put up a new one, made myself secret keeper, he answered. You mean? Snape's eyes went wide. Harry just nodded. Clever, the man complimented him. For probably the first time in ever. Harry let it pass, and moved on. Now, what I'm doing here, as I said, is looking for answers, and a couple of other things, but I want you to tell me everything you know, then we'll move on to Dumbledore's portrait over there. For starters, what does he have over you that makes you this loyal? What makes you think I owe you anything, Potter, let alone answers? Snape shouted at him. Harry just stared at him until he finally broke. They spoke for over half an hour. Snape finally admitting to the truth, and giving Harry a perspective he'd never been granted before, of both his potions professor, his mother, and his father and the man's friends. He also learned the details of what Dumbledore had Snape doing all of these years, both as spy and in other regards. Finally, Snape woke up Dumbledore's portrait. Harry, what are you doing here? The portrait of Dumbledore mumbled as it woke up. Sighing, Harry slowly turned from Snape to the portrait and answered, I'm here to get some answers, Professor. As Phineas might, or might not have told you, I have been speaking with him about the current situation of things, as well as Mrs. Black, to get a better picture of what is going through most of the purebloods' minds right now. I've got to say, I think I've figured out most of what your plan was, Albus, and it's really rather brilliant when you start to peel back the layers. What are you blathering on about? Snape asked, rather exasperated by this point. Well, let's go back to the beginning, shall we? Harry sat back and propped his feet up on the desk. I don't suppose you know this yet, or maybe you do, Professor. But Rita Skeeter is writing your biography. Seems she found one or two people that knew a few things about your past that not everyone did. Oh, everyone knows about your tenure at Hogwarts, and how you fought and defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald and your fabulous career. Seems there's even more to your past, however, such as whatever it was that you were seeing the night you died. While you drank a potion crafted and brewed by Riddle himself. Harry, the portrait tried to say something. No, it doesn't even matter, really. The past is the past. But things really begin with the fact that your career didn't even really start until after you fought Grindelwald. Before then, you went to Hogwarts. You went on record that you planned to go on a grand tour of all of magical Europe. Only, after you graduated, you didn't go. Public record shows you just when Grindelwald left the north to come to England, he openly challenged you several times during his attacks. Finally, you fought him. And then you come to Hogwarts as the Transfiguration Professor in the very early half of the century. Then, you're sent to collect a new student, an orphan named Tom Marvolo Riddle. Harry frowned when he saw the portrait struggling to stay aware of the conversation, but Snape was paying very close attention. Turning to his former potions professor, he continued, as Dumbledore showed me in our private lessons, Tom came to Hogwarts and quickly gathered his Death Eaters, released Slytherin's Kreacher and played at being the heir of Slytherin, then graduated a year or two before Dumbledore became famous for finally defeating Grindelwald in 1945. Over the next few years, Riddle worked in Nocturne Alley, then, very abruptly, Tom Marvolo Riddle disappeared, and 10 years later, Lord Voldemort appeared with his Knights of Walpurgis, his Death Eaters, and some people suspected that he'd been trained or was the heir of the last Dark Lord, Grindelwald. He was actually something much worse. As we all know, wizards are fascinating creatures, really. Harry suddenly stood up and started pacing the office, growing agitated. I mean really, the power to control and use magic. To make anything they desire happen with just a bit of concentration and a flick of a wand. And they're the biggest herd of sheep in England. Even those in charge are just in doing what the law tells them to do. And those that don't follow the law, well, they're worse than sheep, as they just do whatever the hell they feel like. So, the Dark Lord starts gathering followers, those that agree with him. Those that want his power, or even just a piece of it, and the sheep that swell the ranks and are just plain too stupid and fearful to do anything else but follow along. I mean, really, how long can anyone keep an Imperius going for anyway? It would need to be reapplied daily, as sleep allows the subconscious mind to rise up and fight off the control. Unless there really is some kind of Death Eater boot camp out there, it's not very likely that everyone that had been under the Imperius curse back then stayed under the Imperius curse for any much longer than they were useful. And we come to the crux of it, as that means everyone claiming to be under Imperius, and was following along with the Death Eaters for more than a few weeks at the most, had to fall into the other groups. Wanting power, and fearing the Dark Lords too much to do anything else. You never really planned to have me stop him until after he'd taken over, did you? He directed the question to the portrait. It was the only way, came the tired reply. Harry nodded. Wizards are sheep, but even sheep eventually get tired of being pinned in too much if the wolves are in there with them. Which is why I was given my choice. He whispered to himself. What are you doing here, Harry? The portrait asked yet again. Besides seeking answers, that is. I'm changing the plan, he answered. What? Both man and portrait asked in unison. Shocked. Tommy Boy has gotten too big for his britches. He never should have been allowed to get as powerful as he is. Not without someone or something to keep him in check. In your efforts to change the world for the better, Dumbledore, you've allowed him to become the de facto ruler of magical Britain. If you thought Hitler with Grindelwald was bad, just killing muggles, gypsies, and Jews, how bad do you think Moldy Wart is going to make it with the way he and his followers ridicule those that are still magical? Muggle-born, half-bloods, and blood traitors. I'm not about to let that happen. Quote, and what, exactly, do you think you can do about that, Potter? Snape snarled. Killing him, or even getting him to kill himself is not enough, Harry answered, still pacing. But sounding more introspective than angry as he'd been before. And getting him pissed enough to come at me with everything that he has will take too long, and too many lives. Which means, getting him to be a bad enough leader that everyone hates him, even his most loyal supporters, without raising the death toll in the slightest. Not a coup, not a revolution, not even an uprising. We need an evolution. What does that even mean? Snape asked, utterly confused. The portrait of Dumbledore let out an audible sigh. I had been hoping for so many years for such a thing, Harry. If you can evoke such a change in the people, I would wish you all the power to do so, but I cannot see how it would even be possible. Simple, Harry told them as though he were merely reciting factual text in the classroom. You start with the youngest and teach at least 3 full generations how to live better lives as better people. Just so we're clear, that means a full 100 years. With no less than 15 fully graduated classes all taught the better way. But that's if we were to start over. Which is what your plan had us doing, Dumbledore. My plan is different. Not better, but different. And faster. Oh, and just what is your faster plan? Asked Snape. Start with 1, and spawn the rest, came the straightforward reply. What? They both repeated again. He hesitated, which was clearly noticed by both of his former teachers. When he finally spoke again, it was with a resigned tone to it instead of the same factual recitation he'd been speaking with so far. I will make myself into the magical world's savior, and then purge out the bad elements and make it so everyone follows my example directly, Harry explained. You arrogant, little, Snape started to insult him, only to find himself across the room, held a full foot off the ground by Potter's hand, which happened to be around his throat. The boy didn't even look like he was trying, just really annoyed. I am not my father, Severus, he said quietly. If anything, I am my mother's son. I just happen to have my father's dashing good looks. But I will not have you insult my mother by calling me arrogant anymore. All right, given what she had to deal with, growing up and going to school, and what I've been through myself in my own life, I know that neither she nor I were ever at any point in our lives arrogant about anything at all. If anything, I have a bit of an inferiority complex, no thanks to you and your lot of Slytherin trash. Continuing to hold the older man up against the wall by his throat, Harry continued to speak, only allowing the man enough room to breathe as he explained. Saviors are not heroes, they're not celebrities, or glory hounds, or even all that popular, Professor Snape. Saviors are martyrs. They give up absolutely every single thing they have to become something needed for everyone else. Sometimes it's an image or an icon, sometimes it's a sacrifice. Literally giving up their life so that countless others may live theirs. When I say that I'm going to become the magical world's savior, I mean that I am going to give up my normal life to make sure that every witch and wizard in the world can have their own normal life. I'm not about to actually have the gall and try and sacrifice myself against Riddle, weakling that he is. I might as well just commit myself to personally killing every dark wizard and witch on the planet to save time and effort. What I'm actually going to do is become an icon, a symbol. Something pure and untouchable that will make every single magical creature of the world wish to emulate me and look to me as an example. Think about it for a second. Right now, the Death Eaters are the wolves, and you know who is the alpha of the pack. The sheep are cornered in their pen. For the past few hundred years, they've had nothing but wolves, or at best dogs to guard and guide them. Time for the shepherd to tend his flock. With a casual gesture, Harry tossed Snape back across the room, and almost magically, he landed seat first in his chair behind the desk. Slowly walking forward, Harry stepped up to the desk and placed both fists in the middle as he leaned forward from poking his face with the man's pointy nose. He sounded like an upset parent rebuking a child that had just said or done something they were too young to know about. As he continued to explain things to the headmaster, I just wanted to see what it was that Dumbledore actually had planned here, and I got my answer. Something you should be aware of. Young Malfoy defeated Dumbledore with a simple disarming and stunning combo, then took his wand from his own hand. Less than 1 hour ago, I stole myself onto the Malfoy property, cornered Draco, and did the same thing. I defeated the defeater of Dumbledore and took his wand as a trophy. Harry reached into his robes and pulled out a black wand that had no clear marks about it, save for something that looked like a triangular eye at the base of it. Shortly after that, I snuck onto the grounds, and used Draco's wand to open up Dumbledore's tomb so I could get this On my way up here to speak with you, I had my owl return Draco's wand to him and decided to keep this one, as I am now its master. You have no idea what this is, Snape, but Riddle does. Or at least, he will. When he comes to claim Dumbledore's wand, he will find an exact match laying where I picked this one up. Exact, except for the fact that it's just a piece of wood and not a real wand. If he asks you about why it is not responding to him, tell him the truth. I was there with Dumbledore when he died, and I took his wand. Why should I tell him this? Snape stuttered. Other than the fact that it will save your life. Harry shrugged, sounding like he really didn't care either way if Snape lived or died. It will infuriate Riddle even more, and I am hoping that it will do what I wish for it to do. And make him angry enough to come after me directly. The next thing that you need to do, Headmaster, he put his face right back into Snape's, is do what needs to be done. Tommy Boy trusts you enough to give you some actual power, such as being headmaster of Hogwarts. But Riddle does not truly trust anyone. He will be sending people, other trustworthy Death Eaters here to watch you and to add a bit of dark culture to the lives of the students here. I want you to kill them the day they get here, Harry told him, standing back up. Harry had never seen Snape go pale with shock before. It was an interesting sight, to say the least. Harry, the portrait shouted in outrage. Have you gone mad? The headmaster tried to stand up, but Harry immediately forced him back into his seat. Are you even really Potter? Is this supposed to be some kind of test? No test. I told you, he said, that you need to do what needs to be done. Let me explain before you fly off the handle. Harry tried to placate the man. The Death Eaters that will be sent to Hogwarts, no matter who they are, will have 3 missions: watch you and spy for Big V, teach and encourage the dark arts and recruit more Death Eaters, and torment, torture, and abuse every Muggleborn, half-blood, and blood traitor or non-Death Eater wannabe they can. Your job, as headmaster of this school, is to court the students and ensure their proper education. I don't care how you do it, the details are best left to you, he said encouragingly. You can even keep them alive and under Imperius and Veritaserum for the first week of the term. Either way, they need to be dead. Not out of the way, not contained, not even near death in hopes of redemption. The ones that will be sent won't be wanting or capable of redemption as it is. They need to be dead. He gave Snape a meaningful look, then stepped back and made sure the man understood him. When he was sure that he had, he merely nodded back. Oh, Ari cried just as he was turning to leave, almost forgot that Ginny Weasley is going to be kidnapped from the Hogwarts Express on its way from London. If anybody starts asking questions, either about her, or the dead Death Eaters, he shrugged, blame them for the kidnapping. If replacements are sent at any point, kill them too. Or, make sure their stay is very temporary. Keep the Death Eater presence here to the absolute minimum at all times, otherwise, I'll hear about it and come by and do a little purging of my own. What makes you think I'm going to follow your orders, Potter? Snape shot at him as he left, only to blink and find himself on the floor with Potter holding an emerald staff capped with a very sharply tipped gold spear point to his neck. They aren't orders, Harry casually remarked, removing his rod as he did so. They're directives. Orders can be ignored or forgotten. A directive cannot be either, and if it is disobeyed without due cause, there can be dire consequences. Such as me coming to do the job myself and making a mess of the situation. Understood. Snape coughed as he slowly got back to his feet. When he looked again, Potter was gone. 12 Grimald Place later that night. I can't believe it, we've got them all. Hermione blurted out, looking at the small collection laid out on the kitchen table in front of them. Yep, well, Harry shrugged, except for Nagini. Moldy Short's pet snake. But so long as he doesn't know all of these are kaput, it shouldn't be too difficult to get close to the thing and finish the job. Have to make a point not to fight him until after we get it though. On the table were 3 distinctive items. A golden locket with a snake shaped into an S on the front. A large, ornate gold cup with a badger etched into it. And a crown-like jeweled tiara. Though the technical term for it would be a diadem. Where did you find them all? Hermione blurted out. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes at her. You mean they were actually all there? She seemed shocked. Yes, The diadem of Ravenclaw was in the room of requirement. I had Kreacher hunt down Dung and caught him with it just before he sold Slytherin's locket to Umbridge of all people. And I transformed myself into Bellatrix Lestrange and removed Hufflepuff's chalice from her vault at Gringotts. Also had time to read a few books and do some other stuff while I was at Hogwarts. Dobby says hi. By the way, I cannot believe you did all that and went to all those places, Harry. Hermione exclaimed. You told us to keep it under the radar and not attract any attention. I'm pretty sure I did not use those words, Harry teased her, but you'll also recall that the reasons I gave for why you shouldn't act unduly is because at this moment in time, all three of you can barely perform basic self-transfiguration, whereas I can change myself into anything I want, teleport directly into Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, and even Moldywart's bathtub without being detected. And I can summon dragons and even an all-powerful phoenix if I so choose to. Not to mention do a bunch of other stuff that I haven't even revealed yet. Even if I got myself surrounded by the entirety of the Dork Lord's army. I can handle myself and at the very least could get away if not come out on top. Not to say that I doubt your skills or anything, but it's a guarantee that I could, and to be perfectly honest. Neither of you three can say the same. At first they'd all been glaring at him, but when he said that, they had to concede the point and reluctantly nodded their heads in agreement. Thankfully, Kreacher was just starting dinner, so the uncomfortable atmosphere quickly dissipated. So, while I know the generals, I was not paranoid enough to follow you lot around all day. Harry said as they cleaned up for supper. What all did you get up to during the day? What else? Ron beamed. I was Victor Crumb. In Diagon Alley, I was actually mobbed by fangirls twice. It was the best bloody day of my whole life. Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. So much for Ron learning a lesson from his experience. Wait a minute. Wait, you, as in Victor, got mobbed? He asked. Yeah, it was great. Ron enthusiastically gushed. Did anybody actually show up to, well, stop the mob? He asked. No, all three of them answered. Ron still gushing, but both Hermione and Ginny looked, well, annoyed. What are their expressions really? Sighing again, Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose in hopes of relieving the tension headache he felt coming on. All right, moving on. Hermione, how about you? How was your day? Well, considerably less eventful than Ron's was, but I believe I obtained some useful information, she shrugged with an evasive expression. Sighing again, Harry turned to Ginny with hopeful eyes. She didn't take her eyes off of Victor for the entire day and almost drank all of her potion in the first half hour. Ginny admitted to him. Usually she was standing back from the crowd, scowling at all of them like some kind of jealous stalker. I was not, Hermione screeched. Girls, Harry said warningly, thankfully heading off the impending argument. I wasn't, the brown-haired witch put in the last word on the matter. After listening in on the gossip around Diagon Alley, Ginny continued her story with nary a shrug at Hermione's dismissal. Hung around the leaky cauldron and had lunch. Picked up some more interesting bits. Saw you in Kreacher Corner Fletcher in the early afternoon. Nice tackle by the way. Thank you. Harry grinned at her. Then I took the flow to the Ministry and actually managed to talk my way into several sections just by mentioning various conspiracy theories Luna's shared with me over the years, as well as talk about Nargles and Raxperts anytime somebody looked at me too closely. Ran into Dad, too, she admitted. How was he? Ron asked, suddenly much more subdued. Worried, stressed, and still as overprotective as ever. The minute he saw me, he grabbed me and took me down to his office and kept me there for as long as he could. Umbridge is in charge of the reforms the Death Eaters are bringing to bear. The notices will be put out tomorrow, Dad said. It would have been done already, but I overheard a lot of different people speaking over how the new regime has been having a bit of trouble cementing its hold on certain departments. Especially the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Mysteries. Get the newspapers and everything? Harry asked. Yeah, left them in the sitting room though. Ginny sheepishly answered. I can go. No, that's all right. Kreacher, he called. The ancient house elf appeared instantly. Yes, master. Ginny brought home a stack of newspapers and magazines with her and left them in the sitting room. After you've served our dinner, I Want you to please bring the entire stack in here so we can read them, and then I want you to do what you most want to do, all right? Kreacher actually smiled and hopped to and fro on his feet, his droopy ears even twitching a bit in excitement. Then he immediately disappeared, only to reappear with supper, and the stack of newspapers and magazines a second later. You're too good to him. Hermione smiled at him, while secretly scoffing that Kreacher enjoyed being told what to do, and the fact that what he most wanted to do was clean. He doesn't have a lot of years left, Harry told her. I'd rather he enjoy his time while he can. Then, I'll honor his last wishes, whatever they may be. Anything from chopping off his head and mounting it on the wall, to rejuvenating the most ancient and noble house of Black, to freeing every house elf in the world. Sirius was unfair to Kreacher and I planned to make it up to him. To be quite honest, Sirius was a bit of an arrogant prick, particularly when it came to his family for some reason. So what are we doing tomorrow? Hermione asked, hoping to change the subject. More training, Harry replied, until you're good enough that you can hold a transformation without need of Polyjuice potion. After lunch, however, we'll go out and start getting more intel. In pairs this time, instead of all over, maybe visit some of the Order of the Phoenix, as other people. He almost had to shout when they all started to protest at once. Just to get some communication and to take advantage of their own sources of information as well. Sound good? He asked. Yeah, they grumbled, turning back to their meals. Harry sighed and just picked up an issue of the Daily Prophet as well as the Quibbler, Witch Weekly, and Wizarding Journal. TBC. First spell. Title: Harry Potter. 4-in-1 author: Joshua. Disclaimer. J.K. Rowling created Harry James Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Hogwarts, the whole gosh darn HP universe and wrote the 7 inches Harry Potter, books that we all love and enjoy. Spoilers for Book 1, and Book 7. In fact there may even be some direct quotes from Book 7. So be warned, I'm not writing this for profit. I may not even let anybody but my dearest and closest friends even read this and they'll get it for free, so thankfully this won't get me sued or anything. Everything after Chapter 9 in Book 7 is going to be changed anyway, and even those chapters that I do quote, they won't be quoted very well or for very long, as I am changing everything after those points. Assume, for Wizard Harry, that everything between the stated timelines in Book 1 and Book 7 is identical to what happened in the rest of the books in the HP universe. Tamora Pierce is the awesome author of the Circle of Magic books that Mage Harry is taken from, and of course I don't own Winding Circle nor the concepts of academic and ambient magic. Any future spy magic you might see is going to be exactly like the battle magic so far, an amalgamation of numerous sources that might not even be magic on their own, but have been twisted in such a way by me. You have been warned. Summary. A mysterious stranger interferes in the timeline and in Harry's life, splitting the young wizard into 4 and giving each a different magical education. Wizard, warrior, mage, and spy. Story. The next morning, Harry had them all up in the attic, doing aerobics and practicing the different forms for each style, one after the other. They were almost to the point where he could show them how to start integrating the techniques, able to shift styles mid-move even. Ginny was still excelling at them all equally. Hermione was, ironically, starting to pick up fire and earth. But clearly still favored water, while he had Ron doing push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and all other kinds of ups. Good, good, he complimented them as he walked between all 3 of them. Ron, keep your elbows straight. Switch to air. Hermione, you need more rounding out there. Good work, Ginny. Try going faster. They followed his instructions accordingly, and he couldn't help smirking a bit when he turned away from them, but his immature sides couldn't help but find the fun in all of this. Still, his drill sergeant personality was only partially faked. To reinforce it at any point, all he had to do was use his imagination to come up with what would happen to them if they slacked in their training at all, or if he failed in any part of teaching them what they needed to know. After another 15 minutes, he saw marked improvement in all of them. It was subtle, and being the ones wearing themselves ragged, they couldn't tell, but if you knew what to look for you would see it. All right, cool down time, he announced as they stopped their current exercises to stand at attention. First up, air. Immediately they all three started to circle around him, holding their hands in guard position. On every third step, they jumped up and twisted their bodies in a spinning leap, continuing the circle. Upon landing they sunk down and did a sweeping kick before earning fully around to reverse their guard position, still continuing in the same direction though. He let them circle him 9 full times, jumping about 6 times per circuit, before announcing, "Next, fire." They stopped circling, instead adjusting their breathing and crouched low, as though they were preparing to sit down with their knees spread equidistant, and in time with their breathing started making simple punch, block, deflect combos, perfectly mirroring each other as Harry stood in the center of their triangle. "Another 5 minutes of this," he announced. Earth. They sunkences and adjusted their feet and arms. They kept the breathing the same, but beyond that, for the next 5 minutes they just sat there, doing nothing but breathing. Harry smiled and nodded his head. "Excellent. Now, water." They flowed up from their stances as though it were nothing more than getting out of bed after a good night's sleep. They started to walk around him in a circle once again, only in the opposite direction this time. And instead of jumping every third step, they moved their arms. No, that's inaccurate. Their arms flowed around their bodies, moving in liquid grace with their feet and legs as they circled him in a whirlpool motion. 10 minutes of this later, he simply nodded his head, and in such a way one might think it had been planned that way all along. They came to a smooth, identical rest at the exact same moment. "Excellent." Harry grinned at them, barely able to keep himself from applauding almost. "As far as I am concerned, your conditioning is complete. Now comes the hard part of keeping you in this condition, while teaching you the rest of the fighting styles." "Does that mean we can learn a new spell?" Ron begged, like an excitable puppy that just saw you pick up a ball to toss around. "How are you doing on the last one I taught you?" Harry teased him. Ron frowned. "You taught us how to self-transfigure ourselves. That's hardly some cool, amazing, impossible battle magic spell. And for the record, we can all hold out for more than 2 hours, no matter who we choose to look like. Ginny and me even sparred one time, looking like different people. So we can even keep it up under stress and even when being hit. Good. Can you change into animals yet?" Harry popped his balloon with a smile. Seeing his friend deflate, he continued. "No. Well, how about change from one form to another without reverting back to your original form? Without using seals, without smoke, seamless transition, so if you blink, it'll look like your form replaced the previous instead of actually changing." "No. Okay then. Until you master, and I do mean master, this first spell, I'm not teaching you another, Ron." "What? But how can you expect us to do all that? McGonagall never had us master anything," Ron complained. "I mean, sure, we kept at it until the change was complete for each spell, but she never had us mastering transfiguration at all." Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. "I wanted to start you on a simpler spell, like telekinesis, but you insisted on self-transfiguration, Ron. And for the record, even if it wasn't my first spell of battle magic, I did master it to all the effects I just mentioned before learning anything else. Before I was 13, for the record." "Oh, come off it, Harry," Ron exclaimed. "You can't honestly expect us to believe that that part of you was learning battle magic, that he only learned one spell at a time, not allowed to learn a new one until he'd fully mastered it. Come on, fully mastered." "No," Harry grinned, enjoying this opportunity to wind his friend up a bit. "Did it well enough to be proficient in its use and able to learn the rest on my own without direct tutoring. Yes, here's the deal, Ron. As much as you ask to learn more spells, all I ask is that you actually learn them. If you have a problem with a certain part of it, ask for my help. I'm not going to cram these lessons down your throat, but the lessons are the lessons. Anything else, you have to ask for. And, anything you ask for, expect to receive it. You asked to learn a battle magic spell. I showed it to you and allowed you the opportunity to learn it. Ron, you haven't learned it yet." "So," Ginny interrupted before her brother could make a mess of things, "how do you do all that extra stuff? Change into animals, do it without smoke and with a seamless transition." Harry smiled, and for a moment, the three of them saw the old Harry in this new amalgam before them. "I am so glad you asked, Ginny. In fact, I was waiting for me one to ask for help from the beginning," he chuckled. "Animals are easier than you'd think. It also works the same way as the disguise variation. Picture an animal in your mind. No details, just picture a lion, tiger, bear, whatever, and go through the same process of finding the shape of the spell, then push your magic through it. There is one trick to it though. Great. Lion animagus form, here I come." Ron shouted and focused his magic. Right before his hands automatically formed into 3 distinct seals, and his form exploded in a cloud of white smoke. When it dissipated, a red-maned lion stood there. One might even say it was smirking. "Like I was saying," Harry continued in an annoyed tone now, "the trick is that unlike changing your human appearance, an animal transformation doesn't rely on a constant stream of magic. Once the change is made, it's permanent until you either consciously dispel it, or transfigure yourself back into your original form. It's a very funny sight when you see a lion, with a red mane. Look shocked. Even more so when its eyes roll up in its head and it keels over in a dead faint. I really should leave him like that," Harry sighed. Then he shrugged and waved his hand over his lion-formed friend, dispelling the transformation, and with another explosion of smoke, Ron Weasley returned to being human. He was still unconscious, but none of them were all that eager to revive him. "Are there any other tricks to animal transfiguration?" Hermione asked in effort to change the subject. Neither Ginny nor Harry could tell if she was trying not to lecture them, or not laugh at the small prank, but regardless, they decided not to ask her about it. "A few," Harry answered. "Some will be obvious after you first manage it. To reverse it, and go back to your human form, or even into another form, be it another animal or a different human form. All you need to do is focus on the image and apply your magic to the shape of the spell once it forms. Any form that is not humanoid, or something that a glamour could do just as well, will be semi-permanent until you change it again. When you're going back to looking normal, especially after several transformations, all you need to do is focus on your self-image. What you look like, something about you that will help you to focus. It's easier than it sounds, trust me. Ready to try it? For real this time?" "I think I am," Ginny offered, stepping away from them and closing her eyes to concentrate. A moment later, her hands flashed through 3 different seals, and a moment later, she RMED with a small explosion of white smoke into a chestnut-roan mare with a bright red mane and warm brown eyes. Seemingly looking over herself, she neighed and reared in exaltation before settling herself. With a heavy pause, the horse seemed to concentrate for a moment. Right before another explosion of white smoke concealed her from view once more, and Ginny Weasley was standing there, looking slightly ruffled, but perfectly normal. "Oh wonderful," Hermione exclaimed. "Good job, Ginny." Harry smiled at her and nodded. "Thanks," she said back, blushing slightly. "That was easier than I thought it would be. So I just have to picture any animal, and I can change into it the same way." "Pretty much," Harry shrugged. "Some animals, depending on numerous factors, require more magic to change into than some others. For example, I have the worst time changing into insects, or any kind of bug really. Oh, don't get me wrong, I can do it no problem. It just takes about 3 times as much energy. Why for me to change into a bug than just about any other creature, magical or otherwise there is? Really, I wonder why that is. I mean insects, while yes smaller, are considerably simpler creatures compared to mammals or anything else." "And what do you mean magical creatures?" Hermione asked. "Well, magical creatures are protected, in a way. It's like using Polyjuice potion for anything other than a human transformation. It runs the risk of mutating you into something else, or leaving you permanently changed or disfigured. That's why you didn't see your Phoenix transfiguration earlier when I was showing you all the spell. It is possible to do a fairy transfiguration without too much trouble, but it carries its own set of risks." "How's that?" Ginny questioned. "Those that succeed in transforming themselves into fairies," he answered, "often don't want to change back. Being a fairy is like being turned into pure happiness, combined with utter selfishness, mixed together with uncontrollable laughter. I've done it twice. Each time it was a monumental struggle just to concentrate enough to do anything, let alone change back into my human form when done. Don't tell Ron about this, by the way." If he tries one of the bigger creatures, a griffin, dragon, phoenix, whatever, that's one thing. Often the spell will just fail and he'll have wasted his magic. But, I suppose it's ridiculously easy to change into a fairy. Just as it is difficult changing back. Hermione finished for him. Harry only nodded. Well then, I suppose it's my turn. Hermione took several deep, cleansing breaths. Then her hands flashed through the seals and after a brief explosion of white smoke, a fairly normal-looking otter appeared in her place. 30 seconds later, after the otter had taken the time to see she had succeeded. And another explosion of smoke, Hermione stood there with a very satisfied look on her face. That's great, Hermione. Harry congratulated her. Good job, Ginny added. Then she abruptly turned to Harry and said, now, how do we do that seamless transition? Being able to change between forms instead of going back to our original forms first. And how do we do it without all of the smoke, too? Hermione asked, waving her hands to help dispel some lingering wisps. Oh, that's easy, just use less magic, Harry answered. At their looks, he held up his hands to forestall them as he explained. It's actually something that you gain through experience more than anything else. Once you've got the shape of the spell, you don't have to spend so much time focusing to create it in the first place. Once you know the shape, just picturing it in your mind will be enough to activate it. To control the effects, all you have to do is limit, or increase the amount of magic that you push through the shape of the spell to cast it. And the seamless transition? Ginny asked. Wake Ron up. Harry turned and started pacing back and forth before them. While Hermione did as he asked, his mind raced to come up with a way to explain this to them. It wasn't something that he'd been taught, to be perfectly honest. Joshua had only done enough to teach him how to transform into other people and various animals. Everything else, smokeless, seamless transition, animal to animal, all of that had come afterwards, and he'd done it himself. Through trial and error and a lot of practice, but he'd figured it all out himself. Rather than have it handed to him by the time wizard. Therefore, explaining to them something that he'd figured out on his own and had not been explained to him at any point. Required some highly original thought, especially since it wasn't something consciously done, but that he eventually just started doing when he got panicked. After a long while, what he'd figured out was how to turn that reflexive reaction into conscious will. Again, not something easily explained. Oh, what happened? Ron moaned as he was revived. You fainted when you heard Harry tell you that we're stuck as a red-haired lion for the rest of eternity, Ginny teased her brother without any mercy. Ah, hey wait, how come I'm not a lion anymore? Ron was patting himself down just to be sure. Because Harry changed you back. Honestly Ron, Hermione scoffed. All right, Harry interrupted the bickering. I've got an exercise that I want all of you to do for the next couple of days. It should help you out in fully learning the transform spell to its full potential. It might not. That remains to be seen. Once all three of you are performing the spell to my level of satisfaction, I'll immediately show you the next battle magic spell, and maybe another just as incentive. But only after all three of you can perform this spell correctly. Agreed. The girls immediately nodded, while Ron looked like Christmas had come early and exclaimed, wicked. We finally get to learn some cool battle spells. All right. The other three all rolled their eyes at Ron's assumption that it was a foregone conclusion that they had already learned transform spell correctly and were already learning the next one. This exercise is designed to help you get used to being in bodies not your own, and as a result, I'm hoping that you'll learn how to shift between those bodies much easier, and hopefully much quicker than it took me to learn to do the same, he explained. How long did it take you to learn the transform spell? Harry, Hermione asked. Just over 2 years, he answered without hesitation. What? All three shouted, but Ron was the loudest. Yeah, while it wasn't the saint spell I was taught when I learned battle magic, the transform spell was one of the first few. Actually, I think it was the 5th spell I was officially taught. His eyes rolled up in thought. Anyway, yeah, like I said, I was 13 before I had fully mastered this particular spell, but I started learning it when I first started training. Which was when I was 11 to answer that question. I could change into animals and such first. Human forms took me longer, and the extra stuff I just mentioned, seamless transition, animal to animal, smokeless transformation. That took me a lot of PR, practice and experience before I could even try that sort of stuff. But, you're insistent on going the fast way. Wait, there's one other, wasn't there? Hermione spoke up, using the spell, but without using seals. Seal-less magic use is the mark of a true master, whether that be of the whole style, or a single spell. And the only way to learn that is to become so familiar with the spell that you can picture the entire spell, of every shape and variation it produces, without using the mnemonic devices. To provide you with an example, doing magic with seals is the same as using silent magic in wizardry. And even then, you still see adult wizards say the spell out loud, even after they and everyone else that graduates from Hogwarts learned the methods of doing magic silently in school. Hence, why you see me doing seals at all. Every spell I can cast, I can do so just by thinking of it and nothing else, and even then, a few spells don't even require conscious thought to activate. Still, I use seals, my wand, my staff. For the same reasons. It's easier, and faster. But, doesn't that make people lazy? Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. In some ways, yes. But this is battle magic you're learning here. If it comes down to a matter of seconds in casting an attack spell, even if it means the other person sees you performing the seals and knows what's coming, are you going to worry about stealth and subterfuge and waste an extra second or two focusing your thoughts, or are you going to go ahead and use the seals that will get it off quicker? Oh, well, when you put it like that, she blushed. Don't worry, that's a good question, and better to know than to wonder forever and need to know later. Now then, the exercise I want you to do is this. Harry quickly outlined the steps and everything else. Next afternoon, 12 Grimald Place. Ronald Weasley. Don't you dare. Hermione's voice screamed out. Moments later, there was a loud series of crashes, followed by Hermione's voice screaming out in inarticulate rage and fury. Harry and Ginny looked up at each other when they heard the other pair of Gryffindors chase each other down the stairs, making a surprising amount of racket, all things considered. The unusual thing about this scene, however, was that Ginny was currently in the shape of a brown-eyed panda, while Harry was calmly standing on the ceiling, apparently fine-tuning something about the fixtures. Suddenly a red and white furred basset hound slid into the bobcat. Not Crookshanks, who was a nasal cross, but an actual mountain lion-like bobcat. Stop running and let me tear you to shreds, you little pervert, the bobcat shouted, with Hermione's voice. Not bloody likely, the basset hound barked back in Ron's voice. They chased each other for a few rounds before the basset hound suddenly changed itself with a loud pop into slick-furred weasel, which quickly escaped through a hole in the wall. Rather than crash through said hole, the Hermione bobcat merely made its way to the door and out into the hall, changing into a bushy furred wolf along the way. You're not getting away from me that easily. She howled after the weasel. After they left, Panda Ginny popped into a rather large sea turtle. Slowly, she looked up at the still standing on the ceiling Harry and asked him, "Are these exercises really necessary?" "Necessary," he said. "No. Functional and capable of allowing you to learn how to better use the transform battle spell." "Yes. Besides, you're all getting much better." "Hey, it took Ron at least 2 hours to figure out how to change into an animal and back again last night. Now all three of you are shifting between animal forms every half hour. That's real progress." "I'm not arguing that," Turtle Ginny said slowly, "it is just the drain on our magic. Having to stay in basically any form other than our own for so long, and then when we do change to anything else other than what we've already been, and making it so we change at the same time and when the others change as well. Harry, I'm getting tired. Go eat something, take a nap, read a book, go meditate," he suggested. "This is just as much about increasing your magical reserves and power as it is getting you all acquainted with the spell. Don't worry, you're not about to forget your true form just from a few days of this. Believe me, I'm not going to let any of you change into any kind of magical creatures until you're more than ready. Like say, in 20 or 30 years," he grinned at her. She snorted, and briefly considered just withdrawing into her shell and taking a nap for an hour or so. Still, She wasn't about to fall behind in the little transfiguration war that Ron and Hermione were engaged in, and if she fell asleep, then she wouldn't keep up whenever they shifted into a new form. Also, there was that thing Harry said about meditating, something that he was doing just as much as they were, almost more in fact, so it wasn't about to become a part of their training that would no longer be needed in the future. Taking long, slow breaths to the count of 7, Ginny began to meditate and focus on her magic. It was getting easier to do with each use of the meditation techniques Harry had taught them. Ginny could feel the core and pulse of her magic throughout her body practically all the time now, but at the same time it's like noticing your breathing. You know it's happening, you are even consciously aware of it and able to control it, but a lot of the time it's there and you're doing it without having to think about it or notice it all the time either. Currently, while just laying there as a turtle, Ginny worked on the latest meditation technique Harry had asked her to try. Focusing on and gathering all of her magic down into a tiny little ball. Harry said they could imagine it to be whatever they wanted it to be, so Ginny chose a snitch until it was all compressed into the ball without leaking any magic out of it at all. It took her a while, but it happened faster than the last time, and a lot faster than the first time she managed it. The new thing Harry wanted her to try was to try slowly drive awing upon that compressed magic snitch and let it slowly trickle and fill up her entire body. Considering her body was a turtle at the moment, it would be entirely unique from when she initially tried this in her normal, human body. It was easier than it sounded, all it required was concentration really. After a few minutes, considerably shorter since a sea turtle's body is somewhat smaller than her human body, and very differently proportioned, she had succeeded in the exercise, and the first thing she noticed was how she felt. When in her human form, she felt her magic suffusing every cell of her body, and it was like swallowing a whole cauldron of pepper-up potions and then have a cheering charm or two cast on her. For a turtle, the effect was quite different. Her shell felt like it was made of diamond, but at the same time was lighter than air. Her skin felt perfectly moist and pleasantly warm, which was just perfect for a turtle. And overall, she felt like she had just plopped WN in the middle of a sauna at high noon, but still with that moist and warm atmosphere around her. In other words, for a turtle, she felt just as great as she did when she did this as a human. Now for the real test, she decided. Time to cast a bit of magic. Ginny, Harry suddenly spoke up, "What are you doing?" Startled, but thankfully not enough to lose her concentration, she looked up and answered him, "Practicing." "Why?" "Beyond the obvious," he replied. "What exactly are you practicing?" "That new meditation technique you taught us to do with our magic," she answered straightforward. "Stop," he commanded, jumping down from the ceiling and landing right in front of the turtle. "In fact, change back to normal, now. Besides, you're the one person that doesn't really need this exercise." "Why?" "Our control over self-transfiguration is a whole level above Ron and Hermione. Which is surprising, to say the least." Turtle Ginny stared at the raven-haired wizard for several long seconds, before mentally shrugging. Magic was magic, and changing back is as good as any standard levitation spell. Keeping her body flooded with her magic, she then simultaneously focused her will upon changing back into her human form, and was shocked out of her seat when instead of poofing with an explosion of white smoke, her body shifted instantly. 1 second she was a turtle laying on the couch, less than an eye blink later. She's sitting there in her normal human body, fully clothed, sitting comfortably like a normal human rather than laying on her stomach. It was of note, due to the fact that previously, when they changed from animal to human, their human bodies were in the same poses their animal forms had been in, no matter how ridiculous they might be compared to each other. "What? How?" she stuttered. "That's one of the tricks that it's normally too dangerous for you to try," Harry commented as he sat down beside her. "For starters, if you'll take a moment to notice, over half of your magical reserves were used up by that gimmick there. It works both ways, just to clarify." "What just happened? What did I just do?" Ginny exclaimed, while silently confirming that Harry was right. By her measure, she'd used up actually over 3/4 of her reserves, though her core was already restoring all her reserves. It was surprising that the trick Harry had shown them was so easy to do, yet so damaging in the long term. "The meditation you were practicing," he answered. It was the one where you fill your body to the brim with magic after compressing it into your core, right? You didn't describe it like that last time. But yeah, she nodded. What doing that does, is it more or less puts you at your magical maximum potential. It's incredibly draining, but with enough practice, it does become easier and you can do it for longer and more often. Same as training and working with any muscle in the body. Put enough power behind it, you can do almost anything. Put too much power behind it, you might still do it. But you'll probably kill yourself trying. As for what you just did, quite obviously you just did the seamless transition between forms. Technically speaking, instead of forcing a transformation all at once, which is cast from a single point, for example the tip of a wand is the focus for any spell. Transfiguration spells especially, self-transfiguration focuses from your core. But also the hand seals that are used to weigh with magic, and then change back, instead of the change originating from a single point, every single one of your cells, at the exact same moment. All decided to change together. So, instead of a single point that forced a big change, you had millions of points of focus that each made a single individual change. So, that's the trick to it. Ginny clarified. Harry nodded. It's also why I stopped you from casting other magic while in animal form. Animals, well, they have their own magic, and in some cases, they do not mix well with human magic. So, please, trust me when I say, you are not ready to try casting magic while as an animal. If you get yourself in a jam while transfigured into an animal, no matter what kind, or whatever the situation is, I'd rather you change back to human than try casting what should be a simple spell, only to have it literally blow up in your face and half kill you and everybody around you. Is it possible to cast magic as an animal? Harry's face grimaced and he sort of hemmed and hawed for a moment or two before finally admitting, okay, yes, it is possible for a transfigured wizard to cast magic while in animal form. But it's dangerous all the same. Possible is one thing, safe and guaranteed to work or something else entirely. Why is it you didn't try these dangerous spells when you fought Riddle and his Death Eaters? She asked him. He shrugged for a moment, before he fell into silent thought. Finally, he told her, actually, it's not possible to use battle magic. While in animal form, raw magical aura is one thing, and that is easily done actually, but battle magic spells are too complicated to be used in animal form. But there are other ways of using magic that allow it. Not spells necessarily, but a way to produce magical effects all the same. I'll have to investigate this a bit more. Meaning, I'll have to practice with it myself, he answered with a grin. She grinned back, then took his hand in hers and leaned herself against his body, putting her head on his shoulder. So, what other tricks are there to shape-shifting? Magical shape-shifting depends entirely upon control. Magical control, self-control, body control. Tonks could explain that a bit, but it all comes down to control. Increase your discipline, your control in all forms, and you'll be a shapeshifter in no time at all, he explained. So, how much longer are you going to make us do this exercise of yours? She asked, enjoying the way that he was playing with her shoulder-length hair as she lay against him. Until Ron and Hermione figure out what you just did, he answered. As far as you're concerned, the exercise is over. All you need to do is practice it on your own and you'll have it down in no time. Work on your control so you don't put yourself into a coma from magic exhaustion anytime you want to practice more than twice a day, though. So what's next? She asked him, holding his hand with hers and closing her eyes in relaxation. Practical experience, was his cryptic reply. 2 days later, Diagon Alley. You guys ready for this? Harry, disguised as some random face, but in wizard robes, asked his companions. As we'll ever be, Ron replied, though he looked like Cedric Diggory's twin brother at the moment. Let's just get this over with, Hermione whined. Currently done up to look like another random face, but much more subtly, as it was still Hermione's own face, just with straighter hair, different colored eyes, chubbier cheeks and her buckteeth returned. As well as a few inches in height and other areas too. This is an interesting way to learn Parseltongue, I must admit, Ginny hissed in Harry's ear, seeing as she was a stand. Ard 6-foot viper draped over his shoulders at the moment. Considering that Parseltongue once was spoken by your lips in your first year, I didn't think it would be that hard for you to relearn it, he said to her in the same language. All right, he said to them, switching to English, let's do this. And have some fun while we're at it. That said, they all quickly went their separate ways. Except for Harry and Ginny, of course, since the latter was riding on the shoulder of the former. The plan, and what they were doing in Diagon Alley in the first place, was threefold. First, it provided each of them with practical experience in using their battle magic spell in real-life conditions. Second, to get some more reliable intelligence about the state of things in the world. And lastly, Harry wanted to strike a blow to the Death Eater-controlled ministry and remind them that he was still out here and he was not going to just go away. On a side note, Harry had finally admitted to his late-night excursions where he sometimes summoned a hit squad by saying Voldemort's name in hidden-away locations, and then isolated and defeated the ones that showed up, be they Death Eaters or unfortunate Aurors. Needless to say, the argument got long and loud. He had also, unfortunately, promised to no longer go out alone, but he'd managed to swing that so long as one of them went with him, he could still go out. Hermione swore never to let him out of her sight again, while the Weasleys simultaneously begged and promised to go with him the next time. Hence, the current plan. Once they had successfully infiltrated Diagon Alley, which despite all the current tension of the political climate, people still had to eat, shop, and sell their merchandise, they would then each do the taboo thing with the intention of bringing as many Death Eater and Ministry hit squads to the alley as possible. One at a time, in different locations, one of them would whisper Voldemort's name, and before they were found. But after someone had seen their face, they would disappear for half a second and shapeshift, to either another face, or an unthreatening animal, like a mouse, or a bird of some kind. Once everyone had closed shop and pretty much left the alley, leaving only the Death Eaters and Ministry flunkies, Harry would summon up a small horde of dragons, or dragonlings actually, and they would each change into the most dangerous non-magical animal they could think of, and it would then be a free-for-all. Of course, as Harry reminded them all countless times, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. The transfigured Harry and Snake Ginny slowly ambled their way down the alley until they came to the corner that turned into Nocturne Alley. After all, a faceless wizard with a pith draped across his shoulders would be perfectly normal for the dark arts marketplace. Once they'd reached the end of the side alley, he reached out with his magical telepathy, aka mental skills of battle magic, and brushed the minds of Ron and Hermione, each on their own ends of Diagon Alley, Hermione next to Gringotts, Ron still standing next to the entrance behind the leaky cauldron. "You guys ready?" he asked. "Ready," he heard from Hermione's thoughts. "Let's do this," Ron mentally exclaimed, his wild grin mirrored in his mind. "Voldemort," all three whispered as one. Turning on his heel, Harry placed Ginny on the ground and stepped around behind a stack of crates and then shifted into a completely different face and body, more resembling your typical middle-wage wizard, pot-bellied, with thinning hair, and Lucius Malfoy's face. Ginny, hissing in quiet laughter, slithered along the side of the alley until she came to Borgin and Burke's. After she'd managed to get herself inside, she curled up under the counter and waited for a moment. Finally, she heard in her mind Harry's voice whispering, "Everybody ready?" "Born ready," she thought back at him. Thanks to the connection his magic had established between all of them, she then heard the others' responses as well. "I am in place," came Hermione's matter-of-fact reply. "This is bloody brilliant," Ron crowed. Then, taking a unique breath, Snake Ginny hissed out, in perfect English, "Voldemort." Afterwards, she slithered out and shifted into a small mouse, easily sticking to the shadows and then escaping back into the alley, where she shifted into a brown-eyed black cat. After that, she had to sit still for a minute and got some water from a nearby puddle, feeling the drain on her magic of so many quick shifts back to back. She heard Harry contact them all once more, but she did not respond, only just able to hold her form. "Is it someone else's turn to be the animal?" she finally asked once she'd gotten enough strength back. "Hermione, next shift after this call, you go animal. Ginny, you sit tight, and when you feel up to it, go to human and then immediately into a disguise. You can't be seen away from the burrow or your family. But to be on the safe side, head to the twins' shop and shift in their back room. Catch your breath, gather your energy. Oh, and don't let your brothers see or find you. Thanks for the advice, she grumbled. But still changed her course for Weasley's wizard wheezes. On the other side of the alley, Hermione, currently a tall and leggy blonde with dark eyebrows, glanced around, whispered, Voldemort. One last time, and then walked around a post along the side of the street right as she transfigured herself into a brown feathered pigeon and flew off. Of course, Hermione, while she could do it, was not yet skilled enough at seamless shifting, but thankfully at the exact same moment that she exploded in smoke, a street vendor let off one of Filibuster's fireworks, 1T. Hat happened to explode into a lot of smoke. So thankfully, nobody noticed the new and unusual pigeon flitting about the buildings and the street. Death Eaters should be on their way, if they haven't already infiltrated. Time to start Phase 2. Ron, you're up first, I'll cover you. Hermione, I'll go next, so be ready to shift, quickly and quietly. Ginny, where are you? Harry checked in with each of them, also allowing them to hear the others' responses. I'm in the back of Wizard Wheezes, Ginny answered. Human again. Still me though. I just need a couple more minutes, then I'm good to go. Do you want me to be me when I do it? Or changed and then change again? Or what? Ginny, you'll do it after me, but, he emphasized, after both me and Ron are in place to cover you. Just in case, N.D. Nobody says it in front of witnesses unless they are covered. Understood. Understood. They all answered as one. Harry glanced around himself, already seeing several, rather obvious, hidden, Eaters, and there were oars streaming out from the leaky cauldron. They were still being discreet, which meant they could not localize the people breaking the taboo, only the location. They weren't even looking around the spots where the name had been spoken already. Taking a deep breath, and subtly altering his facial features to more resemble his normal face, but not exactly, he walked right up to one of the hidden Death Eaters and whispered right in his face, Voldemort is a wanker and a coward. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. While the Death Eater was reeling in shock, Harry stepped around behind him, seamlessly shifting into a cleaned-up image of Peter Pettigrew and bumping into the same Death Eater he'd just whispered at, making it seem as though he were a completely different person rushing past. For a minute or two, the lone dark wizard just spun around on his feet, looking like a chicken with its head cut off. Harry was well away and in position to cover Ron, just in case. By the time the idiot finally went up to one of his fellow Death Eaters, Ron, incidentally, looked like a non-sneering version of Draco Malfoy, and his clothes didn't match with the pureblood Slytherin's reputation either. But that was fine for the circumstances. Giving the Draco look-alike a slow nod, he gestured to another of the searching Death Eaters, this one far less obvious. Ron Akino, WL edged and made his way over and behind the indicated wizard, and whispered, yet still audible, Voldemort is weak. I heard the Chosen One thoroughly thrashed him. Voldemort got beat by a lone 17-year-old boy. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. Before Ron could get out of the way though, two more Death Eaters moved up to hear the last bit, even as the marked one spun around and growled at the blonde. You won't think that for long, traitor. The Death Eater spit in his face, as the other two grabbed him by the arms and held him steady. Harry, seeing this, was already in motion, and still in his Pettigrew disguise. Ran directly for the altercation, and just as he reached them, he bumped into the first Death Eater and one of the others holding Ron, and then raced right on past. Yet till making sure that it looked like he was actually running from someone. Meanwhile, Ron had gotten enough space to free himself, and at the same time the three Death Eaters were looking at the running fugitive. He seamlessly shifted himself into a perfect mirror of the first Death Eater, clothes, face, everything. When they looked back, Ron was the first to react, grabbing the Death Eater he'd whispered to earlier, and shouting, Oi! Think you're pretty quick with the Polyjuice, Don't think you can get away that easily. Take. I am boys. It'll wear off in an hour and then we can find out what exactly he's been saying here. The two nodded and grabbed the real Death Eater and quickly dragged him off, while he was looking stunned, going back and forth between the two goons and Ron, stuttering, but, what? But, no, wait. After they were gone, Ron went over to the ice cream parlor and sat down, changing his appearance once more, this time to a blue-eyed blonde who was clearly still in school, and with rather decent, but not rich robes. He sat down next to a dimpled blonde in pink robes, who was sharing a sundae with a pair of cats, one with black and white patches and green eyes, the other with ginger fur and almond brown eyes. Well, things seem to be heating up rather quickly, wouldn't you say? Ron asked the girl, and the cats. Not really, Harry replied, taking a moment to enjoy the unique experience of eating ice cream with a cat's tongue. Still simmering, I'd say. For one thing, while there are fewer, there are still shoppers running about. But, from the looks of it, and the apparitions we just heard, the shops will be closed very soon, and that's when things will start to heat up. Ready, Ginny? The cat turned to the blonde. Born ready, she grinned, repeating her earlier expression, while taking another spoonful of her sundae. Hey, she defended herself, never know when we'll get to enjoy this again. Besides, for what I have in mind, there still aren't enough of them yet. Don't make yourself too much of a target, Hermione warned. The objective is to prove the taboo can be broken without us getting caught. If you're the center of attention, it will be hard to get you away from it. Being a magical shapeshifter or not. Actually, and I'm sorry to burst your bubble like this, Hermione, the black and white cat apologized to the ginger-furred feline. But this is actually a tactical strike, not a psychological one. Once enough of them are here, and the alley is evacuated of the innocents, well, let's just say the fight over Surrey is going to be child's play by comparison. Wah! Hermione nearly screamed, but Harry's paw was faster. Go, Ginny, the cat ordered, while giving a mild glare to Hermione, before leaping down from the table. Ron, too, gave a hard look at the cat as he got up alongside his transfigured sister, both leaving the sundae half-eaten. The proprietor quickly moved to their table, an annoyed look on his face at the half-eaten remains, until he picked up and saw what had been left on one of the napkins. His eyes going wide, he dropped everything and went around whispering to certain people, while at the same time locking everything down and pretty much closing the place up for the day. A few people raced out of Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor and down to a few other shops along Diagon Alley. Within 5 minutes of the blonde couple leaving the parlor, almost every single shop, store, and vendor within Diagon Alley was closed up, including a number of places on Nocturne Alley. LLED in its guards and shut the door. Not locked, but shut. Within 10 minutes, the only people walking the alley were either disguised Death Eaters, and at least 3 teams of Aurors, and one young woman who stood like a queen in her court, mistress of all around her. Without trepidation, nor hesitation, she walked right up to one of the teams of Aurors and spoke to them in a clear, crisp, and upper-class accent. Good day to you, Aurors. Good day indeed, it seems. Witches have heard the gossip around the alley, Voldemort would agree. I'd heard that Voldemort has been most generous and compassionate of late. It was said. She walked past the Aurors and right in front of a gathering group of undercover Death Eaters, that it has been several hours even since Voldemort last killed one of his followers for failing him yet again. Ah, Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. They all felt the wards go up. Anti-apparition, anti-portkey, and a more complex one that sealed up the entrance as well as stopped anyone from using a broom to fly out either. The clearly pure blood which merely grinned sadistically at the forces arrayed before her, even as they raised wands to curse her out of existence. Not bothering with a seamless transfiguration, as she felt she'd need to save her energy, yet also the smoke from the spell would mask her change and give her some cover to get away in. After all, your standard Animagus did not explode with white smoke every time they changed. Usually it was a pop or a gradual morph. Therefore, they wouldn't know what happened to her, and looking at a mouse running the opposite way would be the last thing in their heads at that point. Several curses shot into the cloud of smoke, but thankfully none of them were aimed at the ground, so were nowhere close to hitting Ginny as she fled back to the entrance. Harry was the only one of them that could teleport instead of apparate, which meant he was the only one that could get them out of there so long as the wards were up. But Harry had other things to do. Well, his voice rang out across the alley, bringing all those within its walls to high alert. What do we have here? Seems the trash man forgot to visit this week. Just look at all the scum littering Diagon Alley. Makes Nocturne Alley seem pristine in comparison, if you ask me. The amassed forces of Death Eaters and Aurors, though none of them were light wizards and the rest were paid off in some way, so it really doesn't matter, had been looking up, down and all around the alley, until finally one of them screamed a warning and pointed out the source of the echoing voice. They all turned to face their antagonist, wands raised and ready to unleash a fury spells and curses. Harry Potter stood before all of them, actually standing on the top of the wall that was the entrance to the alley behind the leaky cauldron. Some of them wondered how he could do that with the wards in place, until they realized the wards only stopped people from flying out of the alley or going out the entrance, not standing on top of it. Now, Harry continued his monologue, seemingly not caring that he had over 30 wands pointed at his head. Some of you might be thinking, gloating really to yourselves that you've finally caught me, that the Dark Lord Voldemort will reward you for finally killing me, that you've got me trapped, that you have me completely cornered with no way to escape, no possible hope for leaving here alive. Well, I almost hate to burst your bubble. Note, I said almost. He grinned sadistically and pulled out his wand, its tip glowing a fiery orange-red. Now forgive me, but I have always wanted to say this. You may think that I'm trapped here with all of you, but actually, you're the ones that are trapped in here with me. Thus began what soon became known as the Alley Slaughter. Avada Kedavra, came the simultaneous casting from over half the gathered crowd. It would have been devastating, and there would have been no way for Harry to possibly defend against that many curses. Except that he wasn't there by the time they hit, instead flying on to the space behind where he'd been, and hit the wards and protections set up around the wizard marketplace. Amazingly, even under 30 direct hits by the Avada Kedavra, the wards around Diagon Alley barely flickered. Growling, the 50-plus wizards spread out, all of them looking for Harry Potter and planning on cursing him into oblivion. Some shot out at the slightest hint of movement, causing a few friendly fire incidents, but nothing lethal. Unfortunately, finally, Harry appeared before the mob once more, this time standing on the roof of Gringotts. Before somebody did something stupid though, the cooler and more history incline Ed heads quickly reminded those that fell asleep in Ben's class from the first day and didn't even bother learning anything, that the last thing Voldemort and the new Ministry needed was yet another goblin rebellion, caused by a few curses cast at their bank on Diagon Alley. Harry knew he was pushing his luck. He should have taken the others and left a while ago, leaving them with the knowledge that he could get to them at any time and they couldn't do a thing to stop him. However, he'd been itching for a fight ever since he'd been forced to call a stalemate at the Burrow a month ago, and skirmishes taking out a few Death Eaters a night weren't fulfilling in the slightest anymore. Not that Harry really got off on violence or anything like that, but when you're used to activity and feeling of accomplishment and progress, having all that come to a screeching, agonizingly slow crawl was maddening to him. So, he decided to scratch his itch. Tell you lot what for, he shouted to them from his perch on top of Gringotts. The security wards that just went up a few minutes ago, they stay up. But if any of you can find your way out of here within the next hour, you get to leave. Rest of you, well. Suddenly, Harry's aura exploded across the alley, charging the atmosphere, making it hot and heavy, while at the same time a pressure wave traveled out from his location, knocking some off their feet and to the ground as Harry cut loose with a lot of magic just to intimidate them. You can try and survive for the next 60 minutes. Quote, an eye blink later, Harry vanished. Why? At the charged atmosphere of the alley remained, telling the Dark Wizard enforcers that danger was still present, and Potter's threat was very real. Then the screams started. Knowing that his tactics had to change with the strategy, Harry held off on his flashy battle magic spells, as well as using clones. This time, he had to evoke a sense of terror amongst the government terrorists, so that limited him, yet again, to hit and run spells. It also meant a lot of running, so of course his very first spell was Lightning Shoes, advancing it up to Thunderclaps when needed. All the same, it kept high out of the Death Eaters' sights so they couldn't curse him. And when they did catch sight of him, it was only a streak of movement out of the corner of their eyes, which of course had them jumping all over the place. First objective, separate the lambs from the sheep. Using his mage sight, he checked everyone's auras. Surprisingly, only 10 of the auras present had in lack of darkness to them. They were also, thankfully, clustered together at the fringe of the gathering, staying near the entrance. Picking up a fistful of pebbles, he stepped back into the shadows, going to the very edge of the alley where the wards were. And then extended his magic senses, by briefly meditating, into the wards and adjusted them so that a set kind of portkey would be allowed to exit the alley. He changed all of the pebbles in his hand into that kind of portkey and sped his way back to the gathering. One Death Eater saw him emerge from the darkness and started to scream a warning and a call for everyone to approach. Only for it to turn into a scream of terror as Harry grabbed him and threw him back into the darkness, and then up he flew through the wards, twice. They'd all heard the scream, but it didn't really get to them until the ward-burned corpse landed, quite dead, in the midst of all of them in the middle of the alley. A sinister voice echoed from every shadowy corner, for those of you who did not think I had it in me to make good on my threats. In a flash, Harry, aura raging around him, swept down and threw his fist forward while he shouted the rest, I always keep my promises, Death Eater scum. The glowing pebbles flew in blazing streaks through the air, each striking a specific individual in the crowd, who vanished with a flash of light, a puff of smoke, and the girly man scream you always hear on TV when the minions fall to their death. Then he was gone and the remaining dark wizards feared for their lives, as the majority knew that those that had just vanished were the closest thing to light wizards left among the aura ranks, although most of them would say they were a mid-gray in their opinion. Some tried to disapparate, and were unpleasantly reminded that anti-apparition wards had been put in place around the alley. Those with more experience, and unfortunately darker auras, soon cooled their heads and brought the rest under control and organized the crowd into something that might give Harry some trouble, until he swooped down from a different place and shot a few dozen fireballs into their midst and was gone before anybody could even lift their wand to do anything about it. One of them got rather impatient and shouted out suddenly, "Come out and fight like a wizard, Potter." "Okay, I'll do that if you stand there and die like a piece of shit," came the harsh reply from directly above them. They all looked up as one, and immediately wished they hadn't as they finally saw Harry flying there above them, only with a magical attack already prepped and released the moment they looked up. Emerald Cyclone. He cast down his arms and a solid mass of green-tinted wind sliced down and covered the lot of them. From a distance it was just wind, but inside the cyclone, the Death Eaters were finding out firsthand that Harry's spell had formed the air into cutting blades of air and it was quickly tearing them apart, literally. By the time it was over, Harry had disappeared again, but the remaining Death Eaters, those that were in any shape for anything besides street mungos in a casket, or a bucket really, still were not in very good shape. They were also pissing scared. "This is crazy. We've gotta get out of here," someone screamed. "Potter was just supposed to be a punk kid. How did he get this powerful?" Another yelled. "Bloody insane to stay here. We're all gonna be killed at this rate. Take down the wards." "Enough," a louder voice shouted over the rest. This, of course, was the leader of the group. Harry, from his hiding spot, smirked, as he recognized none other than Anton Dolohov, one of the inner circle to boot. "Are you lot a bunch of pathetic mudbloods, or are you wizards? He's only one punk kid, that happened to learn a few new spells. So what? All of us have got years' experience on this boy and he hasn't even graduated school yet. Now find him and kill him." Dolohov roused them, right until a HTNING bolt struck him dead and fried him to ash right in front of their eyes. "Have to find me first, bozos." Harry's voice echoed throughout the alley. Meanwhile, as the Death Eaters were getting terrorized, Harry began the final phase of the plan. Now that he'd had his fun and managed to get them all thoroughly afraid of him, it was time to take it to the next level, and turn himself from the symbol of hope and light into a true legend. Blood copy Helix. Creating a few quick clones, actual physical, albeit magically created, copies of himself, Harry placed each of them at different points in the alley. And then joined his friends near the entrance. Taking a moment to gather his magic, as this would take a lot, although now he had magic to spare and then some, Harry's eyes snapped open as he, and his clones, all declared, "Gate. Open." Quote. Simultaneously, In front of him and each of his clones, a man-sized version of his gate appeared, the twin emerald green rings of energy mirrored in their eyes as in front of them. Then, he summoned the dragons, hunter dragons. Quote, his friends looked at him, surprised, as they had been expecting him to summon the same elemental dragons they'd seen him summon before. They were even more surprised when a gray and silver dragon began to emerge from the open gate. It was about the size of a large boar hound, or jungle cat. It had sharp claws, and a spiked whip-like tail and 4 wings, 2 smaller ones coming out of his head and then the 2 main wings coming from the back of its torso. It also had a very large chin that they only realized afterwards was instead an inverted and razor-sharp horn. Its lethal red eyes glanced at Harry and his friends and clones only once before seeming to grin, and the 13 summoned dragons turned their attention to the Death Eaters waiting, cowering actually, in front of them. Well, Harry smugly crossed his arms as he watched the carnage begin. All in all, not bad for a day's work, wouldn't you say? Let's head back. Right, Hermione mumbled, looking rather green as she turned away from the alley. Don't you have to stay here, for the dragons I mean, Harry? Ron asked. They stepped out into the open, Harry dividing his attention between the carnage, disabling the wards, focusing his energies to teleport them all, and Ron's question. Nah, he shook his head, they'll go back when they feel like it. I only summon hunter dragons when I need one of 2 things. To track a scent, in which case I bring a lot of meat ahead of time, or for the same reason somebody would keep a school of piranhas in a pond. After they get finished with this lot, provided that no more Death Eaters show up, they'll go back on their own. Ah, good, that's good, Ron mumbled, not really understanding. And not sure he wanted to either. It happened so fast, and as good as Harry had become, he could still be surprised. Potter, a Death Eater had gotten away from the pack of hunter dragons. Though not without cost seeing how torn up he was. Harry spun around, a spell pattern forming in his mind, but too slow and too disorganized to truly form. Sectum Sempra, a jet of purple light shot out, aimed right at Harry's heart. Of course it would be simple to either block or dodge the spell. For him that is, Harry, Ginny yelled and tackled him to the ground before he could do anything about it. This action, unfortunately, only succeeded in putting her into the path of the spell at the exact moment it hit. Ginny, he screamed, catching her as she fell, and witnessed as blood spurted from her nose, mouth, and even her ears and eyes. Everything froze in that moment, the air stopped, the fighting and killing stopped, and the magic stopped, seeming to gasp in shock at this event. Then it rushed forward at an adrenaline pace all at once. Harry's eyes squinted shut, tearing up before snapping open, blazing with emerald green light. He released a primal scream as a wave of pure force atomized the Death Eater. And then went on to do the same to nearly everything behind the destroyed wizard, even buildings, plants, other Death Eaters, until it hit the wards, and they fell instantly as it exploded and caused massive property damage. The hunter dragons, seeing that even though there was still prey left, it was no longer a good idea to stick around, all left at once. His rage spent, Harry focused his remaining energies and power on saving his girlfriend's life, and immediately teleported himself, her and the others back to Grimald Place, where began the fight for Ginny Weasley's life. Deathly Hallows. Title: Harry Potter. 4-in-1 Author: Joshua. Disclaimer. J.K. Rowling created Harry James Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Hogwarts, the whole gosh darn HP universe, and wrote the 7 inches Harry Potter, books that we all love and enjoy. Spoilers for Book 1, and Book even be some direct quotes from Book 7, so be warned. I'm not writing this for profit, I may not even let anybody but my dearest and closest friends even read this and they'll get it for free, so thankfully this won't get me sued or anything. Everything after Chapter 9 in Book 7 is going to be changed anyway, and even those chapters that I do quote, they won't be quoted very well or for very long as I'm changing everything after those points. Assume, for Wizard Harry, that everything between the stated timelines in Book 1 and Book 7 is identical to what happened in the rest of the books in the HP universe. Tamora Pierce is the awesome author of the Circle of Magic books that Mage Harry is taken from. And of course I don't own Winding Circle nor the concepts of academic and ambient magic. Any future spy magic you might see is going to be exactly like the battle magic so far. An amalgamation of numerous sources that might not even be magic on their own, but have been twisted in such a way by me. You have been warned. Summary. A mysterious stranger interferes in the timeline and in Harry's life, splitting the young wizard into 4 and giving each a different magical education. Wizard, warrior, mage, and spy. And, past this chapter here, things are going to change for this story. Can't yet say how much or in exactly which way, but for starters, this is the last time I'll put the disclaimer at the head of the chapter. Other changes will be forthcoming and I'll either announce on my author's page, or I will put a very brief "and" at the head of the appropriate chapter. AN2. I am going to go the round-robin way of things here. I plan on having Harry and friends leave their universe through a unique method of travel that will guarantee their return to the exact moment they left so that they might face this newly discovered threat with adequate experience and training. Experience for Harry, training and experience for the others. Hey, if I'm going to do a Mary Sue HP fanfic, I might as well do it right. AN3. My point is, I would like to cross Harry and group here with already established. Meaning, written by other authors, HP alternate universes, or HPAUs. If you like this story, and have no objection to it, please contact me and let me know if you're interested in having a Super Harry come by your universe or not. I'll probably be approaching quite a few people on my own to request the opportunity to do the same. Story. 12 Grimald Place. A few minutes later, Harry was as close to a panic as he'd ever been as he carried Ginny up the stairs. Hermione and Ron were just as distraught, but thankfully they listened to him when he told them to remain downstairs. He quickly took Ginny to her room and laid her down on her bed. She was still conscious, but could not communicate, though her eyes spoke of confusion, fear, and pain. "Don't worry, Ginny," he whispered as he brushed back her hair from her face. "I'll take care of you." Then he silently opened his gate, the only sign being the rings appearing around his pupils. He focused his magic and cast a spell. The one spell that he was warned to not use casually, as besides using a whole lot of magic and power, it could be manipulated into a very dark spell by those that knew how. Full elements. Full life regeneration. Karaga. A series of lights flew over and through Ginny's body, and as this happened her condition remarkably improved. Harry kept up the magic and the light continued until the blood had disappeared and it was as if Ginny had never been cursed in the first place. A minute later, she was as good as new, and Harry cut off the spell, nearly collapsing onto her as the drain in his energy finally hit him. So much for going back out tonight, he idly thought to himself as he picked himself up and fell into a nearby chair. Ginny, seeing this, immediately sat up, worry etched on her face. She winced a bit as she sat up. "Careful," Harry said to her, sounding as tired as he looked. "I healed the damage, but the trauma can still be felt. Just give yourself a couple minutes and you should be fine." "Thank you," she whispered. Then the famous Weasley temper suddenly flared. "You saved my life, and I love you for it, Harry, but look at you. What did you just do? I'll bet you almost killed yourself just trying to save me, didn't you?" "Then we're even," he groaned, adjusting his position a bit. "I could have handled that curse just fine, maybe even deflected it right back at the bastard. Instead, you, rather foolishly, threw yourself into what was obviously a lethal curse, almost killing yourself just trying to save me, didn't you?" "Oh, don't you dare turn my own words against me," she warned him. "Then don't make me have to do it again," he shouted back. Just as suddenly, all energy seemed to leave him and it was all he could do to stay in the chair and not slump exhausted to the floor. "I couldn't stand it if you did, Ginny. I really don't think I could stand it. This time was bad enough." "Oh Harry," Ginny whispered. "I'm not going to all chivalrously bigoted on you or anything," he assured her. "I am training you how to use your magic to fight, after all. Still, I would appreciate it if you would not underestimate me while overestimating yourself in the future." "That doesn't sound like you," she pointed out. "One of my other selves, the mage that was trained in a place called Winding Circle, I grew up around strong women, ND considered 2 of them to be surrogate mothers almost, and another 3 were like sisters to me, and they could all equally kick my ass without even trying. Didn't stop me from trying to do what you did for them on more than one occasion, especially when I didn't have to. They gave me the same lecture I just spouted at you. Except for that chivalrous bigot stuff, that was all me. Ginny giggled again. Then she got up and helped him to his feet. Come on, you're beat. Especially after everything that happened today. I'll help you to bed, then go assure my brother and Hermione that I'm all right. Is there anything I can get for you? Anything I can do for you? Harry chuckled, but even then he sounded exhausted. I believe we discussed that already. As for anything else, Kreacher can get me whatever else I might need. He's been abandoned for quite long enough if you ask me. If Ron gives you any trouble, get him to practice his forms a bit more. Nobody leaves. We stirred up the hornet's nest quite a lot, and it's going to be a few days before everything calms back down. Get as much rest as you all can. Also, you might want to eat something yourself, and then hit the sack. Speaking from personal experience with that spell, healing can take a lot out of you. I'll keep that in mind, she said. They walked up the next flight of stairs and then into Harry's room, where he quickly collapsed upon the bed. Ginny almost decided to help him with getting into his pajamas, except that every time she tried to remove his clothes, he woke up just enough to glare at her and get her to leave. With a sigh, she finally left and made her way downstairs, where a frantic Hermione and a pacing Ron were overjoyed to see her up and walking. Ginny, Ron exclaimed, you're all right, you're alive, you're not dead. He was shouting all this while jumping up and down around her while hugging her neck at the same time. And he's normally only like this on his birthday, the red-haired girl dryly commented to Hermione. What happened? What did Harry do? Are you really all right? A frantic Hermione blurted out. I'm fine, Ginny assured her friend while trying to calm her brother down. As for what happened, well, obviously, I got cursed by a Death Eater, and Harry healed me. He's upstairs resting, largely because the spell he had to use to heal me took a lot out of him. Anyway, I'm starving, so I'm going to get something to eat. Care to join me? That way I can answer any other questions you've got, Hermione. With a grin at the knowledge she had both of them hooked, she walked off towards the kitchen and quickly had Kreacher cooking up a SM between her and Ron. It was gone within half an hour. Tops. During which, she answered Hermione's questions, which largely concerned the spell Harry used to heal her, the curse that had almost killed her, and the consequences of each. An hour later, all 3 were tired and it was early evening. Without any more questions, all Re went up to bed and immediately fell asleep. 12 Grimald Place. 3 days later, attic training room. Ron lunged forward, throwing a punch straight at Hermione's face. She ducked to the side, her arm looping up and deflecting his arm with an open palm, right before flowing around him and slapping her other palm against his underside and slipping behind him. He did not hesitate to jump up in an incredibly acrobatic maneuver and twirled over her head and then behind her, where he struck at her open back, only for her to pull off a similar jump at the last second. She moved in, flowing from position to position, fists and flat palms striking against the redhead. He endured, using solid blocks or straightforward deflects to counter, finally using a foot slide to trip her up just enough to get her to retreat once more. On the other side of the room, Harry and Ginny were having a fight of their own. Harry was faster, taller, stronger, and tougher, able to endure everything they could throw at him and then some. Ginny was learning all 4 styles equally and progressing at a rate that reminded Harry of another person's progress. His own. Still, she only started learning martial arts a little under a month ago. So while she was learning quickly, she had no hope of a chance against Harry in the slightest. Another few minutes sparring, until Ginny finally collapsed into exhaustion, and Ron and Hermione were still fighting each other to a standstill at every move. Harry called for a break, much to the others' relief. All right, I think that's enough sparring for today. Cool down time. You guys run through your katas. You should know them well enough to do them on your own now. I'm going to go get you some water. Be back soon, and I better find you cooling down when I get back, he told them as he stepped down the stairs and further down to the kitchen. Couldn't he just have made Kreacher get them for us? Ron asked. Ron. Hermione was outraged. Ron panicked. Ked before taking a breath and continuing. Harry's been all about making Kreacher feel wanted and needed again, and the only way to do that with a house elf is to order them around. So, since Harry's been asking Kreacher to do stuff like getting us refreshments so far, why is he suddenly doing it himself? Probably because he's doing something else, and he wants us occupied while he does it. Ginny hypothesized as she got into position to begin her catus. And if it was to go out and fry some Death Eaters, he would have told us. Probably has to do with our training. Now, are you two going to get started, or what? Frustrated at the lack of answers, but having nothing else to do, the three turned their attention to their catus and slowly and methodically moved through each of the motions with great focus. They got so into it that time passed without them even noticing, and it seemed as if he'd only just left when they finally noticed Harry standing there watching them, ice-cold water bottles waiting for them. And an old book in his hands. "Harry, that's my gift from Dumbledore," Hermione cried after she drained half her bottle in one gulp. "Yep," he nodded. "Found something interesting in it too. Turn to the story about the three brothers. Read it and then tell me if you realize anything." Confused, but curious, Hermione accepted the book and turned to the mentioned story within the storybook and read through it in less than 5 minutes. Then she went back and read through it a second and a third time. On the third, she spent a minute looking at the first page of the story. Specifically the top of it where a familiar triangular eye was etched in pen. "I don't understand, Harry, what is it you wanted me to figure out?" Hermione said, on the edge of tears. In reply, he merely brought out his invisibility cloak, and from under his shirt he pulled out the moleskin pouch Hagrid had given him, and pulled out the stone that had come from the snitch. Then he pulled out a very, very familiar wand. Made out of elder wood, Dumbledore's wand. Hermione's eyes went wide. "No," she gasped. "No, no, no, it's just not possible. No, it can't be, can it? Hermione, I was split into 4 separate beings by a time wizard who then took 3 of me to alternate realities and pocket dimensions where each of them received a highly diversified magical education. And then fused me back together on my 17th birthday. I survived the killing curse when I was a baby, killed a 60-foot basilisk when I was 12, and none of that is counting all the things we all saw in the Department of Mysteries. Is it really hard to believe that 3 items in a wizard fairy tale are actually real?" "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Ron, who'd been watching on silently so far, shouted. "The tale of the 3 brothers. That's the one where death comes for 3 brothers and they defeat death only for it to trick them into accepting 3 gifts from death that result in their own deaths anyway, right?" "Not exactly, but close enough," Hermione responded. "So, you're saying the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone and the Cloak of Invisibility are real? And that these are them?" Ginny questioned, pointing at the 3 magical artifacts. "Yep," Harry nodded. "But how?" Hermione wanted to know. "Well, fairy tales are just folklore that somebody just finally decided to put down on paper and print into books, right? So, what if the tale of the 3 brothers was a bit of folklore, 3 wizards that either crafted these or were given them some time before even the founders of Hogwarts lived, maybe even before Merlin? Then it got turned into a bedtime story and told and retold so many times that it became more fiction than reality. Besides, I did some extra research, and do you care? Now how many unbeatable wands are found throughout history?" "Dozens, if not outright hundreds," Hermione answered. "But you can't mean that." Harry shrugged. "There are historical documents, first hand accounts and so forth of the unbeatable wand, given dozens of different names. But never once did one unbeatable wand face another, only the passage of one dark wizard after another, using it and then losing it. It said so in the story, the Elder Wand was stolen by a thief. But the stone, the cloak, neither of them can be real." Hermione protested. "Well, in the story, it was never said what happened to either. Only that the second brother killed himself, not what he did with the stone, nor what happened to it. But with the cloak, the youngest brother gave it to his son," she exclaimed, finally catching on. "Your father's invisibility cloak, and it probably could have been passed down through your family for ages, from father to son." "Bingo," Harry grinned. "And what does this mean exactly?" Ron asked. "I mean, it's wicked and everything, And now that I think about it, don't you realize he's right? I've got so used to Harry's cloak and how good it is, I never stopped to think. I've never heard of one like Harry's. It's infallible. We've never been spotted under it. Of course not, Hermione exclaimed. We're invisible when we're under it, Ron. It's never occurred to me before. But I've heard stuff about charms wearing off cloaks when they get old, or them being ripped apart by spells so they've got holes in them. Harry's was owned by his dad, so it's not exactly new, is it? But it's just perfect. He's right, I've heard the same things, Ginny agreed. But the stone, come on. Well, Harry shrugged, only one way to find out. With that, he flipped the S-tone over 3 times in his hand and said aloud, Dumbledore. Instantly, with no transition or special effect at all, the ghost of Albus Dumbledore stood among them. Like all ghosts they were familiar with, was translucent to their eyes. Still, all 4 of them swore that his eyes still sparkled as they always had in life. Ah, Harry, you figured this out much sooner than I had anticipated. Congratulations are in order, I do believe, he said with a grim smile. So this is the resurrection stone of the story. Harry held it up. Dumbledore nodded his head sadly. How much do you know? That he things you left me and Hermione in your will permitted me to have control and possession of these magical artifacts, not to mention your wand, that I claimed possession of through a minor duel with Malfoy. The book contains the story that tells us what they are. You hid the stone in my snitch, and you anticipated that I wouldn't be able to figure this out until Voldemort had me cornered and I would figure I was about to die. From that I can glean several strategies, but the one that fits best with my experience with you is that you intended for Voldemort to eventually steal your wand from you grave and then use it in a duel with me confronting and defeating Malfoy before then, so that when we dueled, in the ultimate irony, the ultimate wand that wins all duels for its master, which Voldemort coveted so much, would wind up killing him when he tried to kill me. Rather poor planning if you ask me. I am so sorry, Harry. Harry shrugged. Not to worry. Mostly I just wanted to confirm if this was the resurrection stone from the story or not. But since you're here, time for some explanations, old man. Harry, Hermione admonished him. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore. It's been a trying month. It's quite all right, Miss Granger, Dumbledore assured her. All things considered, it's expected even. So, Harry, what, exactly, is it you would like me to explain? Harry Ali took a moment to think over that question. He'd, actually, already figured out most of what Dumbledore's previous plan and thinking had been, protect him from Death Eaters looking to avenge our fallen master by sending him to the Dursleys where he would be protected from magical harm, give him all the information he would need to understand and perhaps even anticipate Voldemort's own plans. Give him the tools to win against Voldemort in the form of these magical artifacts, while giving him enough time, so to speak, to figure it all out while Voldemort more or less dug his own grave. The overall plan, though, had to be one of the most simplistic uses of dramatic irony that he'd ever heard of. Voldemort didn't know that wands, being magic made, had somewhat of a basic intelligence. Sort of a mixture of the creature that provided the main ingredient and the wizard that was most compatible with the wand, though one thing was prevalent in all wands. If their master, wielder, was ever defeated, defeat being classified as being disarmed, rather than just dead, then the one that defeated said master became the wand's new master. It actually used to be more of a code of honor than anything else. But after a few hundred years, the code became magical law and law became a basic instinct that was ingrained into every wand ever made, no matter who made it. Voldemort might know of magical law, although given his warped sense of reality he would view it more as the other person had to be killed to defeat them. And he currently believed that Snape had killed Dumbledore, and Hus was the current master of the Elder Wand. He didn't know Draco had picked up Dumbledore's wand after stunning him atop the tower, thus disarming and easily defeating him. He also didn't know that just over a week ago, he'd gone to Malfoy Manor with the Elder Wand, put it in Draco's hand, and then dueled him 10 times in a row, losing only the first time and disarming Malfoy in various other ways until he was sure the wand recognized him as its new master. Then he'd stunned and erased Draco's memories and left. Therefore, The plan was to have Voldemort try and use the Elder Wand, and when he next dueled against Harry, the wand would backfire on him, winning the duel for its master, Harry Potter. No, the plan was simplistic, and incredibly obvious once you had all the facts, which Harry nearly did. To be honest, he really only had 3 questions. What are these things? He asked. Dumbledore smiled, his translucent eyes twinkling as they had in life. They are called the Deathly Hallows. I had looked for them in my youth, but never in all my years did I ever expect to see them all together like this. I am almost ashamed to admit, I was quite a fool back then, as I did not seek them out for their historic value, but for the power they offered. Yeah, we know already, Harry interrupted, drawing a surprised look from the Spectre. Rita Skeeter released the unbiased biography of Albus Dumbledore. He answered the look. I have to admit, given the way things turned out, I didn't really expect you and Grindelwald to have been the best of friends when you were both in school. Yes, well, though I would imagine that at some point you revised your dream of conquering the world to put muggles in their place, and to ensure that the world was controlled by the superior race, wizards and witches. The children had never seen Dumbledore look so ashamed or defeated before. Harry just shrugged. Like I said, we already knew, and like you said, you were a kid, you made mistakes, and you learned from them. So, they're called the Deathly Hallows. I can see why, given the story that cropped up around their supposed creation. Next question. Why test me? Harry. Hermione spoke up, still stunned by the previous revelation, but her friend's raw emotion that was put into that question worried her. I'm not sure I know what you mean, Harry. Dumbledore looked utterly defeated now. Ron kind of admitted it that summer I spent at the Burrow. You asked Molly Weasley to help me through the barrier. Given their honest reactions, which even now I have to admit were either truly honest, or that woman is the best goddamned actress in the entire universe, none of the Weasleys there really knew who I was until Fred and George blurted it out. So, I am forced to surmise that you merely sent her a letter saying that there was a muggle raised first year that would be coming through the gateway that year. After all, Platform 9 3/4 does have a flow connection, and that is the way most wizard families get onto the platform. Professor McGonagall, after she took me and my parents shopping in Diagon Alley, explained exactly how to get onto the platform, Hermione pointed out. He turned to face her and replied, deadpan, Hagrid took me shopping in Diagon Alley. Ah, Hermione's face lit up with understanding. Then we have my first year at Hogwarts, Harry continued speaking to Dumbledore's ghost. Admittedly, Quirrell, being a certified defense against the dark arts teacher, would be able to learn and know occlumency to a degree of keeping both you and Snape out, so with Riddle, literally in his head and protecting him from your legilimency, you wouldn't immediately know. But then we have the so-called protections of the Sorcerer's Stone, one of which was a troll, provided by Professor Quirrell. Correct, the troll on Halloween, and he just screamed and fainted. Not to mention him trying to kill me. Snape even knew he was trying to kill me and was casting the counter curse at the same time. Second year. Harry was pacing by now. An 11-year-old first year which is not capable in the slightest of learning occlumency. I know for a fact that Snape was using the silent version of legilimency on every student in every potions class, especially on the first day. How could he not know about the Horcrux? After the chickens, and then the first attacks, and then that mess with Hagrid. 3 drops of Veritaserum would have been more than enough to clear Hagrid's name. And don't even get me started on Sirius. He paced a couple more times before rounding on the dead headmaster. Why did you test me? To make sure you weren't Voldemort, came the blunt reply. Startled, Harry took a step back, not having expected to after the sorting ceremony. That was all the proof I needed that you weren't. Everything that came later, well, the traps were not the only defense on the stone, as you know, Harry. The one thing that Voldemort did see and you did not, were the alarm wards placed in each room. Voldemort quite easily bypassed those and the traps that any group of determined first years could get through. You, however, immediately said all the alarms the moment you stepped into Professor Flitwick's test, which immediately prompted me to turn around and fly back to Hogwarts with the utmost urgency. Everything that came after, I am sorry to admit, was only partially my doing. I took advantage of the circumstances as they happened, giving you the clues to see if you could piece it all together yourself, in each circumstance. Once Voldemort returned, however, I knew that there was no more room for preparing you. So I then began working on what you called my plan to defeat Voldemort. Why did you hold back in your fight with him? Harry asked his final question. When the ghost opened his mouth to answer, Harry held up the Elder Wand, arching an eyebrow as though accusing. The ghost of Dumbledore let out an ethereal sigh and slumped. I didn't hold back, Harry. I merely refused to end another's life. I attempted to save you from knowing what that is like. My plan may have been simplistic and costly, Harry, but at the least it would have prevented you from becoming a murderer, as you had feared when you first heard the prophecy for yourself. Speaking of which, seeing where that was going, Dumbledore immediately shook his head. No. I did not once let the thought of keeping or breaking the prophecy influence me in the least against Voldemort in my duel with him. As I said, I was attempting to subdue him so that he might be captured. I refused to kill him. Harry took a deep breath and let it out as a slow sigh. That was stupid, he finally said, drawing gasps from his friends, as he'd said it straight to the former headmaster's face. At the time he was on the brink of starting another war. He was at the very heart of the wizarding government, inside the Ministry of Magic, his minions walking the halls of the Department of Mysteries, causing equal amounts of destruction, harm, and damage. He was fighting you with lethal curses, trying to kill both you, me, my friends, and anyone else in the area. Anyone else in the world would have pulled the gloves off and given half the chance, I know many would have, to borrow a phrase, pulled the trigger on his ugly mug. But, he sighed again and continued, but, you stuck to your convictions, and I can respect that. Even though I don't agree with many of your choices, you did them with the best of intentions and acted on as much information as you had at the time. So, for what it's worth, I forgive you for any wrongs done between us. Which includes leaving me with the Dursleys growing up. Thank you, Dumbledore started to say, but Harry waved his hand. You can go now. I have all the information that I need from you. He flipped the stone once more and the ghost faded away. Harry, I can't believe you just did that. Hermione was in shock. He deserved worse, came the tight reply. He certainly didn't deserve your forgiveness for leaving you at the Dursleys. Ginny added. Harry smirked and shrugged, like a dog shaking water out of its fur. Harry shed his foul mood and turned around to face them. All right, as you all know, you passed the test on your skill with the transform spell with flying colors. And I did promise to teach you all a new battle spell once you had mastered this one. Yes, Ron crowed. However, you still haven't mastered it just yet. Harry enjoyed Ron's crestfallen expression at his statement. You've mastered self-transfiguration and animal transfiguration. There is, however, still object transfiguration. Specifically, changing into stationary objects, like furniture, books, weapons, tools, pieces of art, things like that. But how? Hermione started to ask. Same three-hand seals, only this time you're focusing on a physical object rather than a living thing. Same basic rules as animal transfiguration. One-time change. Once you're changed, you're stuck until either you exert the magic to change forms once more, or until someone else comes along to reverse the spell. Few obvious differences though, such as, Ron asked. Everyone was kind of surprised that he wasn't already trying this out as he had with animal transfiguration. Obviously, you can't move around as you would in either human or animal form. There are also other differences, such as your perception. It's actually harder to explain, as you still have all of your senses, they're just changed. Did any of you try and transform into an insect of any kind? I did, once. Ginny shuddered in revulsion. Well, as far as your senses go, it's a lot like that. Relearning how to see, hear, feel, and other things like that. It varies, depending on what you change into, but it's all still there. Once you can copy an object perfectly, then I can show you the trick I learned about how to change the spell so you can move even while a solid object. And apply other spells to your object self as well. Wicked. What do we do? Ron eagerly asked. You practice, Harry said with a smile. Start with something you're familiar with. Don't worry, none of you are powerful enough that doing something by accident, or otherwise, is irreversible. So I'll change you back if it becomes obvious that you're stuck or something. Once you can master changing to various objects on your own, I'll show you the tricks. Well, how about you demonstrate it for us? Like you did before, Hermione requested. Harry shrugged, formed the seals, and in a puff of white smoke, there was suddenly a chair sitting there. Another puff of smoke, the chair was replaced with a student's desk. 10 seconds after that, a large vase, another 20 count after that. A marble statue of Harry Potter, in the fashion of the Greek Apollo, nude, stood there. The girls stared unabashedly while Ron was looking confusedly back and forth between them and the statue. Suddenly the statue opened its eyes, smirked at Ginny and winked at Hermione before reverted back to its still form, and after another puff of smoke, there stood Harry with a sly grin on his face. That's the basics. Practice until dinner time, he said, taking the Deathly Hallows with him as he left the attic. Hermione, Ginny, and Ron all stared at each other, the girls blushing slightly. But finally they just shrugged and got down to practicing. Surprisingly, it seemed to be harder for them to change into solid objects than to change into animals or other people. They were at it until well after dinner time, and not even Hermione or Ginny could actually do it. Ministry of Magic next day evening. Harry wasn't sure what he was even doing here. He'd promised that he wouldn't go out and face Death Eaters or whatnot alone anymore. But he wasn't exactly doing that, and in fact he was planning on not facing any Death Eaters, or anyone at all for that matter. The plan had, originally been, to just sneak in and see what all exactly the Ministry was up to under the new regime. Of course that was before he found out that part of the new regime was that everyone worked late. He would have wrapped himself up in the invisibility cloak, gets capital letters now that he knew it was one of the Deathly Hallows, save for two things: one, that he didn't bring it as the Ministry W, as supposed to be empty at this time of night, and two, it was simpler for him to just turn himself invisible with a silent spell. The moment that he teleported in, thankfully when nobody was looking, and he saw a lot of people going around like it was your standard workday, he bit off a curse and triggered one of the cooler powers he'd developed as a magical spy, OSI. Opposite spectrum invisibility, not from battle magic, and quite frankly way more advanced than anything Winding Circle had, not to mention the Ministry ASED spells of invisibility such as disillusionment or standard invisibility cloaks. The OSI spell was designed for use by covert operatives under the principle of quantum mechanics that everything that exists, gives off, reflects, or generates energy that marks its presence in the universe. Or space-time continuum as Einstein called it. What the spell does, it alters the caster's own molecules to switch from the spectrum of energy where everyone else can see and hear hem to the exact quantum opposite, so they could neither been seen or heard by anyone in the normal spectrum of space-time. Cool part was, even though Harry was now completely undetectable, even better than being under a mobile Fidelius charm, he could still see and hear and even interact with the normal spectrum, i.e. everything around him, without any difficulty despite technically being of the opposite spectrum. He could still touch objects and people and such, and they could feel him, they just couldn't see or hear him. Slipping past security, and it being child's play to get past the wards and wand check, Harry made his way over to the elevator and started to figure out what all he could do here. He decided to start with his least favorite place in the world, the Department of Mysteries. Imagine his surprise when he saw a line of people stretching the entire corridor and felt the telltale sensation of cold dread creeping in on his heart. Only this time, he had a lot more bad and Ramatic stuff in his head since the last time he'd been in a Dementor's presence. Hedwig, on Harry's shoulder, clacked her beak angrily. Oh hell no, Harry growled, drawing both of his wands. The Ollie and Phoenix Feather and the Elder Wands together, concentrating with lethal intensity upon the culmination of 4 lifetimes of happy memories, he cast with both wands. Expecto Patronum, even though he was currently, and technically speaking, not in the same phase of existence as all those people and even the Dementors, magic itself crosses all barriers of space-time, so despite not being heard or seen, the twin Patroni came into being all the same. The one on the right was his standard Patronus, prongs still, surprisingly, modeled after the animagus form of his deceased father. He had almost expected it to be a 4-headed dragon or something else like that after all that he'd been through in the past few months. The Patronus on the left, however, was the interesting one, as it had been cast with the Elder Wand. For starters, instead of silver, it was colored gold throughout. For another, it was not a ghostly collection of vapors in the shape of a stag. It was a real honest living breathing stag that was softly glowing gold, had solid gold antlers and shiny gold hooves. Oh, and its eyes were a demonic-looking red that made one think of death. Despite being startled by His new appearance of his guardian, he merely holstered the Elder Wand and pulled out his staff. Just before he cast the Patronus spell again, he ordered, "Drive away every single Dementor that is in the area. Destroy them if possible, but drive them all away from here and from these people. Expecto Patroni." Harry wasn't really sure what he was doing, but he just wanted to see what would happen. The differences between a staff and a wand, he had little doubt that it would be interesting to say the least. He wasn't disappointed as, with the gold and silver stags leading the charge, an entire stampede poured from the gold cap of his staff, startling a lot of the people in the hallway, but bringing relief with them as all influences of the Dementors were erased in their wake. Probably should have brought the others. But like hell, I'm going to let this go on for even one more minute, Harry said once the stampede had stopped coming from his staff. He quickly walked down the hall, following the line, and growled when he saw it ending in the very same courtroom where he'd had his 5th-year hearing on underage magic use. Entering, he wasn't surprised to see none other than Dolores Umbridge at the center of everything. Well, needless as it is to say, he honestly couldn't be held responsible for what happened next. After all, who in their right mind would be stupid enough to shoot the Cruciatus curse at a mirror that bore their own reflection, and then keep it up until they gave themselves a heart attack? 12 Grimald Place. Same time. Has anybody seen Harry? Hermione asked Ron and Ginny. No, they both said at the same time, startled that none of them knew where their friend, and more or less leader, was at the moment. They shared a look and then all together shouted, "Kreacher! Where's Harry?" Hermione asked the old house elf the moment he appeared. "Master left for Ministry of Magic. To do business," he said. Kreacher replied in that sly tone of voice, "Thankful." LLY without the scorn he'd used when speaking to Hermione of late. "Come on, we've got to," Hermione started to say. "Got to what?" Harry asked from the open door, leaning against the door frame with arms crossed and a cocky smirk on his face. "Harry, where have you been?" We were getting worried sick about you," she screeched. "Really? But you only just found out I was gone," he replied. "Mate, I thought we told you not to go off on your own anymore. Without us there is backup," Ron told him. "What were you thinking, going to the Ministry of Magic like that?" "Honestly couldn't say," Harry shrugged. "And technically, you told me not to go on any more midnight raids saying the V word to draw in Death Eaters, nothing about sneaking into the Ministry of Magic. So, what did you do, if not take out a few more Death Eaters?" Ginny asked. "Not sure. I haven't gotten back from the Ministry yet," the now revealed clone smiled cockily at them. "Let's go," Ginny ordered this time. Ministry of Magic main lobby. The entire ministry was in chaos when they flowed in. Given the time of night, even they expected the place to be nearly empty, if not completely so. After all, it had been just a year ago when they'd broken into the Department of Mysteries. Instead, people were screaming, people were running, and Dementors were fleeing, being chased by a herd of stag patroni, a bright Elden one that looked like a real stag leading the charge. Getting past the security gate amidst the chaos was hardly worth the effort, as all three, before flowing in, had transformed to look like known Aurors or Order members. Ron, incidentally, had changed to look like an older Moody, if he had never been injured in his entire life, while Ginny and Hermione looked like Tonks and Professor McGonagall respectively. All three dressed in crimson aura robes. After seeing a screaming Dolores Umbridge, being hounded by the reanimated centaur statue and another couple of stag patroni, bleeding from cuts on her hands reading, "I will not be an bitch." The point of the exclamation being shaped like double ring and the line a familiar shaped lightning bolt, the three battle mages in training earned to face each other and acknowledge the person responsible for all of this, Harry. "What do you think could have set him off like this?" Tonks asked them as they made their way to the stairs, where most of the exodus was originating from, seeing as the elevators were out of order for the moment. Harry's never been one for pranks, McGonagall argued. The only time he ever broke the rule, less was so that he might help someone or stop Riddle. But the only times that I've ever seen him be this sadistic were the times he thought somebody was in trouble, suffering, or in danger. Moody finished the thought. He damn near tortured Lockhart when it looked like Ginny was in trouble and the man was running instead of helping. He wanted to kill Wormtail when he found out, but wanted him to suffer more than die. Then there was the time he told us how he chased Bellatrix and used the Cruciatus on her, remember? Not to mention how he was acting before that, when he thought Sirius was being tortured all because of him. Whatever he saw down here, it must have Tonks said. At the looks she received, she explained. Whatever he had planned before coming here, it wasn't to do all this. It's too noisy, draws too much attention. He's been telling us to use hit and run tactics this entire time, since, well you know. Now, less than 2 days after Diagon Alley, he makes an assault on the Ministry itself. No, he probably came here for something small, a message to say he could strike at the heart any time he damn well pleased. But something else happened here, something he saw, something that he heard, it set him off in a big way. We need to find him, McGonagall urgently whispered. Any suggestions on how? I'll be showing you how to do that next, Harry said from right beside them, appearing out of thin air. Hedwig on his right shoulder. Harry, they all screamed, the girls, women going to hug him. What the bloody hell are you thinking here, mate? Moody hissed, looking around. They'd made it to the 3rd floor by this point and was glad that it appeared. For the moment anyway, they were the only ones in the corridor. Well, Ginny had it right, Harry shrugged. I only came here for some information, maybe leave a painted warning on the wall somewhere, put a few dung bombs in the minister's office, that sort of thing. Then, I saw the line. Line? Ginny, Tonks asked, concerned. They had lined up all of the potential undesirables in the Department of Mysteries, had the Dementors there to keep everybody in line. There were children younger than school age in that line, he hissed. Those that could prove blood purity, or to be more accurate could pay Umbitch enough bribes to give them a stamp of approval got to leave with their families. Everybody else, Azkaban, Muggleborns, Dementors kiss and body either killed or otherwise disposed of. His 3 friends looked shocked and appalled at this information, but he wasn't done yet. Of course I didn't know this at first. I was just looking around, saw the line, saw the Dementors, I reacted. Sure you saw the herd of Patroni I conjured, well that was the first thing I did, followed very shortly by getting the people out of here. Then I went in to confront Umbitch. Moment I let her see me, she shot the Cruciatus curse at me. They're supposed to AK me on sight, you know. Anyway, I pulled out a mirror and she kept up the curse until she had a heart attack. Didn't kill her, unfortunately. Yeah, saw what you did to her, not bad work, mate. Twins would approve, Ron Moody commented. Oh, that came after I revived her. Anyway, I don't exactly carry Veritaserum on me all the time, so I was forced to use other means of getting the information I required, and our former headmistress was key. Tay talkative after I demonstrated some of that for her. Harry, Hermione, McGonagall whimpered. He smiled and shook his head. No, Hermione, I didn't torture her, although I do have to admit the temptation was there. One of the spells I learned from my spy days. When I was 15, anyway, the spell is basically a truth spell, making the person or persons affected by it answer any question asked them with the full and unabridged truth. No matter what, even keeping quiet or holding something back is not an option. And Ginny could tell that he was still holding something back himself. It's worse than I had ever feared. He told them, his expression going dark. The bodies, after being kissed or killed, there's no physical evidence or actual proof, but Umbridge believed they were being sent off to Voldemort, and being turned into Inferi, or vampires, or mind-controlled werewolves, or, gods above, if there is a single dark creature that is born from the destruction or use of a dead wizard's body. He's using them to create an army that could march out over the entire world and nothing could stand in his way. Harry, what are you saying? Hermione was confused. He's not stopping with the Ministry. I don't know if it's because I confronted him instead of running. I don't know if I just pushed him over the edge, but Riddle isn't going to sit back and rule Wizarding Britain and be satisfied with that. We already know how he plans on living forever. I've got the rest of his Horcruxes, except for the snake. Once that's gone, I can kill him free and clear, but he's set up a contingency plan. He dies. His entire army marches out and it does not stop. I found the proof of his plan just before I came across you three here. Not proof of what happens to the bodies of the undesirables, but proof that it is his plan. When this army of his reaches enough numbers that no matter who, what, or how many oppose him that it won't even matter, he's going to let it loose on the entire world. Not just the magical world. The whole world. Hermione gasped, while the Weasleys just looked stunned. Wasn't much else they could do. And if that isn't bad enough, he's also made it so that the very moment that he dies. Enough numbers or not, this dark army is going to go out of control and start destroying everything there is. So if I kill him or not, there's still going to be a whole lot of damage done. If not the whole ball of wax going out the window, he told them. Well, we'll just have to stop this army first and then destroy him, Ron said, crossing his arms. Harry shook his head. Not enough time. Even if we contact the Order and I start training them the way I have been you guys, we just don't have the numbers and it would take too long. And while I found proof of its existence, I have no clue as to where this dark army is being made or how many already exist. I could go out there and hunt Moldywort down right now, obliterate every trace of him and it could be only a handful of zombies. Which I can handle, or it could be pockets of dark creatures hidden away all over Europe that I can't. We'll help, Ginny exclaimed. That's just it, you're nowhere near being ready to help in something like this. Against Death Eaters and wizards and witches is one thing, but against this, guys, the spells I've been teaching you are powerful, yes, but you'd need at least the amount of experience I have before. Harry suddenly stopped talking as his eyes went wide and his breathing hitched. Harry, the girls called, worried, while Ron kept looking around, but he couldn't see or hear anyone. Bloody hell, I'm brilliant, Harry said out loud. We need to get back home. Now. With that, all four vanished in a blinding flash of light as Harry teleported them through several levels of wards and then across several miles back to 12 Grimald Place. They didn't have much time. And few last tidbits, as I'm sure a few people have questions by this point. First up, the OSI spell. It's a very obscure and easily misinterpreted theory in quantum theory, of how not just light and sound, but all matter can exist in all spectrums of energy, and how it is, theoretically, possible for there to exist lifeforms that their very atoms exist at the exact opposite of our own. I got the initial inspiration off the Stargate SG-1 Season 2 episode, Show and Tell. As for the Golden Patronus, I no longer consider that an original idea as I have read at least 3 different fanfics by at least 3 different authors where Harry gets a more powerful Patronus and it turns out to be gold instead of silver. Lastly, the spell Harry used to save Ginny's life. Look up Final Fantasy. Interlude. Hermione. Interlude. Hermione Jean Granger. Hermione had sequestered herself in He studied library on the 2nd floor of 12 Grimald Place and had been there for a solid 6 hours and counting. Ever since Harry finished showing them how to self-transfigure into solid objects. In fact, the moment the door was closed and locked, she picked up with doing what she had been doing in this small library since the 4 of them had escaped to this foxhole. She'd been studying. Most people think they knew what Hermione was all about. Most think they understood who and what she was, and most even believed they knew what her place in the world was. Even her parents and closest Frian. Hay knew pretty much everything about Hermione Jean Granger. They were wrong. Hermione was not your normal brainiac student-oriented witch. In fact, on multiple levels, she was not normal by any definition of the word. Hermione was very special in a way that not many knew about, nor could they comprehend it very well either. Ironic really, how unique she is in the world, and identified for the smallest and simplest things that she can really do, while at the same time there was a secret and unique specialness in regards to her best friend Harry Potter that made him just as unique and just as special. Harry was split into 4 separate beings, each then had a different and individual training in magic. Then a time wizard came along on Harry's 17th birthday and fused all 4 back into one. creating a magic user of such power and skill that the entire planet couldn't even imagine. He then turned right around and began teaching his friends all of his skill and doing his best to help them attain enough power of their own so they could help him. Little did anyone know that after her first week at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, she could have passed her owls with straight O's in all the primary courses. By Christmas break, she could have cast every low-power spell, charm, jinx, curse or otherwise, given a full lecture on every other spell in the books, brewed any potion you could think of, no matter how complex, and could recite from memory the complete timeline of all magical species, goblin and wizards alike, from the beginning of recorded time, Wizard Edition, to present day. By the end of the first year, she could have passed her newts with an O+ on the primary courses and all of the electives. Well, except divination, but she had avoided that until she couldn't avoid it any longer in third year when Ron and Harry had joined that class. After all, what good is it to know everything? There wouldn't be anything new to learn after that. In simple terms, Hermione is a genius. Hermione sighed as she put down the book she'd read for the 50th time altogether. She was about to start all over with the limited collection when an idea struck her. She'd been thinking about the meditations Harry had shown them, of pulling in and containing their magic, and then releasing of it into each spell they did. In fact, when she really thought it about, it was exactly what their wands did for them all the time. Yet at the same time, she knew that there were other ways that wizards focused their magic. Ancient runes for one, and it just so happened to be a course that she easily passed while at Hogwarts. She wondered, would it be possible for her to focus her magic into runes without actually having to write them out or put them into an object? It wouldn't be that hard really. Especially not after all the meditation and training with their magic Harry had put them through for the past few weeks. She already knew all of the runes that were magic themselves, or could have magic put into them, and focusing her magic into something she already knew, rather than a shape, like Harry had them doing with battle magic, was considerably simpler. Mind made up, she sat herself on the floor and folded her legs and closed her eyes in order to concentrate. She immediately fell into the now familiar meditation, finding her core and focusing all of her magic down into it, leaking nothing from her core or even her body as she worked. Soon, she was imagining every rune that she knew and was picturing them quite clearly in her mind. Now came the hard part, she thought to herself, infusing magic into these mental runes and seeing if they behaved the same or not. It was harder than she thought it would be, as even though she could imagine the runes without any difficulty, they seemed to disperse themselves the moment she tried to infuse any magic in them, unlike with shaping the spell, which was already made out of magic and had no trouble containing it. Runes were symbols, meant to represent something else, not be made up of it. Still, she kept at it, and almost lost it the first time she actually succeeded. She stubbornly stayed at it until she finally managed to infuse the mental runes with as much magic as they could handle. Which, surprisingly, wasn't as much as she had thought, and her reserves weren't even drained from the effort. If Hermione had bothered to open her eyes at this time, she would have seen that all the light had been leached out of the room, save for that directly around her. What else might grab her attention on is the fact that each and every single one of the runes she had just infused with magic were floating around her body in a haphazard manner, yet still they were there and glowing a bright magenta. Hermione, however, did not see any of that, as another idea struck her, a basic rule of using runes: they needed to be arrayed into a symbol or pattern, otherwise they didn't really do anything. For example, putting the same rune into a specific pattern, such as your basic pentagram, and depending on the rune you may either have a protection spell, a repelling ward, or even a booby trap that could shoot out a vile curse at the next person to cross its path. Depending on what symbol you use and what pattern you put it into, you could have any number of results really. As an experiment, Hermione decided to use the Laguz run in a simple spiral pattern to see what would happen. She focused on the rune repeating over and over into an ever-expanding spiral with her at the center. Yet again, if she had opened her eyes, she would have seen all the runes that had been floating around her vanish until only the one she was focusing on floated directly above her head. It began to glow brighter the harder she concentrated on it, and then when she started focusing enough magic into her spiral, the spell finally triggered and the effect took place. Hermione was suddenly brought out of her meditation by a sharp coldness surrounding her. Opening her eyes, she was shocked when she saw that the room she'd been sitting in was frozen over. Not just cold or a bit of snow and ice, but as in completely frozen throughout. Like the next ice age had come through and spent a few hundred years transforming all that occupied the room into solid frozen matter. "Oh, my," she whispered softly as she got to her feet. "I need to get Harry." She firmly decided and bolted for the exit as quickly as she could. Interlude. Ron. Interlude. Ronald Bilious Weasley 7 weeks ago. The Burrow. Night Harry fought Voldemort. Harry had just finished explaining himself for the third time in a row, and the way Moody was carrying on, there would soon be a fourth. So, Harry, not too subtly, suggested that the Offie Seal members of the Order consider the facts that he'd already done what they were saying was impossible and shouldn't have done, and get over themselves as quickly as possible. For that, he and all the other children were expelled from the kitchen to the living room, and told to wait until they were called back in. Sighing to himself, and seeing that despite the homey atmosphere, there really was just not enough room in the Burrow for all these people, and with Grimald Place potentially compromised, they would need a new place for meetings. Harry chuckled to himself as he quietly and silently took a look at the wards currently protecting the Burrow and its inhabitants. It was impressive, powerful and potent enough to keep out the Dark Lord and all his followers obviously, but it was only temporary at that. The so-called Dark Lord was a master ward breaker, having gotten around obstacles that even the eldest Weasley son, Bill, who was a professional ward breaker with Gringotts, old call absolutely impossible to break down single-handedly. What could not be gotten through today could fall like wet tissue paper tomorrow. Harry knew a few wards that could certainly improve things, and even more so had designs for a near fortress of magical strength and ingenuity. The problem, however, lay in that Harry, despite the boost from being merged with HT, have the raw magical power to pull of those special wards. And it would require a few weeks of constant work, even with all the magical clones he could create to rebuild the Burrow from the ground up, which is what would basically be required. Still, that was for later on, and he figured they would just be sitting here waiting for about another hour before the rest of the Order finally pulled their heads out of their asses. Plenty of time for him to test some of his new knowledge against his old friend. "Hey Ron," he called, moving over to his red-haired friend. "From the sounds of it, they're going to be in there a while, and I'm still too wound up. Care for a game of wizard's chess?" Ron's eyes immediately lit up. Being the youngest brother, and have a sister that is as good as in many aspects, he'd always felt belittled and like he wasn't good enough. Except, when it came to wizard's chess. His father had started teaching him the game young, as he had Ron's older brothers, but Ron quickly took to it like a bird to flight. Once he learned the rules, and how to properly play the game, Ron beat his teacher quite easily. From there, he quickly moved on to each of his brothers, mother, and sister, sticking with it until he'd learned all of their basic strategies until he could beat them every single time they played. If they came at him with a new strategy, as Percy almost always did, he could usually figure it out and fully adapt to it within 10 moves. At first, he even beat the twins when they played together and were cheating. They still had trouble figuring out how he'd done that. By the time he entered Hogwarts, Ron pretty much thought the only thing he was any good at was playing chess, and his first few years more or less proved him right. He taught the game to Harry, but his raven-haired best friend didn't seem to have the knack for it that he did. Still, it was only chess. Wizard's chess, but still just chess. He eventually learned other skills, focused on Quidditch, magic, and becoming a better all-around wizard and passing his owls. Nevertheless, he loved a good game of chess and always played when he could talk someone else into being beat by him. Harry had stopped playing shortly before the whole Triwizard Tournament mess. So, having someone who's sworn never to play against him again suddenly challenge him to a game was absolutely brilliant in his mind. Sure, Ron raced forward and quickly set up the Weasleys' rather battered chess set. 5 minutes and 6 moves later, Ron, and everyone else in the room, were staring flabbergasted at the chessboard. For the first time ever, since he was 8 years old and Percy had surprised him with a new combination strategy, Ronald Weasley was defeated at wizard's chess. That was brilliant, Harry. Fred congratulated the young mage. Mad brilliant, George agreed. Then, together, they asked, how did you do it? Care for another game to see if you can figure it out? Harry asked aloud with a cocky smirk on his face. He could have been talking to the twins, or Ron, but it didn't matter as Ron immediately reset the board. 6 minutes and 12 moves later, Ron growled, stared with uncanny concentration at what had happened twice in a row. Harry was likewise staring hard at the board, but for different reason. He glanced back and forth between the board and Ron, and though nobody could tell outwardly, he was very curious. Another game, he offered. The board was reset in a flash. 15 minutes later, everyone was quiet, hushed by the surprising amount of tension in the air. It was like watching two clashing titans. Unnerving, but impossible not to watch and pay attention. Harry was paying almost as much attention to Ron as he was the game, and he was very intrigued by what he saw. As a battle mage, he'd been trained in the use of strategy and basic tactics and more complex wartime and battle-oriented thinking since the age of 11. It took all of that training and experience to beat Ron those first 2 times. And it was taking all that and more to keep from being soundly defeated this time, as Ron was displaying skills that surprised the experienced battle mage. He wouldn't call them tactical skills, not by far. But there was the seed for it to grow. Another 20 minutes later, over 100 moves made across the board in a flashing display of command and strategy. Ron was looking panicked and Harry was concentrating solely upon the game. He knew there was something more to his friend than anyone else suspected, but he needed full concentration on the game, otherwise he would only lose, and his 2 wins so far called a fluke. 14 moves later sealed the deal and Ron cried out in shock, while everyone else in the room just stared at the board, their jaws hanging open in awe. Harry finally took his eyes off the board and glanced back up at his red-headed friend. On the board, 2 kings stood squared off against each other with a rook each to take the other's king and other pieces, knight and pawn. To take them should either try to dodge. It was a draw. Unfortunately, by this time, the order had finished their arguments and Harry was called back in to explain himself one last time. And shortly after that they were all sent off to bed. 2 weeks later, 12 Grimald Place. Day after cleaning the attic. Hey Harry, Ron greeted his friend as he entered the private study Harry seemed to have acquired as his own. Hermione said that you wanted to see me about something. Hope it doesn't have to do with more cleaning. The attic was more than enough, thank you. No more cleaning, Harry chuckled. At least none on that scale. Basic cleanliness is still expected, Ronald. You may no longer be at home, but all that means is your mother is not here to pick up after you. Yeah, Ron grumbled. So, what you need? Tell me, have you been enjoying our chess matches of late? Yeah, they're blood brilliant. Where'd you learn how to play so good, mate? I never figured half those moves that you used, and it took me a bloody long while to figure out how to counter 'em. Ron enthusiastically replied. Ron, it took you 12 moves and 1 game of pie. CE to counter every one of my basic strategies, Harry observed. Yeah, said Ron, sitting down across from Harry. Like I said, took me a long time. Most people study chess strategies for entire times before they fully understand the concept of different strategies and the existence of counters for them. I know, because I happen to be one of them. It took me years of strategic training and tactical exercises to understand concepts that seem to come naturally to you. Yeah, so what? Harry chuckled again. Well, I'm going to give you the same training I got and see where you can go with it. You already know chess, so introducing something simpler like chess, poker, or trading card games is pointless. Therefore I'm going to teach you another classical game that has aided military minds across the planet for centuries. Really? Wicked. Is this some sort of secret battle magic ritual? He cackled, giving Ron a look that more or less said, huh, what, are you out of your mind? And replied, no, I'm going to teach you go. Go where? Ron was confused. Proper phrasing should have been, go, what, but that's beside the point, Harry sighed. The name of the game is Go. Just that, Go. 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 Go is played by 2 players alternately placing black and white stones on the vacant intersections of a 19x19 grid board. The object of the game is to control a larger part of the board than the opponent. This is your standard Go board. Traditionally, unlike in chess, black goes first. I'll be black, so I can show you the basic rules of the game. Best way of learning is to actually play the game. So, where are the pieces? Asked Ron. Harry gestured to 2 small clay jars on either side of the board, placed so that each was on the right-hand side for the respective player. Harry then reached into his jar and pulled out a small black circular stone, holding it between his middle finger and his index and ring fin way of holding and placing the stone. He placed it on the board, clacking it onto the wood before delicately sliding it into place on a point where the grid lines met. Also, added Harry just as Ron was pulling out his own stone, once the pieces are placed on the board, they cannot be moved. This is very different from chess, Ron. Also, as you can see, the pieces don't talk back and give hints. You have to figure out how to win on your own. Yeah, so, what's this have to do with battle magic? Impatiently Ron asked. You'll see, eventually. It's one of those, you have to figure it out on your own to understand it, kind of things. Now, like I said, the object of the game is to control most of the board. To do this, you must surround your opponent's pieces completely with your own. Each person can only place a single stone each turn, and this grid is only 19 by 19 lines in size. So while it allows for some interesting combinations, thankfully it can't go on forever. Once you have the other stones surrounded, consider that conquered land. And the surrounded pieces might as well not even be there. There's also a recently added rule, recent being in the past 500 plus years, give or take, that says your next move cannot return the game to a previous setup. I'll show you what I mean when we get more pieces in play. Harry put his next stone by Ron's. Curious as to why Harry was handling the stones in such a way, Ron asked about it. Hey Harry, how come you're holding the pieces like that? Good luck charm or something? Ron put down his next stone. No, said Harry, putting his next stone in play immediately, it just happens to be the proper way to hold the stones when making plays. Nothing magical about it, just shows to other players that you know how to play the game. Like good manners and so forth. Ah, gotcha. Ron nodded as he put down his next stone, and then froze when Harry's was down before he could blink. When he did blink, he realized very quickly what had happened. How do you do that? He exclaimed. As he looked down at his surrounded stones. That is what I am here to teach you. Harry chuckled and handed Ron back his stones and took up his own. Let's start over, shall we? 1 week later, 12 Grimald Place day before day off. Impressive, said Harry, most impressive. I think you're getting the hang of multitasking. Yeah, don't patronize me, mate, Ron grumbled. You're only doing this to me because I said that stupid Go game of yours was stupid. Knight to e7, rook to d4, pawn to f3, check, king to a6, and queen takes knight g5, check. Harry made the appropriate moves on the 5 chessboards. All 4 were Muggle boards and so could not move on their own, and nobody trusted the few chess sets they'd found here in Grimald Place very much. While Harry was controlling the pieces, Ron was across the room doing some earth katas that Harry wanted him working on. The objective of this little exercise was to improve Ron's ability to multitask, but at that same time improve his concentration. Getting him to stop begging for another battle magic spell was just a bonus. Care to give Go another chance after we're done here? Harry moved his own pieces and recited the positions as he made them. Ron immediately replied with the next moves, still doing the same practice moves, and Harry lost the 2 games where he'd been in check, and was very close to losing the other 3. Maybe later, said Ron. Right now, I'm enjoying beating you too much after all this time where we kept coming out to draws. Are you beating me by 1 move? I was starting to get worried there for a while. Yeah, about that. Harry interrupted himself to announce his next moves on the 3 remaining games, then continued, I don't suppose you've noticed something about these 5 games here, have you? No, not really, said Ron, right before he announced his next 3 moves for each game in turn. Why, what do you? Harry interrupted with his next moves, and Ron was already a few steps ahead of those moves. Which is when it clicked, mean. Bloody hell, he stopped moving entirely, almost getting up and going over to the boards himself, but Harry glared at him. Back in position. If you want, think of this as a test. A chess test. Keep practicing, and tell me your next moves. Snapped Harry. Ron complied. You're playing the way you used to, accused Ron after he resumed his catus, before you merged. When you were just wizard Harry. You're making the same kind of moves he would make. Correct, Harry acknowledged. Consider this the easy setting. After you beat me in these 5 games, we'll reset and I'll start playing you like I did that week leading up to my birthday, which if you'll recall, I started beating you in chess again after that. Then, I'll start playing you for real after you beat me in those 5 games. Once you're able to come to a draw with me in all 5 games, we'll move it up to 10 games with the same easy, medium, and hard levels each. Unless you'd like to give Go another chance after this game. Scowling, Ron barked out his next few moves and announced checkmate in all of the remaining games. Reset the board, he snarled, moving on to the fire moves that he'd learned so far. An hour later, Ron was sweating as Harry was playing him full out in 10 simultaneous games, and teaching him new moves for fire, earth and water all at the same time. Finally, another half an hour later, the torture was almost over, as Ron had fought Harry to a draw in 9 of the games, and learned a bunch of new martial arts moves. And was only one move away from either putting Harry into check, or calling out another draw for the last chess game. Finally, Queen takes pawn e8, check, Harry announced, which is exactly what Ron had been waiting for and sprung his trap. Bishop takes queen, checkmate. Ron crowed, leaping up into a flawless flame uppercut. Harry stood there and moved the pieces, then continued to stand there and stare at the chessboard. The 1 game out of 10 that he'd just lost, and he'd been playing all out too. He grunted, going over the game move by move to understand what was done, and when he did, he had to say he was impressed. Ron had more or less thrown 9 games, using amazing gambits and strategic insights that would have most chess masters wondering how he'd done it. Also he could win this 1 game by distracting Harry with more elaborate plays in other locations. All right, now we play 20 games, Harry grinned, and turned around to reset the boards and conjure another 10 for play. No, Ron cried out, collapsing to the ground as though in horrible agony. All right, you win. I'll learn how to play Go. Arg. Harry smiled and vanished all the chessboards and pulled out the still saved Go board and 2 comfy-looking armchairs. You get to be black this time. I'll have Kreacher get us some refreshments while you get comfy, all right. Ron just flipped him off and flopped into the appropriate chair. 1 week later, 12 Grimald Place, half hour before Ginny transforms. This is impossible, Ron cried out. You can't honestly expect me to play like this, do you? Harry chuckled and nodded his head. The assignment is for you 3 to remain in animal form until you figure out the next step. You've got another 5 minutes before you're allowed to transform again, by the way. Besides, I'm told badgers are supposed to have very sensitive paws. The red-brown furred badger across the Go board from Harry seemed to scowl, but it was really hard to tell. Before reaching into its jar and pulling out a black stone, held delicately between 3 of its claws, where it then seemed to struggle a bit into putting the stone into one specific spot. Growling deep in its throat, Ron's voice came from its moving jaws, sensitive maybe, but dexterous and easy to manipulate they're not. Getting the hang of the game yet? Harry asked as he placed his white stone appropriately. You're letting me win, aren't you? Ron asked in reply. Same deal at their nickname for whenever Harry threatened Ron with another multitasking exercise of playing NY games of chess while practicing martial arts. I'm still playing you at the easy level until you've caught up and beat me every time. Then I'll move on to medium, and when you're actually any good, I'll start playing you for real. But that's still a long way off here. And the reason you're making me do this while we're changing into animals every 10 minutes. Magical multitasking, Harry grinned. Ron gave a badger growl, then concentrated on the game, and not spilling the stones all onto the floor by slipping or moving his paw in the wrong way. Sometime later, Ron was clearly the winner. But there were still a few moves to make, but nothing that would make any difference in the end. After staring at the board for those few minutes, Harry nodded in acknowledgement and announced, Okay. You win. I concede this game. Good game, Ron. Yeah, Yeah, the badger grumbled. It would mean a lot more to me if you were actually trying. Does this prove that I'm ready for medium yet? Not quite, but you're getting there. 5 more games where I have to concede instead of fighting to the end, then I'll put some more pressure on you. Harry grinned at his animal-shaped friend. Oh whatever. The badger huffed and moved out of the chair and fell heavily to the floor. I've gotta go to the loo. Keep the game warm for me, Sure thing, mate. Harry nodded and started putting away all of the stones into their respective containers. A minute after Ron had left, a yellow and red striped furred feline crawled into the study. Harry took one look at the cat and grinned, saying, "Hey Ginny. How goes the assignment for you? Do I really have to answer that?" She sighed and then leapt up onto the couch in the study. "I still don't see the entire point to all this. Why do we have to do this again? To give you experience with the spell, to improve your control, and in hopes that one or all of you figure out how to do the tricks I told you all about," he said while putting away the last of the ghost stones. Suddenly, on the level above them, there was a loud thud followed very quickly by a shrill scream that was intermixed with the trumpet of an elephant. Harry winced, as he could easily guess what had just happened. "What was that?" Cat Ginny hissed. "That was an unforeseen complication biting me on the ass." Harry sighed and fully put away the Go board and all associated pieces. Ron had to use the loo. My guess is Hermione had to as well, but probably about a minute before Ron did. "I'm SOOORRRRRREEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEEeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee followed by a loud sound normally only heard on the African savanna when you have one very pissed off PMSing elephant. Haven't you ever heard of knocking? Hermione's human voice shouted down. Well, it wasn't like I saw anything. Ron indignantly shouted back. Not anything. Worth seeing anyway. Harry and Ginny the cat both winced at the same time they heard a distinctive pop from the level above, and was followed very shortly by a loud coughing roar of an enraged, large feline. Half a second later they both witnessed a blur of busy ginger fur tearing past the open doorway, heading for the ground level where another pop sounded and the whining of a scared dog echoed up afterwards. Sounds like they accelerated the clock, said Harry. He nodded to the cat, who nodded back. And a pop later, a large brown-eyed panda was sitting there on the couch. They're probably going to be a while, he commented. Might as well start going through this stuff. See if there's any of it we want to keep. Want to help. She, the panda, nodded enthusiastically. 1 week later, 12 Grimald Place. Earlier in the evening, before Hermione rushed in. So, T.S. is what you and Harry have been doing all this time when he's not teaching all of us together? Ginny asked her brother as they sat across from each other in the study. Between them was a Go board. Ron nodded, saying, yeah, it's called Go. Don't ask me why, that's just what Harry calls it. Anyway, he finally got me to agree to learn how to play proper, after making me play 20 games of chess, 20, at the same time, mind you. Anyway, I'm hoping if you learn too, he'll get off me on learning it so much. I'm barely able to beat him as it is. Wonder how he got so good. Ginny gave her other an incredulous look and rolled her eyes. You can be so thick sometimes, you know that, right? She snarled at him. What? He responded defensively. Never mind. She rolled her eyes again. So, how do you play? Rolling his eyes in response, he showed her the basics and how to play, then immediately trounced her just to show her how you were supposed to win. She played him one more time. After a lot more talk and some hints about basic strategy to use in the game. She did a lot better the second time. He still won, but he didn't completely dominate the entire game either, and that was good enough for Ginny, seeing it was her first time playing and Ron had been playing it for weeks already. They reset the board for a third game, and Ginny was concentrating heavily on the game, even subconsciously mimicking the way Ron had placed the stones on the board, the correct way to do it incidentally. They had pretty much established their territories, and each controlled a quadrant, but Ron already had Ginny on the defensive and she knew it. They both considered it to be a huge leap in understanding, with the fact that she knew she was on the defensive when most first-time players still had trouble with learning how to win. After some rather risky gambits, She made some headway and gained some considerable territory when Ron suddenly turned defensive on her and began building up H's own territory to keep from losing any more of it. Ginny almost immediately counterattacked and started moving further in, which unfortunately allowed Ron to sneak a stone every other turn into her own territory. Until finally she realized what was happening, and it was too late to stop it. In 5 more turns, Ron closed the trap, and claimed almost all of Ginny's territory, effectively removing her stones from the board. Needless to say, Ginny never recovered and the rest of the game was more an exercise in desperation as Ginny struggled just to keep her stones on the board and stay in the game. She managed to hold him off, playing defensively the entire way, for another 20 or so turns, which was surprisingly impressive, all things considered, even if the outcome was clear almost from the start. An hour later, they both looked up at a strange sound and an odd breeze of cold air came from downstairs. When no other sounds came and the air immediately warmed right back up, they Saint shrugged and went back to their reading. Ron, his copy of 12 Fail-Safe Ways to Charm Witches, and Ginny a book she'd found in the Black's library entitled Jinxes So Terrible They Should Be Unforgivable But They're Not. She'd found a few new variations of her infamous Bat Bogey Hex, and a few others that she was looking forward to trying out. All of a sudden, Hermione burst in, asking for Harry. Which, of course, is when they all realized that none of them had seen him since dinner. Given that they were the only ones living in the building, it was pretty hard to miss somebody walking around or occupying one of the rooms. When the copy came in, however, it became obvious where Harry really was and what happened. They left for the ministry immediately. End interlude. Interlude. Ginny. Interlude. Ginevra Molly Weasley Random Restaurant. London, England. 7 hours after Diagon Alley slaughter. This is what you call a date. Ginny's voice was incredulous as they both sat at a table, waiting for the waiter to bring their food after ordering. It's what most people call a date, Harry shrugged, looking a bit less confident than normal. Dinner, talking, strolling I believe it used to be called. No movies playing that are really worth seeing. Knockets too. If you really want, suppose I could take you on the Ferris wheel. Seeing her eyes light up, Harry mapped out the rest of their evening. Regaining some of his confidence. Why do you look so nervous? She asked him after a minute of silence. If anyone, I'm the one that should be feeling nervous. Look at me, I'm hardly dressed appropriately for an outing. Let alone going on a date with the hero of the magical world. Harry chuckled, grinned at her and said, you look fine. Besides, this isn't that kind of restaurant, eh? ND jeans and a sweater are sort of the Weasleys' style. If it helps you any, just take a look at me, or any of the rest of the customers sitting around here. Ginny graciously took his offer, looking her boyfriend up and down. Almost licking her lips as she said, oh yes, you're completely mundane with tight navy blue denims, tight muscle shirt underneath a black silk dress shirt that looks like tea was painted on and brings out the color of your eyes. Now I don't feel frumpy at all, she grumbled. Harry laughed, shaking his head. You know, I never realized, he started to say. What? She asked. How much of my life? All my lives really, that I never really got to have a childhood, he told her. At her shocked look, he continued, oh, don't get me wrong or anything like that. For one childhood I got to live like a slave with the Dursleys, only getting enough food to eat to survive, sleeping in the cupboard under the stairs, doing all the chores and menial house cleaning tasks that Aid would have to do from the age of 2 and up. Constantly getting yelled at and called a freak and berated, and Vernon was never really lenient with physical punishments until I was 5 years old, and strange stuff always seemed to happen whenever he was about to hit me. Then, in another lifetime, Harry paused to take a sip of water, I was an orphan boy dropped on the steps of what equated to a monastery and was in a world where instead of having to worry about things like late homework or not paying the bills on time, the concerns were more involved with possible wars, pirate attacks, and surviving from day to day. Then they found out I had magic and I started studying very early on. I was a fully accredited mage before I was 11. So, not much of a childhood, or a normal life, he concluded. Which is why this is so refreshing. This, Ginny croaked, her throat tight with emotion. Being on a date with a beautiful girl, both of us insecure, worried about what the other thinks of us. And fretting over our own appearance and behavior. A perfectly normal date, he laughed. This time she joined in. So what else happens on a perfectly normal date? She asked him with a twins-inspired smirk. Let's find out together, shall we? He offered. She smiled and nodded. Let's, she accepted. Ferris wheel London Eye Riverfront, London. 1 hour later. This is amazing, Ginny exclaimed as she stared out of the window. I know, Harry agreed, looking back and forth between the view and the expression on his girlfriend's face. At the moment, as part of their first date, they decided to go up in the giant Ferris wheel. Something Harry had seen only a few times before in his life, but always from a distance. Ginny had never seen it period, what with the wizarding world being so isolated from the rest of the world. At the moment, thanks to Harry having, discreetly, made a sizable withdrawal from his account in Gringotts, not to mention sold a single galleon as some kind of old Spanish metal he found on the beach somewhere to a goldsmith for quite a bit of cash, they were able to rent an entire car on the ride all to themselves. It wasn't thrilling or adrenaline-packed and it certainly wasn't Quidditch. But there was just something about seeing the city from on high and the altitude that was exhilarating in its own way. Plus, having the car all to themselves was kind of romantic. After a few minutes of just watching the city go by under them and all the twinkling lights, Ginny moved from the window closer to Harry, who automatically wrapped her up in his arms. It was comforting, for both of them really. Harry, well, all of the Harrys were just a bit chauvinistic and wanted to be the protector and provider in the relationship. Half of that was growing up watching Vernon Dursley preach on and on and on and on and on and on about all that strong men, alpha male garbage that he tried to shove down Dudley's throat growing up, but at the same time, he saw how Nia Dursley was naturally submissive and seemed to support Vernon's preaching with silent approval. The other half of it was just simply Harry's nature. He was an alpha male by genetics, even if his environment had worked to beat that out of him at every opportunity. Ginny, on the same side of things, was raised as a witch in the wizarding world, which is a few centuries behind the rest of human society. And likewise had it preached into her how women were supposed to be submissive to men and make themselves pretty to attract a husband so he can knock her up as quickly as possible, leaving her barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen popping out a baby a year, preferably sons. On the other side of the coin, Harry Potter of Hogwarts had learned the hard way that all people deserve respect, women and men equally. While all the Harry Potter of Winding Circle literally grew up around strong women and knew they were just as capable, if not more so, as many of the alpha males, preening themselves out in the world. In fact, Harry could not imagine finding a sycophantic fangirl baby maker attractive in the slightest, quite the opposite really. He preferred his desired mate to be just as strong and capable as himself. Impossible as that might sound at present, but there's no denying instincts. He still wanted to be the protector. Likewise Ginny, who grew up with 6 older brothers and is the daughter of Arthur and Molly Weasley. A wizard that breaks the mold by respecting all beings that deserve such respect, most especially muggles, and a witch that has a temper and will of fire to rival a dragon's flame. Both of whom had gotten so used to raising boys, they didn't really change much in the way they raised her, except giving her her own room of course. In the normal world, Ginny would be called a tomboy, and probably ridiculed for it had she any female friends beyond Luna Lovegood growing up, that is. Nevertheless, she was only just now discovering how nice it felt to be protected and loved and held. It reminded her of when her father held her after she'd had a nightmare and told her stories until she fell asleep. It also made her feel very feminine, and she liked that feeling. Harry, she whispered in his arms. Yeah, he said softly in return. I'm having a really great time with you, she said. I hope all our dates are like this. Well, see, that right there makes this infinitely better than my first date, he chuckled. With Cho, she asked, feeling suddenly vulnerable and upset. He rolled his eyes up in thought. Actually, I had completely forgotten about that. Honestly, we passed that on the scale of dates back when dinner was first starting. Cho was a mistake. One that I kind of regret, in that I ever went on the date in the first place. Ginny smiled against his chest, feeling a whole lot better all of a sudden. No, I was referring to my first date that happened to my battle mage part. It was with this wood nymph, Cherry Tree I believe, her name was Sakura. Harry continued. She suddenly felt her heart sinking and getting heavier with every word. First date. Wood nymph. Yeah. Anyway, I had just finished a heavy day of training. And she came along and asked me straight up if I wanted to provide her entertainment. That's nymph speak for a date. Foreplay, pretty much everything preceding, and a few things following sex of any kind. Her heart just reached the soles of her feet and her stomach felt like renting out and decided to move up to the vacated space in her chest, bringing dinner with it. So, I took her to a nearby village. She took me on a small trip, walking over a rainbow if you can believe that. Sat and watched the stars for a while, talked, walked along a magical multicolored bridge and nymphs pretty much go everywhere naked. So she most definitely had my attention. Her heart shattered, stomach decided not to stay and turned to stone shortly before dropping back to where it belonged. Tears began to fill her eyes. But she didn't want Harry to see. Then we walked to the end of the rainbow and found ourselves on a beautiful crystal sand beach, the waves and water the color of flame as sun began to set along the horizon and the moons rose over the waters. Pictures would just take away from the reality of it and words can never hope to describe just how beautiful it was at that moment. Then, she took me to her tree. The leaves a deep penetrating green, while petals bloomed all over, a soft pink that was breathtaking to behold. And she plopped right there and pretty much threw herself at me. Forget shattered. Her heart was absolutely and forever destroyed. A silent sob almost escaped her lips, but she held it in through sheer force of will. I'd have to say this date, so far, tops that one by a full 10 points. On the date scale of 1 to 100, Harry finally said to her, having been staring out at the cityscape the entire monologue. Ginny blinked away her tears, confusion settling into her emotion-rattled brain. She articulated. He looked down into her brown eyes and smiled. And instantly her heart reformed and was beating 1,000 beats per second, and she knew everything was all right. She couldn't explain it, it's just how she felt. That was a fun time, don't get me wrong. But nymphs are fickle creatures. She had fun, but she didn't really enjoy it the way I enjoyed it, most certainly. No intimacy, for starters. Plus, enjoyment is always better when it is shared, like with now. He kissed her forehead. I've had fun on this date because it was with you, Ginny. Not because of the food we ate or where we went or even what we saw, what we're seeing, he gestured outwards at the window. But because you were with me, and you were having fun and enjoying yourself. I also don't expect anything from you, in fact, I would appreciate it if you didn't try and throw yourself at me. She giggled, blushing fiercely, but did not look away from his penetrating green stare. You're one of my best friends, Ginny, he told her. And, I feel that you could become more. Not yet, but there is the potential. I care about you a great deal. Today proved that to me more than anything else. You almost died, and I almost let it happen. Harry, she started to protest, but he put his finger over her lips. No, he quieted her, I need to say this. I do love you, and I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but right now it's the same kind of love that I feel for Hermione. I love you like a friend, like a sister. I do find you attractive, but at the same time, I'm not blind and Hermione is a year older. Frowning, she punched him in the arm, still in his embrace, and snapped at him, Prat. He chuckled and smirked, but didn't deny her accusation. Anyway, he continued, I cannot honestly say that I am in love with you yet, but I'm willing to find out someday. She closed her eyes and leaned in against him, feeling his strong masculine body against her own. Finally, she sighed and leaned back so she could look him in the eye once more. I suppose I should say now that I've loved you since I was a little girl, and that I will always love you like that. She said to him, but to be perfectly honest, I can't say that. What I felt as a little girl is nothing compared to what I feel now, and it's not even sexual. When I'm in your arms like this, Harry, I feel like I'm in my father's arms. Confused, he tilted his head at her and arched an eyebrow. Not like that, you idiot, she snorted, annoyed. I meant that I feel safe, protected. Like when Dad used to hold me after a nightmare and tell me stories. But I also feel a great deal of caring for you, and something else. Something so much more than I can honestly handle at the moment. I can't really describe it. I never felt anything like this when I was little, so I can't say that I loved you like this, because I don't really know what this is. But I know I like it. So, whatever this is, however long it takes for the both of us to figure it out, I'll wait. Because I want to find out someday too. He smiled, and then leaned in and kissed her senseless. She smiled, then kissed him right back. End interlude. The Mirror. 12 Grimald Place. Universe 4 in one early morning. They appeared on the ground floor of the apartment flat in a flash of green light, only a little disoriented from the sudden change. And the fact that Harry suddenly tore away from them, screaming. Kreacher. The old house elf appeared immediately. Curious, the others approached, dispelling their transformations as they did so. Harry knelt down so his eyes were on level with his house elf's. Kreacher, me and the others are going away for a while. Things are happening in the world. Potentially bad things. Maybe even very bad things. He paused when he heard Kreacher gasp, and he knew the house elf understood. To an elf, very bad things can mean only a small number of scenarios. The M.S. an army on a rampage left behind without a single elf left alive to clean it up, fit right in there with that. We're going away because we need to become stronger, to become powerful enough to stop these bad things. I'm not about to abandon you though, so I want you to go back to Hogwarts and serve there. While you're there though, I need you to do something for me, he whispered. Kreacher immediately began bobbing his head up and down, almost crying out loud. Kreacher, do anything for Master. Master brought back Master Regulus's locket. Master can do anything. Kreacher, will do whatever Master requires. Good, Harry nodded, then leaned in close and whispered his instructions directly into the old house elf's floppy bat-like ears. Immediately the elf nodded his head and then disappeared with a crack. Come on, Harry said as he stood to his feet. We've got to pack. Harry, what? Hermione protested as he ran up the stairs. I'll explain as you pack. Now hurry, we really do not have the time to debate this. He shouted. Turning to look at each other, the three teens shrugged and raced up the stairs to do as their friend and leader commanded. Thankfully, packing did not act to ally require much, as they just had a few bags of clothes and another bunch of trinkets and tools acquired since leaving the burrow, and then all of that went into Hermione's bag and stayed with her. Harry also tossed her a few other things that none of them recognized, but he just told them that they were useful items that they might need. He then stressed the words, might need, several times over. During this mad dash packing, Harry answered all their questions as much as he could. Anything that would require a longer explanation, he said to them that he would tell them later on. For the most part, he just explained what it was they would be doing now. Where exactly are we going, Harry? Hermione asked as she slowly placed all their items into her bottomless bag. And why in such a hurry? We have to leave tonight. Preferably before the dawn, came Harry's short reply as he pulled the living portraits of Mrs. Black and former Hogwarts headmaster Phineas Black out of somewhere and raw CED to put them back in their original places. We also have a limited window in which to do so. But why? Ron repeated Hermione's question. Sighing, Harry tried to explain. It's complicated, and he turned around and started looking for anything they might have missed. Realizing that was all the explanation he would give, they all protested. Harry, that's not an explanation, Ginny exclaimed. Well, that's all I can say for right now. He shouted back. At least tell us where we're going, Hermione begged, even if it's just to the train station. He hesitated. BRTS, he replied shortly. What about it? Ron asked, confused. We're going there, Harry muttered as he streaked past. Where? Ron further questioned. Hogwarts, Harry growled this time. What about it already? Ron asked, exasperated now. The girls both rolled their eyes and groaned. We're going to Hogwarts, he screamed. Happy now. Why are we going to Hogwarts? Ron asked after a minute of silence. It's complicated, Harry answered. Then try explaining it, Hermione exclaimed, more than a little exasperated herself. You try explaining Newt-level material to first years. He shouted back at her, startling all of them into silence. I am trying to keep all of you alive and save the whole bloody damned world at the same time here. I do not have the time to explain everything. You just have to trust me, all right? We need to leave, sooner, rather than later. Now, do we have everything? They just stood there, staring silent at him. Angered, he shouted again, do you have everything? Yes, Hermione squeaked. Ron and Ginny both timidly nodded their heads. Good, we need to go. He turned to leave the bedroom. Harry, Hermione called just before he left. He paused and turned to look at her. Quote, there's something that I need to show you. I found it, I suppose you could say, earlier. When I was trying to find you, that is. Hermione, we really don't have time for show and tell. He turned back around. Right until he felt exactly what it was Hermione was showing him. Spinning around, he watched as the light around Hermione seemed to leave everything else and put a spotlight on her, even as a glowing rune appeared above her head. Hermione, he cried. Hermione, stop it, stop it, stop it right now. Startled, she stopped and all effects vanished at once. What? It was just a new meditation technique I was experimenting with, she started to say when he cut her off. I really don't have time for this, he hissed, running his fingers through his wild hair. He paced back and forth in a tight circle for a moment. Then growled and shook his head. I repeat, we don't have time for this. I'll explain later. Grabbing the girls, he put Hermione's bag into her hands and then dragged them by their arms out the door. Get down to the foyer. I have some last-minute things to take care of. I'll join you when I'm done. Do not argue with me, he shouted when it looked like they would. Meekly, all three of them made their way downstairs, surprised when most of the lights went out as they made their way past the final landing, but they continued until they were in the foyer before the front door. Moments later, a tremor shook the house. They panicked a little, and the girls shrieked when a heavy object landed right beside them, after having fallen from the top story. They all breathed a little easier when they saw that it was just Harry. Moments later, Hedwig flew down and landed on her familiar spot on his right shoulder. What was that? Ginny asked him. I just took the wards down. All of them. The Ministry. If they were ever tracking us or this place, we'll be here inside of a minute. That's why we don't have a lot of time. It's safe to apparate now. Go to the main gate of Hogwarts. Don't worry, it's almost midnight. Nobody is going to be there to see or hear us. Seeing them hesitate, he frowned and snapped, go. Now. 3 pops later, Harry was alone in 12 Grimald Place. Sorry you old ghoul. Harry sneered at the portrait of Sirius's mother, but the Blacks are dead. Time the last of their legacy went with them. Cupping his hands together, he formed the SPL without seals or any other methods beyond pure will upon the force of his magic. A brilliant emerald green orb formed between his cupped hands, shining its light throughout the dark halls of the last refuge of the ancient and noble House of Black. His own eyes shining with twin rings of the same light, Harry cast the spell, even while forming the basic elements silently in his mind. Full elements. Armageddon. Quote. He let his hands fall away and the orb floated where it had formed for a few seconds, right before falling to the floor and being absorbed into it. Smirking to himself as he teleported away, Harry joined his friends at Hogwarts' main gate. 30 seconds later, the first Death Aurors arrived, signaling back with the all clear, and soon enough, every floor of the building had at least one Death Eater or loyal aura on the landing and in every major room. They cleared all the rooms and confirmed that there was no trace of delayed curses and sent back another signal. 10 seconds after that signal went off, the entire building exploded. Hogwarts main gate midnight-ish. Thing about teleporting versus apparating, wizards only ever prepare for what they know to prepare, and wizards only know, or care for that matter, about apparition. So the anti-apparition wards around Hogwarts really only apply to apparition, and somebody teleporting in, like house elves, or say, a battle mage. Well, they can get in just as easy as they please. So Hermione's near outrage as Harry appeared on the other side of the gate from them could be understood if this fact was taken out of context. Harry, she exclaimed when they saw him teleport in, within Hogwarts boundaries. What are you? How did you? You can't apparate in Hogwarts. I didn't, he chuckled as he unlocked the gate from the inside. The only way it could be opened at all, in fact, I teleported. I do believe we've had this discussion before, Hermione. Oh, right, she blushed demurely. Harry opened the gate and let them all in. before closing and locking it behind them. Then he turned and led them up the pitch-black path to their castle school. "Okay," he whispered, "obviously, it is after September 1st, so there are people here. Filch is patrolling the halls. The ghosts are doing whatever, all that. What we're looking for, what we need to find basically, is in the dungeons. Thankfully nowhere near the Slytherin dormitories, or the potions lab. But the dungeons nevertheless. Once we are inside the castle, until I say otherwise, we make as little noise as possible. The cloak can't cover all four of us, and it's all or none. So that is no longer an option. We do not speak. If we need to communicate at all, I'll open a telepathic link, like I did in Diagon Alley, all right." They all nodded. "Once we're in a safe enough spot. And I'll tell you when, I promise to explain. Until then, though," he glared at each of them in turn, absolute silence. Quiet. No questions, no complaints, no whining. Nothing. Again, they nodded. "Let's go." He led them to one of the open-end courtyards and then through one of the doors into the castle proper. Once there, still remaining as quiet as possible, they made their way to the great staircase. Grateful that all the portraits seemed to be dozing or very much asleep. Not surprising, given the hour. Suddenly, Hermione tapped Harry impatiently on his shoulder, glaring at him when he stopped to glance back at her. Frowning, he let out a noiseless sigh, then opened the magical mind link between all of them. "What?" was the first thought out of his head, erected solely at the bushy-haired brunette. Frowning, yet still following as he led them down into the dungeons, she retorted, "Well, I was going to ask what we, or rather you are going to do if Filch or Mrs. Norris actually do find us. But given your tone, I'd rather know why you reacted so violently when I showed you my new meditation technique." Single quote. Harry rolled his eyes, thankfully where Hermione could not see him do so. Then replied, "To the latter, it was not a meditation technique. It's something I wasn't even going to show you, let alone teach you. It's not something that I'm talented in, we'll put it like that. Also, what you were about to do using that would have killed Ron, Ginny, and maybe myself if you managed to catch me off guard, which you almost did, I'll have you know. To the former, Filch is getting on in his years and none of the students would miss him." Single quote. Hermione's eyes went wide, letting which had Harry turning on her with his hand over her mouth and anger in his eyes. "Quiet," he mentally screamed. Ron and Ginny both winced. "Harry, how could you? Death Eaters and Dark Wizards are one thing, but we've known Filch for years, and he's just doing his job and—" Hermione protested silently. "I did not say I would kill him." Brainwashing and obliviating however, he trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. "Good riddance, I say," Ron added his two nuts. "How about we work on not getting caught before we actually are?" "Caught? Huh," Ginny suggested. "Stay quiet, follow me." Harry turned them down an unused corridor of the dungeons. They all followed silently, making sure to stay as quiet as they could. After about 10 solid minutes of walking, down a straight corridor no less, they came to a door along the side of the hall. It wasn't any different from any other door in all of Hogwarts, in fact it was quite unremarkable. Even the door on the third-floor corridor in their first year had at least a lock and a large archway with part of it. And this door didn't even have that much, just iron hinges and wooden panels in a simple stone doorway. Still, it was the door Harry stopped in front of. "Hold on a minute," Hermione sent, looking up and down the long hallway. "Where exactly are we? I've never been to this part of the dungeons before. Come to look at it, I don't think anyone has, not in quite a while anyway." "Harry, where are we?" Single quote. Harry just smiled at her and opened the door in response. Curious, they all walked in before him and saw a really unremarkable room. It was a square room for starters, and that was about as odd as it got. Given how few rooms are actually square, equidistant on all sides, floor to ceiling and walls to walls. The door actually opened near the top corner of the cube room, but had stairs going down, ending in the bottom corner. The only other thing that could be said about the room was that it had something in it. And only one thing, not counting the spiders, roaches, insects and other vermin. "Harry, what is that thing?" Ginny asked as she started down the stairs. Harry's reply was to shut the door behind them with a bang and then cast Silencio. Okay, free to talk now. I suggest taking the stairs, he told them, right before he jumped straight down to the floor about 10 or 15 feet below. Hermione almost screamed, but saw that he landed safely, not to count all the times she'd seen him do things considerably more dangerous than jumping down several meters. In answer to both yours and Hermione's questions, Ginny, Harry said as he walked towards the thing in the center of the room. We're in one of the vaults of Hogwarts. And this thing is what is being kept inside this particular vault. Wait a minute. Hermione got that look where she started thinking faster than most birds could fly. She stopped just before taking the last step, Ron and Ginny already off the stairs and walking towards Harry. One of the vaults of Hogwarts, but I read about them in Hogwarts, a history. They're supposed to have been specially warded rooms that the founders set aside within Hogwarts. They were to have been created to store magical artifacts too dangerous for the rest of the world to know about. But too powerful to be destroyed or handled by the Ministry. Exactly right, Hermione, Harry grinned at her, casually walking around the object during her recitation. Ron and Ginny were just standing there, staring at the front of the thing. Care to supply the rest of the information that can be found about this room that resides within Hogwarts, a history? What do you mean? Hermione was confused. The reason Hogwarts is so big and so few of its rooms are actually used, is because practically the entire rest of the castle is the vaults of Hogwarts, he told them cheerfully. How is that possible? She asked. The rooms move, Hermione, Harry told her straight out. My guess, the reason the Sorcerer's Stone was put into the third-floor quarry door and why Dumbledore put it under traps like that, is because he had thought that the room was one of the vaults, hence him putting it there. When he found out it wasn't, he shrugged and then continued, hence, the traps. I probably should have asked Dumbledore earlier if the reason he didn't keep moving the stone around or put it under better traps was because he was looking for one of the vaults so he could then put it there. But that's neither here nor there. This room, and many others just like it, are why Hogwarts is known as the safest place in the world. More secure than Gringotts, for the simple fact that unless you're one of the founders themselves, once you put something in one of the vaults, nobody is getting it back. Then, how are we here? Hermione, still on the last step of the stairs, questioned. The other way to get into the vaults is to know exactly where it is, and where it will be going, Harry cryptically replied. What does that even mean? Hermione exclaimed, shaking her head in confusion. I told you guys earlier that I came to Hogwarts during our day off, remember? They all nodded. Well, besides just grabbing the Elder Wand and having a chat with Professor Snape, I was also using my recently rejoined core and unique magical education to map out Hogwarts with something a great deal more complete than the Marauders map ever could have been. I found a number of the vaults and figured out how they moved. Think of it as one of those child games, the Rubik's Cube, that sort of thing. Each of the vaults are constantly moving, but they're moving in a fixed pattern. Problem for most people is that pattern takes about 100 years to cycle through, and each vault is only in a single place for maybe an hour at a time, if not much less. So, he continued, still walking around the thing, when I mapped out the vaults, it really wasn't that hard for someone of my intellect to figure out the pattern. It's only repeated about 10 times and is starting on the 11th in fact. So, keeping in mind of where each vault was the last time I was here, calculating out the time difference for each vault's speed and each location's holding time, simple arithmetic really. We're lucky actually, this place was about 2 minutes away from moving into the south wing wall when we walked in. It's also why we were in such a hurry, because, say getting into the south wall isn't exactly easy, and each vault stays there, in the south wall, going in all sorts of crazy patterns, for about a week before moving on to another section. Not that it would have stopped me or anything, just made things difficult. So, what is that thing anyway? Hermione asked, finally taking the last step and walking forward. Take a look for yourself, Harry gestured, now leaning against the side of it. She did, coming up next to Ron and Ginny, staring straight at it. It's an archway, a stone archway, she shrugged, not seeing anything too special about it. It's not an archway, Ron told her, his voice shaking somewhat. What? Hermione took a closer look at it, and almost screamed, jumping back as she saw something move within the stone archway. Andy then felt like really screaming when she finally saw what it was. "Let me provide a little light," Harry chuckled, raising a wand and then casting Lumos, then caused the light to get much brighter and leave the tip of his wand hovering at the center of the ceiling, illuminating the entire cubed chamber. Hermione almost screamed all over again when she finally saw what was inside the stone archway. Then she tilted her head and looked again and felt rather silly. She sighed in relief when she saw that they were looking at a mirror, and that she had gotten so scared just from her own reflection. Seeing the other shapes lit up at the same time and then further mirror their own actions, particularly her own, relieved Hermione as she thought that they might have been found out. "What is this, Harry?" Hermione asked, then paused, looking about as there was unnoticed before. "Would you care to take this one?" Harry asked the mirror. "With pleasure, thank you," came Harry's voice, right before Harry's reflection moved to in front of the mirror, standing beside the Hermione in the mirror, while the real Harry remained leaning against it. Of further note of interest, the Harry in the mirror also had a Hedwig on his shoulder, only she was perched on his left shoulder, while the real Hedwig was still perched on Harry's right shoulder. "What's going on?" both Hermiones asked, their voices semi-echoing each other. "Harry," they started as one, but then each said something different though at the exact same time. "Real, Hermione, how is this showing your reflection when you're there? Is it some kind of trick?" Quote, "Mirror, Hermione, how is it your reflection isn't there? Are you some kind of vampire now?" Suddenly everybody was looking at the mirror for whole other reasons. "What's going on?" both Hermiones demanded to know. "I'd get cracking on that explanation." "Real," Harry said to the mirror, "you know how they get when we hold back information like that." "Oh sure, place all the blame on me. Why don't ya?" "Mirror," Harry retorted. "Harry," both Hermiones exclaimed, the one in the mirror hitting Harry on the arm. "Ow, don't have to hit me, you know," he yelled back. "Mirror," Hermione just glared at him, while real Hermione began to freak out just a bit. "What is going on here, Harry? Why is it doing that? What is this thing?" she screamed at him. "Told you." Harry leaned around to glare at his counterpart. "Fine, mirror," Harry grumbled. "First of all, Hermione, both Hermiones, please, calm down. You're not going crazy. The mirror isn't evil, and it's not dangerous either." "Well, not directly anyway. It is, however, a magic mirror, as that should be more than obvious, given how it's located in Hogwarts, and one of the Hogwarts vaults to boot. With me so far." "Oh, get on with it already," Harry growled, finally stepping out and taking the same position next to Hermione that the Harry in the mirror had. The difference was Hedwig's position made all the more obvious. "Mirror," Hedwig took a glance at her counterpart, squawked at Harry, who nodded back. The snowy white owl in the mirror ruffled its feathers before hopping on the left shoulder to the right shoulder, even while real Hedwig remained where she was, unmoving, though with a glint of amusement in her amber eyes. "Why, you in some kind of rush? We made it to the room in time. Not that it really matters what the other does in regards to the original, but we're safe now and can leave at any time we damn well please." "Mirror," Harry snapped back. "Why do you need to use it? Just curious," Harry suddenly asked. "Mirror," Harry shrugged and answered, "thought it would be a good idea for getting them." He gestured at the Ron, Ginny, and Hermione behind and beside him. "Some more practical experience. They've just mastered the transform spell and Hermione showed me something that leads me to believe that they each need more training and in more diverse environments than going into hiding could provide." He got a confused look on his face suddenly, and asked, "Why? What do you need it for? Did you go to the Ministry tonight? Infiltrate with the OSI spell and spy on them a bit?" Harry asked, ignoring the other's question. Frowning now, "Mirror," Harry shook his head. "No, I was feeling a bit restless, and while I'll admit, the thought crossed my mind about doing that, I decided to do some more training and worked with Ron and Ginny until Hermione showed me what I just mentioned." "Why?" "Because I did go to the Ministry tonight, freed a bunch of people lined up for being impure and undesirable, and sent a bunch of Dementors fleeing to boot, he answered. Ah, well, I guess that's where we divided from then. Mirror, Harry commented, then asked, why is that even important? Because, besides doing all that, and tormenting Umbridge a bit too, I found concrete proof of Voldemort's plans to build an army, a dark army. Made up of every dark magical creature imaginable. Zombies and Inferi included. It is also what's happening to all the undesirables that Umbridge was sentencing to Azkaban, Harry informed his counterpart. Holy shit, said counterpart cursed, paling significantly. I couldn't say if the same is happening in your universe, and if what your Hermione is the same as what my Hermione almost showed me, then I can understand your reasons for resorting to this. It also draws attentions to the parallels, unfortunately. I can't go back now. We've got like 30 seconds to leave before being trapped in here for almost a week. And Filch was patrolling the grounds here, so I can't bust open the north wall. I thought you said this room moved to the south wall, Hermione asked, next to Harry. After all this conversation, between these two idiots. Mirror, Hermione said, even while both Harrys cried out with a, hey. At the insult, you still haven't figured it out. What this mirror is for. What it does. Hermione silently nodded, then said, I just really don't want to believe it is all. I mean, the scope of what this means, what has been inside of Hogwarts all along, it's terrifying. Tell me about it, Mirror, Ron scoffed. Then looked at his counterpart when there was no echo. Ron sheepishly shrugged and said, I wasn't going to say anything. Hermione talking about how terrifying something is. She's usually right on the money, and I don't want to know about anything more terrifying than a dark army that can destroy the whole world in less than a day. Mirror, Ron gulped. It's up to you. Harry shrugged at his counterpart. 10 seconds by the way. Mirror. Harry glanced back and forth between the door and the mirror, then got a rather devious look on his face. Real. Harry saw it. Then immediately mirrored it as he apparently realized what his counterpart was thinking. Would certainly make a bang, he apparently agreed with the idea. We'll go ahead and get started with our training. I'm going to stick to those that are seriously outside of our time frame. Maybe even go back and meet the founders. Should let us get back soon enough that I can make an entrance and still obtain the same proof you did. I'm sorry, bang. What are you talking about? Real? Hermione asked her Harry. Earlier, when I said that this particular vault went to one of the walls. Well, I meant the entrance appears on the inside of the wall. Impossible to get in or out of. Even opening the door would require blasting said wall apart from the inside out. As of right now, he glanced at his pocket watch, this room, on both sides of the mirror, is behind said walls. Even to get out to the kitchens would requiring opening that door, which again, requires blowing the wall apart from the inside out. So, only way to really get out, is the way we're all going, which is, both Hermione's asked. Through the mirror, both Harry's answered. Into another universe. What's a uni whatever? Both Rons questioned. Ron, shut up. Both Ginnies slapped their brothers across the back of the head. After a second, both Rons commented, that's going to get rather annoying. Just wait until you meet a double in person. Both Harrys said. So, wait. Real? Hermione interrupted, stepping forward, if the only difference between our two universes is that your Harry stayed behind while our Harry went to the Ministry, does that mean that your Harry is the same as ours and Hermione, that's not really. Harry tried to stop her. What do you mean? Mirror? Hermione asked. Well, about how Harry has all this new magical knowledge and everything. How this time wizard came and split Harry into 4 different people and then gave each of them a different magical education, she answered. Mirror? Harry raised his eyebrows and nodded at his counterpart. Impressive. And very unique might I add. What training do you have? Rolling his eyes at his bushy-haired friend, he replied aeration, battle magic. Ambient and academic mage training at Winding Circle and Lightsbridge University respectively, and covert field training for the magical intelligence community. It from your mention of the transform spell, you're one of the ones that is both an avatar of Merlin, a descendant of one or more of the founders, and has released the knowledge and powers within the soul fragment left in our scar. Not avatar, mirror, Harry said, more like, replacement. Heir, yeah, Merlin's heir works better. Wait, you're not the same. Real? Hermione pointed back and forth between both Harrys. Harry shook his head and sighed. No, what happened to me was entirely unique. For a lot of different reasons, but trust me when I say that I really am the only Harry that something like this has happened to. It might have coincided with other events happening in other universes, prompting the same series of events that has happened ever since 2 weeks before I left the Dursleys, but yeah. I'm the only 4 Harrys in one. Wicked. Mirror. Ron crowed. Anyway, Mirror, Harry spoke up, we'd better get moving along, as both of us have explanations to give. Good luck, Harry. Good luck, Harry, said Harry. Mirror. Harry made a motion with his hand and then the image just sort of blinked out and suddenly they were looking at the stone wall of the room. Although if they looked closely, they would see that it was still a mirror and what they were looking at was the wall behind them. So, the same room, empty, but in another universe. Harry, what is this thing? I mean, really, what is it? Hermione demanded to know. Taking a deep breath and letting out a long sigh, Harry turned around and started to explain. This mirror is called the Mirror of the Ancients. It has some fancy Latin name but that really doesn't matter at this point. It has a duplicate in every single universe. That's rare. It cannot be destroyed, and if it is, it reforms somewhere else, maybe in some other form. Point is, what it does, is it connects itself to every single one of its duplicates. Oh, not all at once. Think of it like the flow, direct one-to-one, point-to-point links. Some things change, but for the large part, you'll find yourself in the same spot, just a completely different universe. A different reality, sometimes even alternate dimensions. But, as you all can guess, it's dangerous too. Hence, why the founders put it in a vault all by itself. What's a uni? What's that you're talking about? Ron stuttered out. I asked earlier, but you and the other you ignored me. Now that you're not distracted, what is it? Not to sound as much of a prat, Ginny spared a glare for her brother, but I'd like to understand too. I've never heard of this universe thing, let alone bunches of them. Quote, universe is the English word for the whole of creation, Harry answered before Hermione could. Well, quantum physics theorizes, she started to say, then street. Opt when the confusion in both redheads' eyes increased, and Harry gave her a chastising look. Hermione, you know better. Wizards don't care for Muggle science. Let alone theoretical science, he admonished her. How do you even know about the theory of alternate realities and parallel universes? She snapped. Read a lot of science fiction when I was a kid, he joked. She wasn't laughing. Sighing, he ran his fingers through his hair and explained, Joshua, the Time Wizard, also explained the concept to me, multiple times, for at least half of me, meaning 2 of my other selves. I was trained in a pocket dimension. I'll have you know, it's also, in part, how I know about this thing. There was one in that pocket dimension too, so I reasoned, since as I said there is one in every universe and dimension, there had to be one here, and wizards would have found it first, and there are only 2 places in the world where it would have been put once they did. Here, or on Avalon. Avalon, all 3 exclaimed. Yes, Avalon is real. Get over it, he scowled. Anyway, back to the first few explanations I owe you guys. Voldemort's plan is bad. I've already explained why it's bad and how bad it could get. Well, as many of me as I could make with all the copy spells I know, there's just no way to be certain, and now the Ministry is pretty much under his control. You guys can help, but you've only just begun to learn battle magic and I can't both train you and fight a war at the same time. But the Order of the Phoenix, Hermione started to say, would only get in the way. They're a bird-watching club, or in actuality, a snake-watching club. They're good at gathering information, but not at countering the Death Eaters and Voldemort himself at full strength. They might have been once, but that was when they were in their prime. The only new members are Tonks, the twins and the other Weasley children. Maybe you can count Fleur and her headmistress, but the rest of them are from old war and none of them kept in shape and they've lost whatever edge they once had. Quite frankly, we need a different tactic. As good as Dumbledore was, times have changed, and I'm in charge now. And we're not ready for this. And this is supposed to help us get ready? Ron asked. Harry nodded, walking around it, temporarily disappearing from view when he stepped behind the mirror. Different universes exist at different quantum frequencies. He stopped, then started again. What I mean is that 1 minute in this universe could be 1 hour or 1 day in another universe. Or likewise, 1 minute in another universe could be 100 years here. No way to tell without actually visiting them and everything. The mirror, however, is different. It stabilizes the time flow, sort of syncs everything up to the same clock. But only directly around it. Hence why it was locked up in a vault in a magic school. Special wards, unique to this vault, were placed around this room, keeping the effect within this room only. Does that mean I'm getting older right now? Or younger? Or are we going to leave here and 100 years will have passed? Ron started to panic. No, said Harry, glaring at his friend. All it means is that any time corrections the mirror does not affect the rest of the world. A week in here is still a week outside. But if we step through and spend 2 weeks outside the room in another universe where 1 week is like a second here, then we step back through, only a couple seconds will have passed, while 2 weeks passed in that universe. That is the plan. So, we spend however long it takes us to train and learn battle magic in another universe, or even other universes, then we come back home here, Ginny began to say. And step back through at most, about a day later. Harry finished for her. How do we decide which universe to go to? Is there any way to tell? Hermione asked. He shrugged. I can tell the general speed the universe is passing at just by looking at the reflection. But there are other factors to take into account, which I can't say anything about. Such as, well, the whole point of traveling to other universes is to give me the time to train each of you in battle magic and to make all of you more powerful. Pretty much the equal of me, as much as that is possible. Anyway, if, by some chance, we get to a universe where Voldemort succeeded in killing me 16 years ago, or where Grindelwald won and conquered all of the wizarding world, or even where Slytherins are the heroes and Gryffindors are the dark wizards, hey, it could happen. Ron had been rolling his eyes but held his tongue. Point is, we could wind up in a universe where we won't exactly have time or opportunity for me to continue your training. But that's a chance we'll just have to take. Just wanted you to be aware of it, he said. How do we use it? Ginny asked, stepping closer. He was suddenly there, between her and the mirror. You touch it, he said. Touch the surface of the mirror and the next thing you know, you're in another universe. So, don't touch it yet. That room doesn't have us in it. Views we were a little late in getting here in that universe. Nevertheless, safe bet that the vault is sealed off there too. So, how do we get it to change universes? Hermione asked, sounding as though she couldn't believe she'd just said what she'd said. I mean, how did that other Harry make it change? Simple wand motion will get it to shift its view, he answered. When 2 universes are connected and the one disconnects, or switches to another connection, the other mirror automatically reconnects to the next available universe. Stand here long enough, I'm sure. Is this how you do it? Hermione's voice came from the mirror, and suddenly instead of an empty room, they found another set of themselves, only Ginny had been replaced with Neville. That another version of us will tune in, Harry finished what he was saying. The 2 Harrys glanced at each other, then at each other's group before the one in the mirror asked, Dark Army. Harry nodded, then asked him, extra training. Merlin's heir. His counterpart nodded with a cocky grin. Then addressed his own Hermione, exactly like that my own. Try the other way though, it can do more than just go in one direction. He was cut off as the image went back to an empty room. See what I mean? Harry said to his friends. That was weird, Ginny commented. What's this thing about being Merlin's heir, anyway? Ron asked. Well, like I said, I'm unique. The only there Harry Potters out there that can match me in both power, skill, and use similar if not the same spells of battle magic that I do, all tend to somehow inherit or are chosen to become the next Merlin. In other words, the greatest wizard of the ages. This is either done from being trained by Merlin himself, becoming Merlin's avatar, finding Merlin's lost staff, his grimoire, or even being direct. TLY descended from him on my mother's side. Lots of different things to arrive at the same result, an ultra powerful Harry Potter using magical skills that haven't been seen for over 1,000 years in most cases. Wicked, Ron acknowledged. So, if we don't want a sealed room, what are we looking for? Hermione asked, trying to get them back on track. Tropical beach would be ideal, but unlikely, Harry chuckled. We'll just have to look until we find something that catches our eye. And doesn't already have a group of us in it. If there's a group of us in there, by accident or not, it means that the universe in question is out of the question. They're needing to get out of their universe for time to train or to search for something to help them in their own battles that are probably just as urgent as our own here. Hence, empty is good, but unsealed would be nice. Maybe some sunlight, streaming in through the door. He pointed out the reflection of the door in the mirror. Okay, now that that's settled. Hermione stepped up and turned Harry around rather roughly. You still have some more explaining to do. Why did you scream at me earlier? And I don't mean about the mirror or in the hall when I gasped. I mean back at Grimald Place. I started to show you something and you screamed at me to stop. Why? What was I doing that was so bad? Harry sighed again, slouching a bit. You know, I'd kinda been hoping you'd forgotten about that. She silently glared at him. For good measure. She even threw in the look she gave him and Ron when they didn't finish their homework and crossed her arms to show her impatience. Harry crumbled like a house of cards. Sighing again, he ran his fingers through his hair and started pacing around the mirror once more. What you were doing is an advanced magical art. A subsidiary study of battle magic. Not one of the primary lessons, something you either specialize in, or you don't use it at all, he explained. It's called rune battle magic. And, as you can guess from the name alone, it uses runes and similar symbols to form and cast spells with. And, it's used for battle and fighting. Why haven't you mentioned it before? Like I said, you either specialize in it, or you don't do it, he told her. I chose to become a generalist, learning everything to do with battle magic equally. The fact that, at 17, I'm pretty much a master in all my fields says a lot. But I'm not even a novice at rune battle magic. I won't lie to you, Hermione, the fact that you can use rune battle magic naturally and seem to have quite a talent for it, well, it scares me. Scares you? But why? Hermione couldn't understand. What was the first thing you did with this new skill? Accident or otherwise, what was the first thing? He asked her with a pointed glare. She sheepishly grimaced and shrugged. Well, actually it looked like I sort of froze the library study. Froze it solid. Like it had been through an ice age or two maybe. He pointedly asked. She nodded. Rune magic of any sort is dangerous as the runes take the place of magical forms, and those symbols can mean almost anything. Put into a specific pattern, rune magic can have effects greater and more powerful than the strongest wizard using the strongest wand to cast the most powerful spell ever. Rune battle magic takes writing them down out of the equation. As you already know, rune battle magic takes the method I taught you for forming the shape of the spell and then using that to cast the spell, to the next level, by forming runes in the same way. Same pattern. N of runes that makes a regular rune spell, carved onto a stone altar to cast a mass area effect spell, can be cast by just picturing the runes and forming them out of magic into the same pattern. What you did earlier was combine the rune for water in the universal pattern for wind. Combining two elements in a way that exponentially builds upon itself, increasing the formation of ice with each repetition of the pattern. Hence making ice of everything directly around you. As she absorbed all that, he concluded, yeah, Hermione, it scares me. It should scare you too. Oh, okay, she mumbled. So, what about this mirror here? Ron interrupted, clearly trying to change the subject. Right, Harry turned around to face the mirror directly. First things first, finding a world where we won. Be pressured for time or anything like that. Preferably a universe where time moves slower. And is a few weeks, if not years behind where we are at. This might take a while, so you guys better get comfortable. How long is a while? Ginny asked. Depends, was his only answer. Depends on what? Ron questioned. Exactly, came Harry's infuriating reply. Exactly what? You're not making any sense, mate. The short answer is, this is going to take as long as it takes and not a minute sooner. There aren't any shortcuts, and if we choose wrong, then we could be in even more hot water than we are as it is, he testily remarked. So, while I'm searching for an appropriate universe for us to train in, how about you guys get a head start and practice meditating? Regular meditating, he emphasized with a look at Hermione. Right. I hate all this meditating stuff, Ron grumbled, but sat down on the floor and put himself in position to relax and reach for his magic. Ginny and he, RMI1 quickly adopted positions to either of his sides, all three quickly falling into the unique magical meditation Harry had taught them. Meanwhile, Harry turned his attention towards the mirror. It was pretty simple to use. But the theory and technology behind it was light years beyond anything humans were currently capable of, even if it had been humans that made it millennia ago. Pulling out his holly wand, he channeled only a spark of magic to the end and pointed it at the mirror. Keeping in mind his other doubles that he'd already seen and the way they moved their own wands right as they vanished, he figured it would be a good idea to head to the left, so to speak. Twitching his wand to his left-hand side, the image in the mirror flickered for an eye blink, though nothing else had changed. Still an empty room, still midnight. Twitching his wand again, another flicker, Harry got another empty room. He twitched his wand once more, and found another empty room. Very annoyed now, Harry didn't so much twitch his wand as flicked it to the left all the way before returning it to a steady hold. The flicker lasted for the breadth of Harry's flick, and when it returned to normal, he still saw an empty room. But the major difference came in that he saw a steady stream of light coming down from the closed doorway, indicating that direct sunlight was hitting it head-on. Thinking back to what he understood of the pattern this particular vault took, he realized that this particular universe was roughly about a few weeks behind their own, as the only time the vault was in a posit ion to receive sunlight was when it was on the East Tower, which it hadn't been for over a month. It also meant that it would be a very long drop if they opened that door, followed by a very long wait if they didn't, as it went down to the dungeons after the tower. Flicking his wand to the left again, Harry saw something even more promising. Moonlight streaming from the open doorway. Still a few months behind. But Harry stopped when he saw a flash of light come from the doorway. Spell fire, which would put it roughly about 5 months previous, on the night when Malfoy led all those Death Eaters into Hogwarts and Dumbledore killed himself using Snape. Sighing, he flicked his wand to the left once again. 15 minutes later, he was still at it, having found a few good prospects, but usually it was either at a bad time. The vault was in a bad place in Hogwarts, or some other factor like that one that had a pile of chewed-on bones in both corners and a sword and shield emblem on the wall. That prevented him from agreeing to that particular place. He'd gone from flicking his wand to swishing and going in more elaborate directions than just left or right, often at various angles. Finally, after his friends had finished meditating and were just sitting there watching him, he found a good starting place. It would give them at least 7 months before the end of 6th year term, maybe more. And then he could just find the room again and go back even further, or in a completely different direction. Regardless, the universe he'd found was currently in mid-November, if not just quite. And the vault was in an out-of-the-way place that would not be impossible to get out of. All right, he told his friends, here we are. It's not exactly perfect, but it's a starting point. During a relatively quiet time at Hogwarts, and in a universe that is far enough behind that we'll have plenty of time and able to get plenty more if it becomes necessary. So, how do we do this? Ginny asked, curious. Just touch the mirror's surface. It's a little bit like a portkey, only less violently unpleasant. Now, something that is pretty important here, we all need to touch the mirror at the same time. It's not life or death important, but it will prevent any inconvenience on our part. Harry warned them. Why? Ron asked. Because if we don't all touch the mirror at the same time, the oathers will be waiting on whoever came last for about 10 or 15 minutes at a time, he answered. The mirror's effect covers interaction and observation, but the travel between universes requires taking into account all of the temporal differences between each phase of the space-time continuum between each. He stopped and looked at each of his friends' expressions. Sighing, he growled, just be sure to touch the mirror at the exact same time, okay? Okay, Ron quickly agreed. All of them held their wand hands forward, hovering just above the mirror's surface, waiting. All right, 1, Harry began to count, 2, 3. As one they all reached forward and touched the cool surface of the mirror at the same moment. To be continued, in 4 in 1 to infinity. And a lot of people try doing stuff like this every so often. I've even tried it once or twice before. But this gives me a unique opportunity, so let's see how long I can keep it going, yeah. Anyway, the first chapter of the sequel story should be out on October 31st. End of the month, same as my usual update date, and I hope you'll all enjoy it as much as you've enjoyed this one. If, and I do stress the word if anybody would like to add to, or even like to cross in some of their own HP fanfics, please contact me to begin discussions and brainstorming. I think this story has a good momentum and I want to keep it up. Please help me keep it up. Enjoy, Joshua, the evil guy. Rewrite. This story will be rewritten. My sincerest apologies to anyone and everyone that was waiting on this story to be updated. To be quite honest about it, I feel that my writing has developed leagues beyond what I had put down here originally, and at the same time I've quite simply lost my inspiration for wherever I was originally going with this story. Therefore, I have decided to end this where it stands. If I ever find the inspiration for this yet again, I'll be sure to let everyone know where and what kind of rewrite I'll be posting. Thanks for your loyal support. And again, my sincerest apologies for making you wait to hear from me regarding this fanfic. Be sure to check out my newly designated home page at -the. http://fixsite.com view user php UID =68. Thanks for your reviews. Joshua, the evil guy.